It's August 11th, 2022. I'd like to call the business meeting of the Governing Board of the South Florida Water Management District to order. First on the agenda is to take a roll call. So let's see, we've Mr. Butler.
I'm here, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Meads?
Here.
Thank you. Mr. Olipich?
Here.
Mr. Steinley?
I'm here.
Thank you. Colonel Roman?
Here.
Thank you. And I think Mr. Bergeron and Mr. Martinez are both very close. We were waiting on them, but I think they'll be here momentarily. And Vice Chair Wagner is going to be taking the day off. We'll go to Pledge of Allegiance next. And see, Ms. Meads, would you like to lead us? Thanks.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Did I call on Colonel Roman? I did. Okay. I'm sorry. Not enough coffee yet. So good morning, everyone. It's nice to have you back here. I forgot my glasses, so I can't read anything, and I've got to move this way far away from me. Oh my gosh. We're having a bake sale in the foyer there, so we'd ask you to pick up some goodies there if you get a chance. For board members who are here, I'm going to ask that you make sure your microphone is on and you speak into the microphone so everyone can hear you. If you turn your head, please take the mic with you. Thank you, Jen. Oh yeah, look at that. For board members who are on Zoom, I can't see if you raise your hands. If you want to speak or ask questions, please just call out your name and I'll acknowledge you to speak. Members of the public on Zoom who wish to address the board can use the raise your hand feature. If members of the public are having any trouble and need help, please go to our website, sfwmd.gov, and click on the Ask Us button at the top of the page, and the staff will help you out. If you're using a phone and you'd like to comment, please press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to mute and unmute. And as a courtesy to others who wish to speak, members of the public are asked to comment only once on each topic, and we'll take public comment first from those who are here in person and submitted a comment card, and that'll be followed by those who raise their hands on Zoom. First, we're going to go to employee recognitions. Mr. Bartlett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, we got an Employee of the Month I'm excited to announce. Our August 2022 Employee of the Month is Darlene Marley. She's our lead scientist on our Water Resources Division. Now, SERP is big, right? Everybody knows what SERP is, Comprehensive Everglades Restoration Plan. But what goes into SERP is monstrous. There is so much data, so much analysis, so many documents, and everything in SERP. 68 different components that go through years of planning, engineering, and science. Where does all that information go? Well, you may not know this, but it goes to SERP Zone. We have a SERP Zone, and it is an online place where you can find everything SERP. Now, it used to not be in the cloud. And the reason it's in the cloud now is because of Darlene Marley. So she had to organize everybody to try to make this migration, whether it's program managers, scientists, data people, information technology people, to migrate all this information, volumes. If it was in paper, I mean, you would have, this whole building would be full. But it is now migrated in the cloud. And that takes QA, quality testing, migration, and then of course, once you get it there, you got to train everybody on how to use it. And so she put together the guidance documents, she put together the trainings to get everybody familiar with how to use it. And if you've got a login, whether you're the public, the Corps, or the district, you can get to everything SERP, all the data, everything you need in SERP. And it really wouldn't be there without Darlene's help. And that is why she is our Employee of the Month. Congratulations, Darlene. Thank you. right, now we have our August 2022 Team of the Month, and that is our Tropical Storm Alex Rainfall Data Team. And the membership is Matthew Aguiar, Daniel Albrecht, Lakshmi Bobala, Antonella Bocour, Thomas Brown, Cheryl Dans, Joyce Durbin, Jimmy Gibson, Jamie Greaser, Nalinikanth Jamula, Jamal John Christella, Andrea Pace, Ronald Pinnock, Brian Smith, Annier Sosa, Susan Stadler, Brian Turcott, Sandra Voringer, Jessica Wakefield, John Weston, Gerald Wyatt, and Jesus Zamora. It's a lot of people. You know why I took a lot of people? Because there was a lot of data. So what am I talking about? Storms, right? We do storms, we know storms, we manage them, we measure them, and we interact with our weather forecasters. So Tropical Storm Alex went through in June, and if you live in Miami-Dade County, you know exactly what that felt like. But it wasn't a tropical storm, but it went across the district and then turned into one in the Atlantic, but it dropped a ton of rainfall. And so the European Center for Mid-Range Forecasting, right when it went over, said, hey, district, you've got rainfall data, we need it. And what they do with that data is they take it and they plug in their models that they use for the rest of the tropical season to predict storms. So they said, we need your rainfall data stat. And they were like, it's a lot of rainfall data, guys. 205 stations we have that they had to pull data from this event, QA it, take out superfluous data. And not all these stations are the same, right? They come at different eras, they have different technologies. So they have to be pulled, put in the same place, QA'd, checked over, screened, and then put into place to transfer up to the weather center. And that takes time. And usually it takes weeks, but this team did it in 4 days. You know how much we depend on forecasting in the South Florida Water Management District. So we knew the importance of getting that data up to this weather center so they could use it for the rest of the tropical season. And this team focused, got it together, and worked 4 days straight to get it up to that weather center so we could have great models going forward for our tropical season. So that is why they're our August Team of the Month. Congratulations. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Sure. How you doing? Hey, how are you?
Okay, I see a few people hiding back there. You get that. Everyone can see the camera? Okay, in 3, 2, 3, 2, 1. Perfect. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. So next we want to recognize someone for 25 years of service, and that is Nanad Erikanen. He is our principal scientist in the Water Resources Division. So Nanad came to us in 1997 and went straight into water quality. And he's a water quality scientist in our Applied Sciences Bureau, no, Water Quality Bureau. And he is now a principal scientist for the Water Management District, but he has been with us in water quality for the get-go. And I've done water quality for a long time, and it is not an easy business, but Nanad knocks it out of the park for us when it comes to understanding water quality data, understanding how it applies to our water quality standards, and making the right decisions. And when you take a data set and you say, hey, does it meet standards or not? It's not like pulling at the sample, looking at it, and looking at a number and knowing whether it meets standards. That is not how water quality assessment works. It has averages, whether it's a geometric mean or an arithmetic average. Is it a rolling average? And what is the duration? Is it 60 days? Is it 180 days? And then is it a rolling average, right? Does it knock every day? Does it? And then if you exceed it, can you exceed it once and be okay with the environment? Or do you need to exceed it twice? A 5-year time and a 10-year time? All these things, every single water quality standard has a different lens. And Nanad is our guy when it comes to taking the data and applying it to that lens. Let me tell you, that happens all the time in the Water Management District because water quality is important to us. And we have been through litigation, trials, proceedings over and over about water quality. And Nanad is the guy that's helped us through every single one of those events over his 25-year career. Lawyers really like him. He's our perfect witness. The other thing he's really good at is significant figures, sig figs, we say in the business. And he would know, he knows when you take data and you average it, you can have infinite number of numbers after the decimal point. He knows exactly where to draw the line, where it becomes meaningless. And that becomes really important when you're arguing over numbers and whether you're attaining standards. So he's our guy on that front as well. I understand he's a history buff, and people say he's a walking encyclopedia amongst the district. And it even says here, if you're familiar with the Big Bang Theory television show, Nanad is our very own Sheldon. I don't know if that's a compliment or not. But anyway, thank you so much, Nanad, for your 25 years of service. All right, we have another 25-year recognition. Let me see, who is this? Is it John? No. Larry? No. Lawrence Glenn for 25 years of service. So Lawrence came to us 25 years ago, and he immediately went in as a field tech for the Kissimmee River restoration, right? And if you've ever talked to Lawrence, you know he loves to talk about Kissimmee River because he came there as a field tech, and he gave up a different career to become a field tech for the Kissimmee River restoration because he was in a career of an international model, which, could have brought him fame and fortune, likely not, but an international model he gave up. Look at that. To be a field tech with the mosquitoes and the gators and everything. I think that Lawrence thinks that was a good career choice because look what he has to show for his efforts on the Kissimmee River restoration. Now, as you know, he's basically leading our division for all the scientific things we do, water supply, water quality, and applied sciences. And I can tell you, I've seen him in action, you've seen him in action, but as a leader of the division, he is what I would call a servant leader. He supports his staff like nobody does. He's there for them, he promotes them, he empowers them to go out and succeed and take those risks and really put themselves forward in the name of science and evaluation. And they appreciate that, right? I mean, that's the kind of leadership that everyone appreciates and everyone appreciates working for. And he is the face of the district when it comes to science. He's got leadership roles on the task force, with the working group and in the recovery teams. He provides a leadership for the district. And of course, as you know, every month he stands up there and wows you with his presentations, which really outshine John's. I mean, we have to all be honest, because the photographs are amazing. So we are very lucky to have Lawrence for these 25 years. And I'll tell you the other thing is he's a family man. He's very proud of his kids. His kids are into volleyball. He coaches volleyball, goes to the tournaments wherever they are. And that reflects in his treatment of folks at the district as well as his family. It's all family to him. Thank you, Lawrence. 25 years, wonderful service. Show us how to.
Okay, 3, 2, 1. Thank you. That's all I have.
Well, Drew, thank you. Thank you very much for doing that. It's always great to see the employee recognitions. We appreciate so much the work that the staff here does each and every day and each and every month. It's fun for us to be able to participate in that a little bit. So thank you. Thank you for doing that. For the record, we have two who have joined us, Mr. Bergeron and Ms. Martinez. We're not here at roll call. They're both here now. We'll go to agenda revisions. Item number 4. Rosie, are there any changes to the agenda?
We have none, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I'm going to poll the board members now, including Colonel Roman and Mr. Steinley in a second, on whether you have any abstentions. I'll start with Mr. Bergeron.
No.
Thank you. Mr. Olipich?
No.
I have none. Mr. Martinez?
None.
Thank you. Ms. Meads?
No, sir.
Mr. Butler?
None, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Colonel Roman?
I have none.
Thank you. Mr. Steinley?
None.
Thank you. We have no abstentions. We'll look at the approval of the minutes for the July 14th meeting. We received edits and draft minutes for the July 14th monthly meeting. Are there any additional edits? Can I have a motion?
Move to approve the minutes from the last meeting.
I have a motion.
I'll second it, please.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, I'm going to call that question. Mr. Bergeron,
Yes.
Mr. Olepich.
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes. Mr. Martinez.
Yes.
Ms. Meets.
Yes.
Mr. Butler.
Yes.
Colonel Worman.
Yes.
Thank you. And Mr. Steinle.
Yes.
Thanks. That passes unanimously, and we'll go to the Executive Director's report. Mr. Bartlett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a few things, and I want to thank Colonel Booth for coming. I am going to yield some of my time to him for a few updates from the Corps as well. So following, at last board meeting, we discussed the Western Everglades Restoration Project. There was a good discussion, had a lot of good public feedback on it. So we did send a letter to the Corps basically saying we support Western Everglades, we want it to move forward, and we raised a couple of concerns about the Western feeder. We wanted to make sure that the Kissimmee Billy Slough was protected and that we didn't build an STA in the Kissimmee Billy Slough. And then we also asked for a lot of flexibility when dealing with the water quality issues over on that Western feeder so that we could come up with innovative ideas on how to address it. There have been follow-up conversations. I'm confident that the Corps will adjust and try to address those concerns that we raised. So that plan continues in its development process. I am happy to announce in the realm of resiliency, last year, we've been applying to FEMA for BRIC grants, Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities grants, for our coastal structures. And last year, you may recall that they deemed us ineligible. Well, we worked on that throughout the last year, and they just announced that they are awarding one of our grants for the S28 structure, which is the C8 basin, $50 million that we will bring into our budget to address sea level rise and resiliency. I really want to thank Carolina Moran and her team and all the teams that she works with in engineering construction to put together those types of applications. And I'd be remiss, also Miami-Dade County and their efforts to bring that kind of match and partnership in these applications. So it was the biggest award out of the BRIC grant pool federally. So good job for that team. And then also on the resiliency front, we constantly work on data and science, and we've been working on making our resiliency metrics real time. And so we've accomplished two of those. Rosie, you want to put the first slide up? So this is basically our tidal measurements at our coastal structures that you can page through, structure by structure and see real time that gets updated with every measurement what the sea level rise looks like at each of our structures. That's just one structure, and it shows there is an increasing trend because the sea is rising, right? But that's real time now, and IT and all the folks that worked on making it real time through our DB Hydro Insights, I really want to credit them. The next one is also the rainfall. So of course we take real-time data rainfall measurements, so you can look at our rainfall over time. That is rainfall, right? That's rainfall, right? Groundwater levels. Okay, we're working on the rainfall one. That's the groundwater levels near our coasts that both has the level of the groundwater, which would rise as the sea rises, and the salinity of that groundwater well as we take salinity measurements in those wells. So now all those wells are real time and you can check it out whenever you want. You may recall DB Hydro Insights when Dwayne presented that. That's all water quality data. That's all real time around our structures. So it's how you can get information in the district. So it's very exciting. Last board meeting, we heard from a citizen about the Lake Kissimmee and aquatic vegetation management on Lake Kissimmee in the spring around basically our downstream S65 structure when it got choked with aquatic plants. Well, we took that seriously, next slide, and our incredible field staff just went ahead and mobilized a towboat up there so that we could now mechanically remove, if that event happens again, we can pull it out with a towboat and mechanically remove it. We took that complaint seriously. We don't disagree and wanted to go ahead and address that situation. And so there you have pictures of our towboat getting mobilized up there and lifted into that area so that we can now mechanically remove vegetation if it shows up. at our structure in Lake Kissimmee. Moving on from that, so the Corps of Engineers did release their latest draft for the Lake Okeechobee System Operating Manual. The basic structure has not changed from their tentatively selected plan, which they took CC and optimized it. And it basically meets what we've been advocating for, is reducing those estuary discharges in the wet season, and then being able to deliver that water to communities in the environment during the dry season. All that structure is still in place and good. It does continue to contain the flexibility we've been looking for while trying to increase the certainty. The Corps is holding listening sessions around the state, around South Florida right now, to hear from stakeholders about that. We are listening in on those and participating on those as we put together our review of this latest draft. We're certainly listening to the public, hearing what they're saying as we conduct our review as well. And we'll bring that to our September board meeting, which is before the end of the comment period and the results of our review. And I'd like to go ahead now, if you don't mind, Mr. Chair, turn over to Colonel Booth to sort of tell you where they are with LOSUM. And also, I would go ahead and let him tell you where they are with the EAA Reservoir project too.
That would be great.
All
Colonel
right,
Booth?
thank you.
Thank you, Executive Director Bartlett, and members of the board, public that are here today. Thanks for having us here to talk about where we are with the Lake Okeechobee System Operating Manual. I just wanted to start off by saying thanks for, as always, for our partnership with the South Florida Water Management District. Over many projects and programs, we've displayed an ability to stand together and work through them, whatever the issues are, and I think that we've been able to do that through the process to date. I want to thank you all so much for that partnership. As many of you know, the Lake Okeechobee Systems Operating Manual, or the redrafting, or the drafting of it, commenced based on the expected completion of Herbert Hoover Dike repairs. Basically, we're expecting to be complete with that at the end of 2020, and the risk reduction benefits that completion of that project brings. So as tied to that, as we saw ourselves coming towards the completion of that project, we initiated the Lake Okeechobee Systems Operating Manual analysis so that we could time the two together. When the Herbert Hoover Dike completion hit, we were expecting to be able to get the operating manual timed with that, and we're very close to that at this point in time. And so, as you all know, we've certainly taken a lot of time to go through the LOSUM process. We started way back in February of 2019 with scoping meetings at 8 different locations throughout South Florida. And those meetings generated about 8,000 different public comments about how we should shape the operations of the PDT goals and objectives. In August of 2019, in front of a large crowd in Clewiston, we initiated the first project delivery team meeting. And then over the next 2 years, we've really enjoyed some unprecedented participation in the process. Even with the influences of COVID and having to shift to virtual type meetings often, we were seeing 150 to 200 different members of the public or PDT members participating in either a PDT meeting, a sub-team meeting, technical workshops, educational webinars, model data reviews, or stakeholder events. And we really appreciate that. The members of the public were watched and participated as we developed the goals and objectives of the project, identified performance measures that we would use to evaluate potential water control plans, reviewed that data from hundreds of thousands of model runs, looking at tens of thousands of different water control options, and then ultimately selected the plan that best optimized the improvements to the system. So we've also shared all of our data publicly and offered opportunities for input. Folks who wanted to share their opinions and thoughts on these different alternatives. And we did it ultimately because we believe that many voices help us shape a better plan and program. These efforts have resulted in the current draft of the Lake Okeechobee Systems Operating Manual. And I think we're going to see, we do believe, quite a few improvements in the new control plan. So I'll go very specifically through a few of those right now. The new water control plan will eliminate lake releases to the St. Lucie under normal conditions, sending zero lake water to the east 95% of the time. Under the current Lake Okeechobee the LORS 2008, releases east where zero only 37% of the time. And the flows could reach as high as 1,800 cubic feet per second, even in the low subband. The new Lake Okeechobee plan will eliminate stressful releases to the Caloosahatchee River from Lake Okeechobee under normal conditions and provide lake flows that are compatible with the environment and recommended under recover. The new water control plan will provide better water supply than LOR's 2008 currently provides to the Seminole Tribe of Florida, the Lake Okeechobee service area, and the lower East Coast service area. The new plan will ensure that water quality is considered when water managers are making decisions about releases from Lake Okeechobee. The new plan will increase flows south to the central Everglades to an average annual of 200,000 acre feet per year and preserve the opportunity to release water all the way down to the water shortage management line in coordination with South Florida Water Management District. We will also protect the lives, property, and interests of more than 9 million people in South Florida. The new plan will provide compatible lake operations as the C-44 and C-43 reservoirs come online and ultimately reduce damaging dry downs on Lake Okeechobee. So we released the draft environmental impact statement and water control plan for public review on the 29th of July. And it's in the Federal Register and open for review and comments up until September 12th. As Executive Director Bartlett mentioned, we certainly would love any input that the governing board would have to provide in that time frame. I'm confident that we're going to get to the single, I am confident that the incredible feedback that we received over the last few years, the continued engagement that we expect to receive as we go forward with the next couple of weeks and receiving comments and feedback and all the way through September, that we'll be able to take that information, refine the draft water control plan, refine any changes that we need to make to the EIS, and drive towards the release of the final EIS in early 2013, as well as a record of decision around that time frame in April. So thank you again for inviting me to speak today. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have on the Lake Okeechobee Systems Operating Manual. And as Executive Director Bartlett asked, I'll give a quick update on where we are with EAA, particularly the two contracts that we've been working on pretty hard. So contract 10A, and I'll translate that for those of you who don't speak contract speak, that's the inflow-outflow canal. The re-award for that contract is expected in the next about month and a half. Still on timeline for that. And then contract, I think I said contract 10A for that one, the inflow-outflow canal. And then contract 11A, which is the embankment foundation, is on schedule for a 30 September award. And no issues at that time, though it's a very complex contracting action and the team is fighting hard to keep it on track every day. But we're looking good there. And happy to answer any questions.
No, thanks, Colonel Booth, very much. Does anyone have any questions or comments for the Colonel? Ms. Erlovich.
I just wanted to say thank you. I know y'all are working really hard.
Ma'am, I will say thank you very much on behalf of an incredible staff. I've only been able to represent the team for about the last 11 months, but as we've been talking about, that I get to stand in front of about 3 years of incredible effort and teamwork. So I appreciate the recognition, ma'am. Thank you.
That's all I got for you today, Mr. Chair.
Thanks. I'd like to say to the Colonel also, thanks very much for all you've done. I know you picked this up 11 months ago, but over the last couple of years, we've all been working on the LOSM process, and it's been one of the most, I think, iterative, transparent, and inclusive processes I've ever seen from not just the federal government, but from all the stakeholders in the regional governments, local governments. It's I think the way government should work. So I want to thank you very much for that, and I hope you can convey that to your team as well.
I will certainly do that, Chairman Goss. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd also like to thank the Colonel. This is a big step to minimize discharges to the Gulf, the Atlantic, and just make things better. So thank you and your staff and for working with our staff and making it better for 9 million people.
Thank you, Mr. Bergeron.
Does anyone have any other comments for the Colonel or for Mr. Bartlett? Great. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
We'll move on to a general public comment now. Our first public comment period. If you're here to comment on a specific agenda item, we ask that you hold your comment until we reach that item on our agenda. This comment period is for general comments not related to agenda items, and we appreciate everyone's help in running an efficient meeting on that. Public comment for consent agenda item is 11 on the agenda, and public comment for discussion items will be heard after the discussion of each presentation. The public had an opportunity to provide written comments prior to this meeting. We did receive one written comment last night. A copy is in each board member's folder and will be included with the meeting materials posted on the district's website. Rosie, we'll go to public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're going to start with Newton Cook, followed by Mike Nepper.
Yeah, I always talk about my vertigo coming up here. Newton Cook United Water Followers of Florida, and I'm glad I got to follow up after the Colonel, because these guys know I'm on their side, because I've stood up for them for years and years and years. I had to flip my comments because I didn't realize this was going to happen, so I'm going to start quickly with saying thank you very much to the district for the gator hunt on SDA 1 East, which was a very successful youth hunt. All the kids got a gator. 1 East looks like Africa, all the gators that are out there. Fantastic. And the Florida Sportsman Conservation Association, Bishop and his crew ran that with the FWC, and it's very much appreciated. Also appreciated is the SDA duck hunting program that we're working on. There's a lot of problems with it, as always, lately with the vegetation going to cattails. But Jim Harbaugh and the group are doing the best we can to get thousands of people out there this season to enjoy some of the best duck hunting in the world, for that matter. Now I'm going to speak about Lonesome. I've been on all these meetings, every one of them. Up on the slide comes up, it says, damages the lake's ecology. Lonesome, as it's written today, twice. Lonesome damages the lake's ecology. And my question is, why are we putting together a program purposely to damage the lake ecology? We're supposed to be protecting the heart of the Everglades, not damaging the lake's ecology. And this is because it's 17.25 feet at the top. It was 16.5. We dropped it to 15.5 because of the storms of the levee and had to repair the levee, the dike. Dike's repaired. Why are we going to 17.25? Why not back to 16.5, where it worked for years and years, decades? It worked with no complaints from the estuaries. Why are we going so high that damages the lake's ecology? Good question. Oh, but it will recover. So they went in and put a recovery plan in. 5 years the lake takes to recovery. Ask the expert, Dr. Paul Gray. Irma, 5 years ago, right? Remember Irma? Killed 85% of the SAV in the lake, left 15%. Do you know how much SAV is in that lake today? 5 years later, with all the recovery? 15%. So that water in that lake is dirtier, full of muck, and the first storm it comes in and blows the lake up to 16 feet, and they open up the estuaries, C43, C44, guess what's going to happen? They're going to get the worst, dirtiest water they've ever got in history, full of algae. Why are we doing a program that damages the ecology of the heart of the Everglades? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. Mike Nepper, followed by Jake Foytek, and then Mark Perry.
Hi, I want to start by thanking Drew for, he failed to tell you that last week, after I called him about the plants in the C23 canal, that he got a bunch of equipment there and got them all out before they rotted and sunk to the bottom. So I want to thank you. I brought you some more photos today. I'd like you to look at the first one. It is of the structure that Drew harvested the plants. And this was taken a few years ago, but I wanted you to see the mud coming through the structure after you sprayed after one of your spray campaigns. If you look at the top right-hand corner of the photograph, you can see a small amount of the sprayed plants along the shore. That little bit of rotting plants was enough to turn the water coming through the structure a disgusting crap brown. Just imagine what the C23 would have looked like if you would have left all those dead plants in the water. Spraying these canals is the reason why, it was one of the big reasons why our estuaries have sediment problems. Last month when I was here, Jackie, Scott, and Chauncey thanked me for commenting on the spraying. And Scott, you wanted to learn more about it. So I'm guessing you got with your staff, and they probably told you the same thing that they told Jackie, that you're doing the best you can. I would like to invite you to another source for answer, and that is my YouTube site. The address is on my card. I have traveled all over the state gathering an unbelievable amount of spraying footage. I've interviewed dozens of experts from bass anglers, duck hunters, wetland biologists, bird watchers, airboat operators, and commercial fishermen. Every one of those interviews are on my site. Not a single expert thinks spraying is a good idea. I have several videos dealing with the south end of Lake Kissimmee, but the one you should watch is called "The FWC Botches a Harvesting Job on Lake Kissimmee." You guys were the ones who paid for that job, and you really should see what you got for your money. I have videotaped many meetings that the FWC hosted, and all are filled with people begging and pleading them to stop this spraying. Dr. Paul Gray from Audubon addressed the Okeechobee meeting, and he said their management plans exposed how poor their understanding of the ecosystems they manage actually is. If you want to see some angry stakeholders, watch the Orange Lake management meeting. This meeting took place a few weeks after the FWC sprayed Hickson Island, and 2 weeks later, there was a massive die-off of gators, turtles, snakes, and birds around that island. At this meeting, they announced that they were going to spray 1,200 more acres of hydrilla on that lake. The next photos are from Orange Lake. The top one is the 1,200 acres that they want to spray. There were thousands of ducks on this hydrilla, but the FWC thinks it's detrimental to the lake. The bottom photo is just a small percentage of the animals that they killed in their previous spray campaign around Hickson Island. I want you to take a good look at these two
Mr. Nepper, if you
photos.
could wrap up your comments.
The FWC then relays the statement. Okay, please take some time to go watch some of my videos, or better yet, call and talk to me. My phone number is on the card. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nepper.
Thank you, Joe.
Jake Foytik, followed by Mark Perry, and then Gil Smart.
Good morning. Jake Foytik with the Florida Farm Bureau Federation. I've mentioned Farm Bureau before, but just to reiterate, Florida Farm Bureau is the state's largest general agriculture organization. We're a grassroots nonprofit comprised of 134,000 member families. We represent and speak on behalf of all agriculture, large and small, throughout Florida. I wanted to take my time this morning to briefly bring up some great news that you all released yesterday about phosphorus reductions in the EAA. Contrary to the rhetoric that only one crop grows in the EAA, a multitude of crops grow there, including sugarcane, vegetables, fruit, sod, and rice. On many farms, rice, spices, and fresh vegetables are grown in rotation with sugarcane. Additionally, South Florida crop production feeds much of the eastern U.S., up to 180 million Americans during the winter months, bringing huge economic impacts and tens of thousands of jobs to South Florida. As of yesterday, another landmark was achieved by South Florida farmers in their on-farm efforts to improve water quality. Over the past year, farmers have achieved a 66% annual reduction in phosphorus, which vastly exceeds the 25% reduction required under the Everglades Forever Act. This year, 2022 water year, brings a total annual average reductions to 57% since the program began in '96. These reductions are not attained accidentally. They're attained by implementing science-based best management practices that were developed with the Florida Department of Agriculture and UF-IFAS and include a whole host of water conservation, water quality, and water resource protection practices. These BMPs are designed specifically to reduce water and nutrient use, reduce sediment loss, and provide clean water to flow south out of the EAA. In the past year, water quality monitors have registered drastic reductions in phosphorus levels from when water enters the EAA to when it leaves. To date, farmers in the EAA have removed well over 4,000 metric tons of phosphorus. So I wanted to say thanks to you all for releasing that report. Thanks to the EAA farmers who have worked relentlessly to ensure that these water quality goals are not only met, but far exceeded for the benefit of all South Florida. Also want to note that it's not just EAA farmers that are putting in good work to reduce our water quality concerns. Bona fide farmers statewide, inside and outside of BMAPs, are continuing to provide environmental benefits reduce water and nutrient use, and provide wildlife habitat and green space, all while providing food security for our nation's safe, abundant, and affordable food supply. Thank you all for your time. If you ate today, thank you, farmer.
Thank you, Mr. Foytik. Mark Perry, you're recognized to speak, followed by Gil Smart, and then Nyla Pipes.
Good morning, Governing Board. It's good to be back kind of in-person meetings now and appreciate that. Just two quick things on Lonesome. I do appreciate the Colonel being here. Many of us recognize that years ago, the Corps usually never showed up here at water management meetings. But now we have colonels and lieutenant colonels, and we got people that are staff that are excellent at what they're doing. And it's not just because of the Lonesome process and what's going on now. Since February 19, it's been a long process, and a lot of us engaged in it, of course, and we'll stay engaged in it through the NEPA hearings that are going on now, right to the end. And hopefully by next April, we'll have a record of decision and we'll get a new schedule. But all of us too remember back in 2008, that's 14 years ago, when we had a LORS 2008, it was going to be an interim schedule, just a couple of years and we'll get a new schedule. Well, 14 years later, we're working on it, so it's taken a little time to get it developed, but I think the process has been excellent. I think the people and staff and the district and the Corps have been engaged in it, have been excellent in providing the data and the information that everybody needs to make decisions. Just the other thing to kind of touch on is that we're going into a third year of La Nina, which is kind of that southern oscillation that provides kind of more of a drier conditions, but sometimes it helps with our tropical outlooks, but sometimes it doesn't. The caution is what's going to happen next? Are we going to get this huge influx of rainfall and through tropical systems or otherwise that's going to really cause our water management system to be tested, if you will, as we go forward? So I want to just make sure that we're ready for what's coming up as you view the slides. And again, congratulations, Lawrence, for everything. And you do have better pictures than John does. And you'll see those really pretty pictures of what Lawrence provides. But John also has some great data. And I'm really glad that both of them present to you as governing board their important information in these technical reports. As you view John's slide today of 14, you'll see the STA inflows and how lake release inflows to the STAs. Just take a look at that period of record from 1995 water year to 2022 water year is really a good record to continue to look at and understand how much capacity we're using there in the STAs. We need to use that more for lake water to go south and rather than for EA basin runoff. And we can talk more about that as we go forward. But I just wanted to again, commend the staff, commend the staff here from Corps of Engineers for being here for Lonesome. And we just have a great opportunity now with all this good momentum to make things happen. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Gil Smart, followed by Nyla Pipes.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Gil Smart, Policy Director with Friends of the Everglades in Stewart. We were founded in 1969 by Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, and I first wanted to thank board member Jackie Thurlow-Lippisch and Drew and staff who hosted a bunch of us from Martin County a few weeks ago on a field trip, quote unquote, to the EAA reservoir site. It was a very hot day, but the scope of the project is just astounding. I'm sure you have been out there. If you haven't been out there, just the immensity of the site and the work that's going on is just incredible to see. We continue to have some questions regarding the project, but I think there could be no doubt the extent to which the district is out there working hard to make this the best it can absolutely be. We know you guys care about improving water quality in South Florida, so it was good to see that up close and in person. Also wanted to touch on the board comments and then Mark Perry's comments about the Lonesome process, Colonel Booth and his team. Before I did this, I was a journalist for 30 years and I watched a lot of government processes at work, and I have never seen anything close to the transparency, the openness and the willingness to listen to all stakeholders that I saw was part of the LOSUM process. I mean, some of the stakeholders can say they don't like the end product. What they cannot say is that the Corps didn't listen to their concerns, because the Corps did listen to their concerns. From our perspective, LOSUM is going to be a significant leap forward. It is not perfect, as you've already heard yet today and may yet hear after I'm done, but it delivers major benefits, as the Colonel articulated, huge benefits to the northern estuaries, significant benefits for water supply as well, huge benefits for the Everglades itself, which will see a tripling of water going to the park under this plan. This is, from our perspective, an equitable plan, and maybe one of the best aspects about it is the flexibility that it will provide water managers with to respond to conditions such as blue-green algae blooms on the lake to minimize the prospect of those exploding in the estuaries, as we've seen too many times on both the east and west coast. So we also wish to thank the Corps and everybody involved for all your hard work, your dedication. We know you guys care. We know you guys care. We think we're moving in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smart. Nyla Pipes, you're recognized to speak.
Good morning, Nyla Pipes, One Florida Foundation. We started this process by absolutely identifying that LOSUM is not SERP. Excuse me, with the P's this morning. LOSUM is not SERP. That's where we started. We were not going to achieve the benefits of SERP by adjusting the lake schedule. And as we've gone forward and come out the other end, we now have a lake schedule that prioritizes the estuaries over the health of the lake. And that's incredibly problematic because the health of the lake absolutely affects the downstream estuaries. So we now have a schedule that's going to drive Lake Okeechobee too high, too long, which will kill the submerged aquatic vegetation, create a muddier, dirtier lake. And then we're going to go into basically an emergency mode because the lake is over 16 and a half, 17 feet. And we're going to get large discharges to the St. Lucie River and the Caloosahatchee that are much, much dirtier. We're supposed to trust that this other process outside of LOSUM, the recovery plan, is going to solve that. But as Mr. Newton-Cook, who I happened to have served years ago on RAC with during Irma, pointed out, the lake doesn't recover that quickly. Furthermore, the lower lake schedule in the recovery part of things endangers us in another way. And it highlights another problem with the LOSUM plan. That is, the low end of the lake has its own issues. This plan doesn't meet the minimum flows and levels for Lake Okeechobee. It also, on the low end, can potentially put water supply at risk. During the periodic scientist call this week, the Army Corps of Engineers themselves admitted we don't necessarily always know whether the rain's going to come. Just because we're in a La Nina, for example, we don't know what it's going to look like when we're in an El Nino either. We might get lots or we might get more close to average. Anybody who has done this for very long recognizes that managing Lake Okeechobee really goes in about a 2-year cycle. So all this flexibility may sound fantastic until Mother Nature throws her curveballs, and she will. And in the meantime, we've set ourselves up in a position where we're going to have either too high or too low a lake and not have the ability to do much beyond what Mother Nature allows us. There are major problems with this lake schedule. And yes, it's been a very public process, meaning lots of meetings, but a whole lot of your stakeholders do not believe they've been heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pipes. Moving to our virtual participants, we're going to start with Katrina Shaddix. Katrina, you're recognized to speak.
Hey there, good morning. Can y'all hear me?
We hear you, Ms. Shaddix.
Great, thank you. Thanks for letting me speak today. Katrina Shaddix, Executive Director of Bear Warriors United. It's a nonprofit organization that works to save and protect our wildlife and their habitat, which includes our waters and the manatees. I want to give a huge thank you to Drew and Jackie for what they did this week, getting those toxic plants. The plants had been sprayed with deadly herbicide in the canal, and they listened to Mike Nepper. They got those toxic plants out of the water before they did further damage down, how it goes, sinks to the bottom, creates a toxic muck, and eventually goes out to the estuaries to kill the seagrass, which, as we all know, is what's causing the starvation of hundreds of manatees for the past 2 years. What I am just excited that this water management district is setting an example that needs to be followed statewide. And I'm hoping that y'all would be able to work with the FWC and other water management districts to do the mechanical harvesting that you did this week. And if you would have done the mechanical harvesting at first, you would have saved a lot of money and a lot of detriment to our ecology of the lakes and the wildlife by not spraying those plants. So if y'all could just work with other agencies in the state, getting this mechanical harvesting being the primary way to get those aquatic plants out, that would be amazing. It would save so much wildlife. It would save money, and it would save our lakes and our rivers and our canals and our ponds and creeks that are constantly being sprayed with deadly herbicides. Now, I went out on Lake Kissimmee last year and took fish samples, sent them to a lab, and the deadly herbicide levels in those fish were fatal levels. And that was after the Lake Kissimmee gets sprayed by state agencies with these herbicides. So we do have proof that it is killing our wildlife. And whatever this water management district can do to be, working with other agencies to mechanically harvest the plants, that would be great. And I'm asking y'all to mechanically harvest these plants and give them to our land and sea cows. We have ranchers right now that are facing financial hardships, unable to feed their cows. And obviously the manatees are starving to death. This could be a win-win operation. I have done something unprecedented, and this is the first time announcing it. We actually got a permit from FDACS to mechanically harvest hydrillin hyacinths and transport them. And we're asking state agencies to work with my organization on this to get those plants to our sea cows and land cows. Thank you.
Shaddix? Oh, okay. Thank you, Ms. Shaddix. Mr. Chairman, I have no additional raised hands.
Thank you, Rosie, and thank you all very much for your comments. We're going to go now to board comment, and I'll start on my left with Mr. Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me write this down. All right. Appreciate the comments today. Begin with Colonel Booth. Appreciate you stopping by and give us an update today. I know that still taking comments on Lonesome through next meeting. I have the water control plan. I haven't fully read it yet. I'll take my time and read it. I know I'm going to have some questions along the way. I'll be hitting staff up here pretty hard this month, but hope that y'all will be available next month as I'm sure we will have a good spirited discussion on Lonesome and anything we may see in it. In addition, the Corps has been busy last couple weeks and last month. I appreciated Ava stepped out here, but I appreciated the IDS update, the 101 kicking off their IDS integrated delivery schedule review. It's part of it's remedial learning, but boy, that is such a dense document. I pick something up every time especially with an opportunity like that. So I appreciate y'all kicking off the IDS annual update with the 101. I want to appreciate also, again, Colonel Booth, Lieutenant Colonel Polk, y'all getting Atlanta and DC down to Okeechobee here last Wednesday to look at the Lake Okeechobee Watershed Restoration Project, in particular look at the ASR. We had a great visit at C38 South ASR site. District staff was there strong. We had multiple educational booths. The staff had multiple educational booths set up. Kind of did a round robin learning session with with the core staff, and had some good spirited questions. Matt Axtell and Micah Buchholz from DC, Micah being the engineer, Matt being the counsel, all had, both of them had some good questions. Micah really had some good engineer type questions and left staff sweating. Of course, it may have had to do with the 98 degrees underneath a white tent with that many people. But no, and it was a great event. I especially appreciate the DC staff coming down, seeing the progress that we're making with ASR, helping to go over the science plan. I know Jennifer Reynolds was taking some notes, and but I think that, and I also want to thank the Okeechobee Board of County Commissioners. They put together a lunch for district staff and the Corps to sit down and have further discussions over lunch there. So that was good. It again, when we're talking Lonesome, here I am breaking into Lonesome comments. When we talk Lonesome, we know Lonesome is not the silver bullet in Lake Okeechobee. It's not the silver bullet to anything. It's part of the puzzle. SERP is the other part of the puzzle. And this northern storage, I'm pulling it back into northern storage here. But I really appreciate the DC staff coming down, spending the time, and hopefully staff, our district staff, were able to answer any questions, concerns that DC may have had. And I look forward to a chief's report ASAP. Saturday, it's become my pre-meeting tradition. Saturday morning, I go look at something. So Saturday morning, I went up to S65. I got the email from Drew that we had mobilized the tugboat there at S65. Tugboat was there, still there. Nobody had gone on it and taken a joyride. But no, in all seriousness, and we've had these discussions over the time, we've got certain choke points in the system. I began my drive and went over to the new pump station there in Okeechobee, S191A, Nubbin Slough, and which traditionally at Nubbin Slough in the past has been a choke point for floating aquatic vegetation. And with the new pump station, we have a mechanical harvesting rig at the pump, but not on the downstream side of the old Nubbin Slough where it comes from the north, and that ultimately it has to be maintained. I mean that's for of course we're dealing with the Herbert Hoover dike there, dike integrity, so herbicide gets used there. But I do think it is an opportunity to remove nutrients out of the system, and pulling it back to S65 there, that Lake Kissimmee. I mean the S65 is the drain plug for Lake Kissimmee and the beginning of the Kissimmee River. It's an opportunity. I know that resources and funding is not always available and can be tight, but I want us to continue to look for opportunities there to pull some nutrients out. If you're going to harvest aquatic weeds, when you get them coming to you, to me that has got to be the most efficient location. So if it's going to happen, we need to look at it there. And I know with our new structures, we're putting the mechanical stuff in, but I'd like for us to look at the old structures and look for the opportunities there. Nubbin Slough, S65, and take advantage of what Mother Nature's doing. Mother Nature's pulling some nutrients out. Let's take advantage of it and finish pulling it out. Because I do at times, especially in that springtime, I see the water change on the river. And it's not just myself, my uncle, bless his heart. My uncle's always watching the water. He's always calling me. Calling his nephew, giving his nephew a water report, Uncle Raj. And but no, we see the changes and don't know exactly why it is. Certainly aquatic weed die-off could be part of it. And so there's opportunities there. I really hope that we continue to look at that and keep that on the radar. I'm taking a long time here. Mr. Bergeron, thanks for upping the ante on the Python Challenge and kicking in at $10,000 on the top end. I've read it now in several locations, and it's good to be down there and help celebrate the kickoff of the Python Challenge. I don't know, I haven't heard an update of how successful they've been this year, but it was good to be down there with you, and especially be down there with the governor's wife, with Miss Casey, and have her down and help kick it off. That was neat. With that, I'll wrap it up. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Butler. Ms. Meads?
I'm glad to be back. I broke my leg on April 19th. That's where I've been, but I'm back. Oh, I'm good. I got calls because there's an algae bloom in the Florida Bay, which persists. I'm going to talk about it just for 2 seconds. I got calls, I made calls. One of the calls was to Lawrence, and he's going to talk about it in his technical report. People there on the Florida Bay and Monroe County in particular have been very concerned and just worried. And there was a lot of talk about how this is algae that's coming through the system from the water coming south, which isn't the case. It really drove home to me the impact of LORS 08 and how many people have been traumatized by LORS 08. So if you live in one of the 3 communities that got the bad end of LORS 08, you'll find that the people in those communities are very sensitive. They get very upset because they've been traumatized. LORS 08 has hurt all living life, large and small. LOSUM is an improvement, and I think we all know it. I love the flexibility, and we're not talking about LOSUM today, and I'm done. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Meads. Mr. Martinez?
So, of course, I'll also need to thank Colonel Booth, Colonel Polk, and the whole process that you have been doing through LOSUM. And I think the gentleman that spoke earlier, I think it was Mr. Smart or somebody said it best. Not everybody's going to be happy, but by God, you have listened to everybody. You have given everybody a chance to speak their mind and give you their suggestions and their opinions. And that's what the process is supposed to be all about. So thank you so much for the way you all have handled that. Number 2, very excited to see hopefully by October 1st, we're going to have 10A and 11. Hopefully awarded, so we'll have that inflow, outflow, and the foundation for the levy given out. That's huge. And second, I just want to give a little shout out to obviously to staff, but specifically to my friend Jennifer Reynolds and Alan. You know, from time to time, we always have a number of change orders that come through our desk for approval, or if not, we approve a certain amount of money up to that staff can go ahead and just get approved and so that we can move on. And she takes the time to call me because that's right down my alley. And she takes the time to update me and give me information and details about what some of these larger change orders or change of contract or change of scope, whatever it might be. So I wanted to say, Ms. Reynolds, really appreciate you doing that all the time for me. That's it, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Mr. Martinez. Mr. Olepich?
Thank you, Chair Goss. I have about 7 things. I'll make them quick. Try. Such wonderful things. It's hard to make them quick. I could talk for like 2 hours. Number 1, thank you to Likes Brothers and Noah Handley with Nicodemus Slough. It gets mixed up, sorry. Nicodemus Slough, which is one of our water projects where it just so happens that these beautiful swallowtail kites roost in this area on these old dying oak trees. I went with Kathy LaMartina, who's our regional representative, in the early morning hours, waking up at 4. And there are between 2,500 and 5,000 of these gorgeous birds sitting in these trees. And you see them flying all over the place. And I want to thank Likes, and I want to thank all of the farmers and ranchers for giving a place for God's creatures. You know, I really do. And that is the most, I am so thankful, and I have learned so much on my time on the board about what you do for these creatures, because everywhere else they're pretty much getting plowed down. So it's incredible. Number 2, Green Cay Southern Region Water Reclamation for the Purple Jacket. This facility was an amazing experience. I went with Mr. Mark Elsner and Robert Wanvestrout, and just to focus on one thing that was very meaningful for me that I didn't know is that, and just say, how stupid is she? And I can't believe she's on the governing board. That you can use water reuse to create natural habitat. They have these unbelievable natural habitats with like Wodokutahatchee or whatever it's called. I mean, there are birds nesting in there like you wouldn't believe, and it's wastewater going in there and being filtered. I mean, how incredible. And they're doing all sorts of other things too, but that was the most amazing to me. And their staff was very welcoming. The EAA Reservoir field trip was a once-in-a-lifetime experience. To see how it's coming out of the ground is very rewarding, especially comparing it to 3 years ago when it was neat, but it was more like dirt piles. Now you can see the canals, you can see everything in place. And I wanted to thank Tim Harper and Alexis San Miguel and Leslie Waugh, Jennifer Leeds, and of course, Drew and Sean and team and Gina. But that couldn't have happened without them. We had real estate agents. I saw that somebody on Facebook said, why'd she have real estate agents? Like maybe they were going to go in and buy the place up. That was not the point. I used to be a realtor. I'm still a realtor. I have my license in case my husband kicks me out. And it's real estate agents have a very good sense of the importance of water from a business standpoint, because they were there in 2013, 2016, 2018, when you can sell any real estate, or you had your contracts getting canceled. You know, it didn't matter if it's a $50,000 contract or a multi-million-dollar contract, but being canceled because people would show up here and say, I don't want to live on this water. And it was really awful. And we have come so far from that time in such a better place. But that is why the realtors were there. And then we had a lot of environmentalists like Gil Smart and others, and also the former CEO and president of Cleveland Clinic, who's very familiar with the health aspects of these things. Number 4, Mike Knepper and what happened in C23 S97. It is so good to have something so wonderful happen. And I am telling you, there were a lot of different reasons why it happened, but the number one reason it happened is because of our executive director, Drew Bartlett. And I want to thank you, Drew, because you take chances, and what you're always trying to do in a really hard world that we live in is do the right thing. Thank you for having that vegetation mechanically removed. It means so much to so many people. Generally speaking, the public is very concerned about chemical application in spite of what science may say. I wanted to thank Rich Virgil, who oversaw this. In the back, would you stand up? I mean, really. So like at the last minute, it's a Friday, I think. These guys think they're like going home to drink some beers and see their wives or whatever they're doing. And Rick says, oh, Drew said we have to like take all this vegetation out mechanically. The guys are like, are you kidding me, boss? You know, and they did it. And these are their names. Jack Theriault, sorry, I messed your name up, Jack, Joey Conroy, Jonathan Spooner, and Brody Lamb. Thank you. Thank you. That's like the best thing in a long time. Indian River Lagoon Council, NEP. I wanted to congratulate Miss Melanie Parker, who is now on the STEM committee. She works as a science supervisor in coastal engineering here at the district. She will be giving the updates for the NEP, which is an incredible science download every time you go for the whole 156-mile Indian River Lagoon. Chuck Jacoby speaks a lot, and I've learned that the St. Johns River Water Management District does seagrass surveys for the whole lagoon, even though we're the South Florida Water Management District. They take our data, they sometimes compile it all. They said that the Indian River Lagoon has lost 75% of its seagrasses since 2009. That was the scientific number from Dr. Jacoby. And so right now, the most seagrasses are in south of Fort Pierce Inlet, more in St. Lucie County, but then next, believe it or not, is Martin County. We have got to keep these seagrasses growing and healthy for the manatees and all the other animals as we bring back seagrass for the entire lagoon. And Dwayne DeFries said he didn't want to say it, who leads the organization, but he thinks that we just might be going around a corner. So that's very exciting. Marco Island, the environmental permitting summer school, was quite an experience. And listening to everybody talk, most fascinating to me was Lynn Lindahl. Is that the right way to say his name? I know he was like assistant director, so I should know how to say his name. And his father was on the board a long time ago. They have this project called the Diatom Project that they are promoting for cleaning up Lake Okeechobee, which is amazing. And I'm going to go see it. And I think we should all learn about it. And then, we'll really mess up the Army Corps because we'll add one more thing to their IDS. But it's exciting that people are really working. The most business of the business people are working on fixing these problems, these nutrient problems. Blue-Green Algae Task Force met at Harbor Branch in Fort Pierce. Dr. Mark Rains. Those scientists deserve a lot of credit for sticking it out all these years, and they're doing a good job, but we need more help from our state legislature in implementing more of their goals. That's what I believe. Those people aren't there for their health. They're there for our health. So we need to be paying attention a lot to what they say. So thank you so much. It's good to see everybody. And I am so excited to be on this board at this time in history, and we will make Lonesome work for everybody, you guys. I know I'm not supposed to say anything, but I mean, we want it to. We're gonna make it work. We're gonna make it work. We're gonna make it work.
Thanks, Ms. Solovich. Mr. Bergeron.
Boy, it's so hard to come after Jackie, I can tell you. No, it's such a great honor to be a part of this board and the vision of this board for water supply, flood protection, and the environment. It's a balance for future generations, a balance to have a quality of life in South Florida. And our mission is the largest environmental restoration in the history of the world. And I just want to say that it's such an honor with our staff of 1,500 people, the experts, the biologists, hydrologists, and Drew, your leadership is impeccable. You actually make our job easy. So I want to really thank our staff for their hard work. I've always been a little concerned about the spraying and the chemicals. I have viewed an awful lot of videos coming from multiple organizations. And I think it's something we should really dig into, Drew, in regards to how we go about that. And also, Lonesome is you know, it's not the answer to everything. The answer into the future, obviously, is reservoirs, stormwater treatment, quality of water, as we continue to go forward with Everglades restoration. LOSUM is an effort by the Corps and South Florida Water Management to try to balance the impacts with shared impacts, and I think it's good. LOSUM is going to help us along. I'm concerned, like a lot of us, in regards to the impacts to the lake. But as we continue with the EAA reservoir to be able to store water and be able to deliver water for water supply, for compatible water quantities to the Everglades, as well as agriculture. And so as we continue to go forward, we will be able to balance these impacts more every day. And I also want to thank Newton Cook. You know, his efforts to allow 1,500,000 acres that are owned by the South Florida Water Management, owned by the people, to be able to enter them, enjoy them, duck hunting, alligator hunting, and opening up to the public the biking, to be able to see this beautiful environment. No harm done, but we have more people that want to help us with the mission of Everglades restoration. I also want to thank our governor. His leadership, his vision. Last year, I think we had 40 ribbon cuttings going forward, giving us the opportunity. Jobs being completed, jobs starting. Also want to thank the U.S. Corps, Colonel Booth, Colonel Polk, and all your staff for the partnership we have. It takes an awful lot of communication with all of us. It's all about we as we continue to go forward. And I thank you very, very much. We have a big job on our hands, and we're going to make it happen. Also, a little update on the Python Challenge that's going on. This started a decade ago, and we were very honored to have the First Lady, Casey DeSantis, to go on a tour with us and kick off the Python Challenge. Extremely important. An invasive snake that can get 200 feet long, and we're not 200 feet long, 200 pounds. 200 pounds and 20 feet long. Sounds a little better. I did catch one 18 feet 2 inches. But that snake has destroyed our natural food chain. And without a healthy food chain, you can't have a healthy environment. So I want to thank the First Lady for that. Moving water south, I want to thank my board members and our staff and the Corps as we are removing the barriers, the 8.5 square mile area, the seepage wall, which Colonel Reynolds has given me some updates that we see results already, and we're not even finished. That allows us not to shut the 333s, shut off the flow in Shark River Slough, and be able to operate the first stage of modified water delivery. We removed the old Tamiami Trail blocking the S12s, moving water south. I want to thank our staff for modeling and working on the 3 culverts in the L28 and modeling the Tamiami Road and Loop Road to allow water to move southwest to the 10,000 islands. Extremely important. More water south, less water east and west in the Caloosahatchee and the St. Lucie. A huge step forward. And looking at the progress on lifting the Tamiami Trail, maybe 2 to 3 years from now, we can implement the second stage of modified water delivery. Extremely important. So want to thank all our stakeholders and long live the Everglades.
Thanks, Mr. Bergeron. Mr. Steinle.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Sorry I can't be there with you guys this month. Looking forward to seeing everybody in September. I think since I know how it can be a bit distracting to hear voices coming in from the ceiling, I'm going to save my comments for technical reports and discussion items. So yield the time.
Thank you, Mr. Steinle. Colonel Roman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have any comments for the board at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel. I'll finish up. I'd like to thank Vice Chair Wagner for chairing the meeting last month. We all take sunshine pretty seriously here, so we never really get a chance to sit around and talk to each other. And I have no idea what his plans are in the future, but I hope sometime when he's holding a gavel in the future, he's wearing a black robe, because I think he'd be really good at it. So I think, and that's a good thing for him. The Python Challenge, as Mr. Bergeron said, is going on. I'd like to thank Mr. Bergeron and Mr. Butler both for being there. My prayers are with all the hunters for safe hunting right now, for an incredible harvest. A record harvest would be nice, 200 footers, but a record would be good. And I'd really like to thank the First Lady for coming down and showing up at that. It means a lot to all of us, and it means a lot to the hunters, and it shows the commitment of the governor and the First Lady to that program. I think it's awesome. A couple other comments. It really hasn't been lost on me that there's been some buzz in the paper lately about a regulated utility that purchased editorial content from an online news site. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because that news site wrote a really magnificently misguided piece, I think it was back in mid-February, about the governor, and accused him both of pay-to-play politics and of the inability to be able to sort of look at complex legislation and understand it. And that to me is a real problem, because I look at Governor DeSantis, who graduated from Yale University with honors, Harvard Law School, two of the premier institutions, not only in the United States, but in the world, then went on to become a JAG in the Navy, then went on to become a United States congressman. And to basically make the argument that he then is unable to understand a piece of legislation, which was Senate Bill 2508 at the time, without being coached by me, without being coached by some sort of shadowy donor, is just frankly ludicrous. And I just want to put that on the record. The irony, of course, that we find out is that the only pay-to-play that was really going on this is between the regulated utility and the author of that piece. So the article took some shots at me personally, but I've been called worse, I think, by better. And Mr. Burgess accused me of a conflict of interest and accused the governor of pay-to-play while being paid himself and failing to disclose that. A stunning lack of self-awareness. So I just wanted to put that out there, and I think that the governor's owed an apology. Finally, I'd like to offer my sincere congratulations to the United States Sugar Corporation. I received a copy of your annual report from a friend of mine, Pat Dobbins, who lives in Henry County. If y'all have not read this, I would recommend it to you. It's very well done. It's good reading. As all of you know, the United States Sugar Corporation is a large stakeholder of the South Florida Water Management District. As you also probably know, it's celebrating its 90th anniversary. So that's amazing. It's been here that long. And it is a big stakeholder. And in this report, it says the 2020-2021 crop is the third largest in history. And that in the last 5 years, they have had the largest five largest crops by total volume that have occurred in their 90 years. So those are some huge milestones, and I think it's great, and I wanted to celebrate that. And I wanted to celebrate it because so often there's this false narrative that it's an either or when it comes to our growers and our coastal communities, and I think that's just absolutely not true. I think it can be both. I don't think they're mutually exclusive. We've been operating the lake with some flexibility over those last 5 years, and we've done it in a way that has not harmed anyone. We've done it in a way that has actually helped some of the other entities, the builders, the real estate community, the tourism community, the hospitality communities in South Florida, at the same time that we're seeing record harvests. So I think that we need to get out of the either or mindset. And I just wanted to make sure that we congratulate United States Sugar on that, because I think it's wonderful. And I think that the direction we're taking, the direction the governor has paved for us, makes a lot of sense. And I want to keep going that way. So that concludes my comments. And we will go now to consent agenda. Does anyone want to pull anything from the consent agenda? Do we have any comments on the consent agenda?
We do, Mr. Chairman. Caitlin Newcamp would like to speak on item number 14.
Good afternoon, Governing Board members, and thank you for the opportunity to comment. Caitlin Newcamp, Everglades Policy Associate with Audubon, Florida. Audubon supports item number 14 on the agenda for a continued Water Management District contract with Florida Atlantic University at the Riverwoods Field Laboratory. As the largest restoration initiative of its kind, the completion of the Kissimmee River Restoration Project was a milestone to be celebrated after 2 decades in the making. Yet, as you all well know, project completion is not the end. Monitoring and evaluation must continue to measure the effectiveness of our efforts and inform operations. Riverwoods Field Laboratory is key not only to this essential monitoring work, but also provides the only systematic public outreach on the Kissimmee River restoration. Educating the public about the success of Kissimmee River restoration and its benefits is key to maintaining public support for Everglades restoration as a whole. Our staff at Audubon, Florida support their work and are happy to see the partnership with the district continuing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Newcamp. Mr. Chairman, I have no raised hands and no additional cards for this item.
Great. Could I get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I'll make the motion.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion as a second. Is there further discussion by the board? Hearing none, I'll call that question. Mr. Butler?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Mead?
Yes.
Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes. Mr. Lipich?
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Mr. Steinle?
Yes.
Colonel Roman?
Yes.
Thank you. That passes unanimously, and we'll go now to technical reports with the water conditions report without pretty pictures.
All right, Mr. Chair, game on. So I guess this morning I'll start with just sharing with everyone a conversation I was having recently with someone about the technical reports that both Lawrence and I do. As we stand up here and give these reports and walk through each of these slides, we're trying to tell a story, and how each of those slides feed, well, Lawrence may be doing better than myself, but how each of the slides feed into the successive slides as you walk down through it. I know a lot of folks like to pick out one particular slide and draw conclusions from that one particular slide, but the information on that slide is predicated on everything that came before, because the system is connected from top to bottom. There are some exceptions, like with Miss Roman and the Big Cypress Basin doesn't have that connection over to the regional system. But for the most part, the rest of the system is pretty much connected. So what happens in one piece affects what happens in the other. And that's the story that we're trying to put together as we walk through some of these slides. So with that, I'll kind of start with where I always do with the rainfall here. Month of August, you can see we've had very little rainfall. For the month, it's typically one of the second highest rainfall months during the wet season, with the month of June being the highest. So we'll see what the rest of the month has in store for us. Looking backwards at the month of July, we wound up with roughly just under an 1.5 inch deficit district-wide throughout the 16 counties that we serve and manage. A lot of that was up here in the upper Kissimmee Basin. But overall, since the wet season started back in May, district-wide, we're about average rainfall throughout the 16 counties. But what does that really mean? What does average mean? In listening to a lot of the public discourse over the last couple of weeks on rainfall and system conditions, I hear it stated a lot that, hey, we've got average rainfall. There's no worries. Everything's good. Thumbs up. Keep on trucking. And how we had a forecast last year for a La Nina year. So to remind everybody, La Nina year is a drier, dry season. There's less rain in the dry season. But last dry season turned out to be right about average. So again, no worries, it was average rainfall. So what does average really mean? So looking at this slide right here, this graphic on the right is the exact same thing you saw on the previous slide. Average rainfall, right about 99% so far year to date, wet season since the month of May. Over here on the left is the exact same information, same data, same rainfall, but just viewed at a pixel level instead of a basin scale level. You'll see the majority of those rains in these reds and purples are over there by Mr. Goss and Miss Roman on the lower west coast, well above average rainfall. Over on the lower east coast, Mr. Martinez, Mr. Wagner, well above average rainfall. Ms. Thurlipis, Mr. Butler, below average rainfall for your parts of the system. So when you take a lot of something in one area and a little of something in another area and put them together, it averages out to be right about normal. You've heard me say it 1,000 times. It's not how much, it's also where. So we'll talk a little bit more about forecast towards the end of the presentations and what some of this means, but don't get sucked into that path and that thinking that it's average rainfall. No worries, because you have to pay attention to where that rain fell. So where did it fall and what does that mean? Looking at the upper part of the system, you can see that all of those lakes are still below their regulation schedules. Lake Toho has come up with some decent rains there in the latter part of the month of July. So it's nearing its regulation schedule, but we're also approaching that point in time, September 1st. Here, regulation schedules start climbing. Same thing over here with Lake Kissimmee. September 1st, regulation schedules will start climbing up. So it's still got a ways to go before we would get into any flood control type regulatory releases from Lake Kissimmee. But that doesn't mean, of course, we will start moving water down the Kissimmee River for the health of the restoration, because we don't want Lawrence's life work to go in vain. So we will be moving some water down through the system, but when we talk about flood control type releases, there's still more than a foot before we start hitting regulation schedule in Lake Kissimmee and that grouping of 3 lakes. Looking at Lake Istapoga, it's sort of just bumping along. We're managing it just below its regulation schedule. It'll start rising as well. It'll start following that regulation schedule up, so we'll allow it to rise with any subsequent rainfall as they may materialize and produce runoff that generates inflows to Lake Istapoga. So jumping a little bit farther down, looking at Lake Okeechobee, just like we always do. As of this morning, Lake Okeechobee is sitting at 12.83 feet. This is the typical graphic that we talk about every single month. It is the model projections of if you follow Lords blindly and just let the model run. This is the lake stages that you're reasonably likely to see over the coming months. It takes into account 41 years, all 41 years, wet, dry, average, above, below, all of it is incorporated into this projection. So what this is telling you, that there's roughly a 10% probability that the lake, given today's lake stage, could be in the water shortage management band next month, in the month of September. There's a 25% probability that it could be in the water shortage management ban out here in April. But again, this is just all 41 years. Let's dig in a little bit deeper and take a little bit closer look of what that means. So you heard me mention La Niñas. We are seeing strong indications of another La Niña season coming up this dry season. So it would be the third consecutive La Niña year in a row that we would have experienced. But again, what does that mean? Because we just went through one, average rainfall. So if you go into those 41 years and you excise out all the La Niña years and you project those years on top of current conditions for Lake Okeechobee, this is what it looks like. Some of those projections take you way up there into the upper bands of the regulation schedule. Others, you're just bumping right along and get way down here to below 10 feet, possibly, in the regulation schedule. So there's a wide variability in even what La Niña type years bring. So let's go a little bit further and just look at dry years. This year has not been, although despite some of the statistics, it's just fun with math, average. And for Lake Okeechobee and parts to the north has not been an average year. It's been more of a dry year. So if you just excise out those dry years of those 41 years, this is what it's likely to look like as you go forward in time, and you're bouncing in and out of the water shortage management band. We're constantly having to manage the water resources for the 16 counties to meet all of our multi-purposed objectives and needs. Now, we haven't reached the heart or the peak of hurricane season, so all it takes is one good tropical system to come across and change everything. So if we look at the wet years of those 41 years, there's a rapid ascension coming over the next month and a half, 2 months, as we complete the wet season and get past the peak of hurricane season. That would take you into the upper levels of the schedule. We look back at some actual years, especially here in 2008, down in the water shortage management band in August, had Tropical Storm Faye come across and the lake jumped up 3.5 feet in the matter of 2 weeks. So all it takes is one good tropical system to come across and change everything. And again, I'll talk a little bit more about the tropics and future projections towards the end of this presentation.
Mr. Mitnick?
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
sorry to interrupt you. I really like how you're telling the story today. I'm understanding it a lot better.
Lawrence gave me some tips.
Seriously, really good. Best presentation you've ever given. It's great. It helps telling a story. It's how we learn, usually. Looking at, so I'm sorry, just so that I understand, are all of these, like when you're looking on slide 9, where the line that's broken up, 2004, 2005, like, did that happen in a La Niña year?
No, this one here is a representation of wet years. It's just, I'm trying to bound the possibilities. So as we look forward in time, I get it. It's simple it's easy to stand up here and say, don't know what's going to happen. The lake may go up, may go down. I mean, that's genius. How can you be wrong? But don't know for sure what's going to happen. You've got a couple different paths that Mother Nature can take us as we go forward over the next couple of weeks and 2 months. If I knew exactly for sure what was happening, we wouldn't be standing here having this conversation, because I'd be sitting on a beach collecting my $1.3 billion worth of lottery money because someone in Florida had the winning ticket, not Illinois or Indiana or wherever it was.
Right. So could you back up one slide then?
But if I can,
Okay,
one
sorry.
second. What I can tell you is, given what we know about current levels, current system conditions, and the projections that we get from NOAA and the modeling that we get from NOAA, what our district meteorologists have conveyed to us is that, given all of that, we are more worried right now about entering the water shortage management band in the next couple of months than we are in having damaging Lake Okeechobee discharges.
Good, and I'm glad that you were just straight and said it, instead of like, making us wonder what you were thinking. So can you back up one slide, please? So on the left, Lake Okeechobee, these are the La Niña years,
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
Do you mind taking the time, sometime, like an 8th grade classroom, and kind of just, for me, maybe not for everybody else, but for me, just kind of talk through talk through these different colors and tell me what's happening in this chart. Because when I look at it, there's a lot of noise and my brain has a tendency to just shut down. To, follow the lines for me. Tell me what's happened since the 70s to today.
Okay, so I'll start here, actually. This graphic, these lines are all different probabilities, 10, 25, 50, up through 95% probability that you would be at this point in October, in the middle of October, given where you started here today. That is taking all 41 years and just running them. There's another graphic that I don't show you that has a ton of squiggly lines all over it. And it's just taking the probability and the statistics of all of those squiggly lines, which generates this graphic. If you go in and just excise out these individual years and take what rain fell in 1970, actually, let me, I can't tell which one this one is. Whatever year this is, if we take the actual rain that fell in that specific year and started where we are on August 1st, how much rain fell on August 2nd, 3rd, 4th, so on and so on through the rest of the year, this is what would be the response in Lake Okeechobee. Despite it being a La Nina year, there were excessive rains that year through the wet season. La Ninas affect the dry season. La Ninas can have some effect on the wet season, but very mitigated, very minimal. It's mostly a dry season phenomenon. So you still had
it's like
excessive rains.
Three out of however many were really rainy and the rest were not rainy?
Correct. And that's why I went to the next step and chose the dry years. So you had a dry year, you had a dry wet season, which is we're a month and a half into the wet season, have arguably a month and a half, maybe 2 months left. Despite the statistics saying it's average, hasn't been average for north of the lake and Lake Okeechobee, which is what drives these levels and what drives Lake Okeechobee stages. This is what the model would predict, imposing these years of rainfall as we move through the next couple of months, if it continues to be dry.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
So again, there's a wide range. As I said, right now, we are more worried about entering the water shortage management ban than we are having damaging discharges for Lake Okeechobee.
John,
Yes, sir.
before you go back up one, I got one question. We talk about dry years. The lines, what goes into developing the lines in that model? Is it strictly rainfall, or are there any ground condition like soil saturation, ability to retain water? Does any of that go into that, or is it just strictly rainfall?
No, it's all the model parameters, the existing conditions. So the way they go about running the model, and if anybody wants to look at the details of that, we post this information on our website every month. It's up there. It's called the Dynamic Position Analysis. There's a PowerPoint, actually it's probably a PDF on the website that you can download and you can go through it. The first 2 pages of that PDF describe those model parameters. And what they do is they call it a run-up or a warm-up period. You start with the August 1st lake stage, but you initialize the model for starting the previous month to get that run-up for some of those conditions and have the model account for it in the lead up to August 1st. And then you start the projections going on from there based on rainfall, hydrology, yada, yada, yada.
Well, that makes sense. Sounds like a good model then. No, because I mean, if it were to start raining right now, there is so much storage available before water even begins to leave and head south.
Exactly. There, you'll have to fill up the soil saturation before you generate the runoff that leads to the inflows.
Generally, by August, I'm counting inches above the ground for the water table.
Right.
At our place. Yeah. Okay. I just dug a hole and I hit no water at 24 inches. That you shouldn't do that in August.
Right.
I have a question. One tropical storm one hurricane,
Mhm.
everything changes. And like John said earlier, you know, it's where the rain falls. The rain falls north of the lake, it eventually comes into the lake. If it's direct rainfall on the lake. But if you have rain events in the Central Everglades or in Everglades National Park, that water never gets in the lake. So it's kind of where it rains, and one storm can change everything in this graph, to where we go from concern of being in lack of water to too much water. So you need to talk to the rain god, John, and figure all this out for us, okay?
See what I can do.
Okay.
All right, so I won't spend too much time on these next two slides. I think I've already given you a feel for the possible direction that things may be going. As I said, we're more worried about the water shortage management ban than we are damaging discharges. So looking at the southern part of the system, up here, Conservation Area 1, those levels have sort of plateaued off. Again, as I indicated last month, the management approach for Area 1 will start hopefully getting some rainfall and inflows, and when they come, you would expect to see levels start to rise up and follow that regulation schedule up to its peak up here later in the year. Similar story for Area 2. The Corps is looking to continue to maintain those current levels and have it track closer to regulation and then start rising up towards regulation schedule at the peak up here at the month of October. Area 3, a little bit different from the last time I stood before you. It was above schedule last month through some of the management actions and moving water out of Area 3 down into Everglades National Park that the Corps and the district were able to effectuate, is now once again below its regulation schedule. So therefore, the Tamiami Trail flow formula actually calculates a number. That number for this week is 1,757 cubic feet per second. So that is what the Corps and the district is moving from Area 3 down into Everglades National Park through S12, C, and D, as well as the 333s, because we're able to deliver that full volume without using all 4 of the S12s. We're just delivering it through C, D, and then 333 into the L29 and into Northeast Shark River Slough. Volume-wise, with that lack of rainfall that we've been talking about in the upper basin north of Lake Okeechobee, you can see the inflows to Lake Okeechobee so far since the month of May have only been 162,000 acre feet. To put that in perspective, 162,000 acre feet is only about 4 inches on Lake Okeechobee. So there hasn't been a whole lot of inflows into Lake Okeechobee since the beginning of May. Over on the west coast, Clusatchee Estuary has received somewhere in the order of just shy of 300,000 acre feet, with only about 44,000 acre feet originating in Lake Okeechobee. Over on the east coast, there have been some discharges from the C44 canal to the St. Lucie Estuary, roughly 600 acre feet, none of which came from Lake Okeechobee. And as you can imagine, C23, 24 basins have been also discharging just less than about 40,000 acre feet to the St. Lucie Estuary, with an additional 20,000 acre feet coming out of C25 going into the Indian River Lagoon. Southern portion of the system, inflows to the conservation areas have been just over 500,000 acre feet, coming from the 3 different sources, north, east, and west. Outflows to the park and some of the detention cells along the eastern side of the park have been just shy of 400,000 acre feet. But some of the bigger numbers, actually the biggest number in this table, is along the lower east coast, and all of that excessive rains that you saw a couple slides ago, having close to 750,000 acre feet of runoff coming off the lower east coast and going to the intercoastal, and a portion of that goes to Biscayne Bay. And I apologize, Mr. Martinez, I didn't do the math this month to figure out how much of that 750 was actually Biscayne Bay water. But if the previous trends hold, then a fair amount of it was for Biscayne Bay. Looking at the inflows to the stormwater treatment areas, you'll notice that this bar is relatively low, about 415,000 acre feet so far have been the inflows to the stormwater treatment areas. I dare say the majority of that was from those rains that you saw in the beginning of June when we had that abnormal event. So this is one of those slides that you've got to take into consideration all the previous ones. And one of the reasons why this number is, and this bar is a little bit lower, is because there's been that lack of rainfall. You had those excessive rains in June, but then it sort of dried up a little bit and has been very dry actually in the last week or two. So looking at groundwater
I'm
levels.
sorry, Mr. Mitnick.
Yes,
If
ma'am.
you'd go back one slide, please. Just out of curiosity, do you happen to know which years were La Nina years on this chart?
I could go back and correlate them, but just real quickly off the top of my head, no.
So we know that 22 was, right?
So yeah, that graphic only has 99, 2000, these years before all the stormwater treatment areas were in place. I'd have to go back.
That's okay. So there hasn't been that much La Ninas, that many?
Oh, there have been several. I mean, just for instance, like I said, the last 2 years in a row have been La Nina years.
Okay, and your point, I'm sorry to make you repeat yourself, but your point was that it's unpredictable. Okay, and so just looking for these patterns, you know, and it's so frustrating. And I mean, if there were people watching us from outer space, I wonder if they would say, can you believe they're complaining about they're going into a drought, maybe, and they're dumping all this water off their coast? You know what I'm saying? I mean, a fifth grader would say, why can't you pipe the water that you're dumping off of the Lower East Coast back to the farmers? I mean, I don't know. It's just, and it's just so frustrating, all of this. And so if we go to, you know, what gives me hope is knowing that, for instance, where I'm from, if you go back to the C23, C24 area where it's dry. I mean, it's so dry right now. It's totally dry where I live in Souls Point. But one day, maybe when the Army Corps is hopefully finished with C23, C24, and C25, we'll be able to store some of that water in the C23, C24 reservoir, in the C25 reservoir. So we're not in this situation where we're wanting what we're throwing away. It's just,
Yeah, up there on the Upper East Coast, that's exactly the intent behind IRL, is to capture that water and not discharge that quick mass 60,000 acre feet so far. We could have captured it and stored it and held on to it for times right now.
I look forward to it.
So looking at groundwater levels throughout the system, the majority is shown up in green here, but you are starting to see some of that red pop in. That's just indicative of the declining water levels with the drier weather that we've experienced over the last week or two. So now talking about future projections, Climate Prediction Center is looking at equal chances for the month of August. Flips to above, goes back to equal, and then to below. I know that's extremely helpful. But looking at just the next 7 days, what we're seeing, so we're sitting here Thursday, going to have drier weather today and tomorrow. Our forecast is for a little bit more rains. We're going to see a shift in the weather patterns Friday into Saturday. I'll talk a little bit more about this on the next slide, but we'll see a shift in the weather patterns over the weekend. So we're likely to get some East Coast rains and some rains up in the Kissimmee River Valley, because those patterns are switching from easterly winds blowing onshore to westerly winds coming onshore, which kind of moves that focus to the other coast. So that's what you'll see probably Saturday and Sunday, and then they'll get to another drying trend. So actually for the next week, We're still looking at below average rainfall. And then for the second week, 2 weeks out, it could be near to slightly below. So why is that, and what is the dominant climatic conditions that are influencing our weather right now? And it has to do with the Saharan dust layer. So what you're looking at, these yellows, oranges, and reds are that Saharan dust that's coming off the tip of the Africa and following the trade winds blowing across the Atlantic Ocean. So it's that dry Saharan air layer that is making its way over to us and influencing our weather here in the southern part of Florida. You've probably seen in your local news stations, there is a tropical wave out there right now. You can probably imagine it's got some tough sledding ahead of it with that dry air in front of it. I think just yesterday they reduced the probability of this actually developing into a tropical cyclone. And even if it did, most of the model projections have it going off somewhere here in the Atlantic. So I wouldn't imagine that it'll be any effect really on us. There is another wave behind that one, but it has even more adverse environmental conditions because of this is a very thick dust layer with that bright red pinkish color that it's got to combat against as it starts making its way across the Atlantic. So really what's influencing our weather right now, there's a low over the continental US that's going to push down into Friday and Saturday, probably stall out somewhere right here around North Florida, and that's what will bring our rains over the weekend. But then this drier air early next week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, is going to start moving in over on top of us. And that's what's going to be the determining factor in the coming days and next week. So we'll have a drying period once again. We'll see how long it lasts. And we'll just keep monitoring the system and trying to conserve and manage water resources for everything that it is that we're obligated to do that for. With that, I'll take any questions.
I hate to do this to you because I know you're not a meteorologist, but what causes the Saharan dust layer? I don't remember it growing up. Is it new or is it, we weren't paying attention to it?
Good question. Don't know. We'll have to get back to you.
Wait, I can answer that. So it is not new, and in fact, it is documented as early as the 1800s in some of the documents in Florida talking about the Saharan dust and the effect of red tide. And so it's been a long time phenomenon. We just have better ways to measure and track it than we used to in the past.
Mr. Olovich?
Ms. Reynolds, what's its effect on red tide?
Okay, this is where I might need help from Lawrence. So it's my understanding that the dust has metals in it, iron in it, that helps to facilitate red tides in the Gulf. And so that's why I actually knew that information about it being in old documents, is when we were doing a lot of the public meetings about the red tide event on the West Coast a couple of years ago. There were some fascinating presentations with a lot of historical documentation and information about it.
Is this thicker than normal, John? The dust?
Do not know, sir.
Don't know.
I can find out.
Okay. All right, another one.
All right, we'll play Stump John all day long.
You're holding up the rock star.
No.
All right, Lawrence, how much NP&K is in that dust? I would assume very little, being it's coming out of the desert. Nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium.
Actually, there is a decent phosphorus load in there, and then when I get to the Florida Bay portion of the discussion, that is something that the scientists are thinking is one of the things that we're seeing in the persistence of the algal bloom currently. Is there is some phosphorus deposition, from the Saharan dust.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
It's Jay Steinley. John, a couple questions. So I think this is the first sort of scenario for this board where it's much more likely that we reach a shortage band than not, if I'm accurate on that. So I guess my question is, and I and clearly I acknowledge one storm could change the whole scenario. But is there anything, looking at the fact that it is now today more likely that we hit the shortage ban versus have to worry about high water? What can we be doing? And I know we're doing stuff already to just get in front of this, to mitigate any potential impact around procedures and cutbacks that we might have to make this fall. I mean, are there any hard and fast actions we can be taking now that lessen the impact if we do get to that zone, but also don't hurt us if we do get a storm, I guess?
Yeah, so there are a number of activities that we've already undertaken. I mean, anybody who is here in the building today, all you have to do is look at the canal just right here along Southern Boulevard, and then we're holding that canal a little bit higher than what you would normally expect for the middle of the wet season, trying to conserve some of that water and hold it back in the system. In addition to that, we have reached out and we're coordinating with the various service areas in the 298 districts on their water usages and where we're getting water and how we're delivering water to them and what levels we're delivering those waters. So there are a number of activities that have already started up, and coordination and communication with the various stakeholders on what it means to them. So we are already have some of those things in mind and are trying to manage what we have as best we can.
And the 60, what is it, 60 on your chart, the southbound releases from the lake of about 69. That is, given the conditions right now, is that primarily water supply just releases, or is that a combination of supply and environment releases?
So we went through a period over the last, I'd say, month and a half, 2 months, where the majority of that water supply south of the lake was being accommodated through that direct rainfall and those afternoon thunderstorms. While they weren't large in magnitude, they were sufficient enough to be able to get to the next day until the next afternoon storm. It's only been in the last probably 3 days that we've actually had to open up some of the gates on the southern end of Lake Okeechobee to maintain those canal levels, and that gets to some of the coordination that I was just talking about. We're maintaining those canal levels much lower than we typically do during even the dry season, and we've been able to coordinate with those entities to be able to make it work for everyone.
Thanks, John.
And you're also 1 foot above schedule in area 2.
Correct.
Thanks, John.
We get our model now.
Different kind of model.
I want your autograph, okay?
Surely. I'd like to start off with this amazing photo of a lakeside ranch and the stormwater treatment area. I'm always happy to get up here and present on the ecological conditions, and let's go ahead and get started. Looking at Kissimmee River, this time last year, John talked about where the rain has fallen, and it has not fallen in the Kissimmee Upper Basin, and especially in the chain of lakes that provides that water flow down into the Kissimmee. So last year, we were discharging at about 1,400 CFS. This year, we have 40. So the result there is a very dry floodplain. Now, ecologically, systems need dry, they need wet, they need all those conditions. So 1 year isn't, the end all. Like you're like, oh my gosh, it's going to be horrible. It resets succession of plants. It takes some plants that need to germinate in that condition. So 1 year like this, is great. We don't want to have back-to-back-to-back years like this. So we look at it in a longer term of whether this is a benefit or if it's harmful for ecological conditions. Looking at Lake Okeechobee, you have about 149 CFS coming down from the river. ET is almost as much as rainfall. We finally have a little bit we do have some water going south, which you see over here, but that's mostly for water supply. So, John spoke about it. The lake is in a very stable condition right now. We would like to see that lake starting to fill up for all the different aspects of the uses of water from the lake. So where we are, we've kind of hovered about this 13-foot range since June. We are in the middle of the ecological envelope, but we would like to proceed upward. So that's going to be contingent on what happens next. But you do see with the conditions that we have currently, you do have the inner parts of the marsh are dry, and we would hope that in the coming months that these would start to fill up again as we move towards the end of the wet season to provide water for that through the dry season. Now, when we look at the cyanobacterial bloom potential, a lot of folks think that if this is the color that they're seeing here, that there absolutely is algae there. And potential is a really important word here. It means that there could be. The satellite is looking at photosynthetic pigments in the water column. So it can go actually down into the water column. So it doesn't necessarily mean there's a scum on the surface that people look at as a bloom. So there's some exactness that isn't quite there yet. But one of the things that we always present is we present this true color image over here. And if you see this area right here, you can actually see the green color on top of the lake. On this one, you have these hot colors here. You can see that green color on top of the lake. We have a little bit warmer color or cooler colors here, and there's only a little bit of surface algae on the lake currently. So you have to take this with a grain of salt. It's really a predictive tool to say this could be occurring. And then, of course, we ground truth that with water quality samples that we collect. And in those water quality samples that we do collect, and we do this biweekly, twice a month rather, during the summer season, we look at chlorophyll levels, we look at toxin levels, and we look at what different taxa of algae are present. So we look at this and we say, okay, if you come down to the chart, once we get to 40 micrograms per liter of chlorophyll, we say that's a bloom condition. If it's between 40 and 80, it's a pretty decent bloom. So we do have conditions over here on this side where you see on the day that our samples were taken, this was the imagery. And we do see some correlation with bloom conditions and what we see from space. One of the, I think, luckier things that we're seeing this year is though we see some bloom conditions occurring, when we go and we look at the toxin levels are only just above detection level, which is 0.2 micrograms per liter. We have a couple that are, here's the highest at 2.8, and that's below 8, which is the EPA standard for recreational use. So yes, we are seeing some blooms on the lake. We're not seeing a lot of toxin production this year, and that's a good thing. When we go and we look at some of the different indicators that we use to say, hey, what could be driving the different blooms that we see? Turbidity, we've seen turbidity has come down, so the water is very clear. We have had little rain. We've had little rain to actually mix up the water column. So you have these clear conditions. Photosynthesis can happen very easily. But what we have seen through the season is that dissolved inorganic nitrogen has really declined. So that could be why in previous years, if I can get back up to that slide, at this time of year, we had much greater blooms. Currently, we really don't have the nitrogen source that Microcystis prefers to cause great bloom conditions. So we don't see those big spikes currently in chlorophyll. Coming over to the St. Lucie, we
Can I ask a question before you move on?
Absolutely.
Does that have because we're not much water coming into the lake,
Sure,
less nutrients?
absolutely.
Okay.
When you have a nutrient source that's in the lake and we're not replenishing it with inflow from the basin. So it's decreased, so you're getting, it's being used and not being replenished.
As a direct result of that?
Yes, sir. Looking at the St. Lucie, you have several different basins that provide water. You have the 10 Mile Creek, C24, 23, C44, and then the tidal basin. And there was a great question asked the other day about, what is the tidal basin? All of these basins, their water delivery is controlled by a water control structure. Whereas when water falls or rain falls on this part of the basin, there is no structure that controls it going into the estuary. And then this is also the part of the estuary that is influenced by tide from the ocean. So that's why this is called the tidal basin. So as we come over and we look at and see where is the majority of water coming from currently for the St. Lucie, there is no water coming from Lake Okeechobee. And you're getting it from the 23, 24, and 10 Mile Creek. And then the tidal basin is producing the most of the water that's going into the estuary currently. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for explaining the tidal basin. And so like in a time now where almost everything's from the tidal basin, are you all doing any specific testing? Because couldn't you tell where pollutants are coming from more easily? Like septic tanks or, runoff from the roads or stuff like that when you don't have the water coming in from?
We don't do that specific of testing. Our water quality sampling is based on the periodicity. Just, it is already planned out through the year on certain intervals. So we don't increase that for looking at what's happening in the tidal influence. We just don't have the resource to do that.
Okay. And it's not really tidal all over the whole area. It's just tidal in the river. Is that right?
Correct. Yes, because you're gonna get a tidal influence, which is gonna be much greater at the front of the estuary or the mouth of the estuary. That's gonna be upstream.
Right, but none of that water is coming over. You know what I'm saying? If those lands weren't developed, there may have been a time, I'm sure there was in history, when the water would ooze into the mangroves and go up. But you know what I'm saying? Most people, there's seawalls. I mean, that water it's not really tidal. Only the river, I think. I mean, only the river is tidal. The rest of it is just heavily developed. It's some of the most developed lands that we have in the area. It's just misleading. And all these years, I've never understood until you explained it, what a tidal basin is. And I think sometimes we should name things that resonate with everyday people a little better. Just saying, it's like lores, you know what I mean? Like all those different levels. I mean, you're reading them. It's like, it's very hard as a normal person to understand what they're talking about. It's like, just tell me what it is. This is basically your developed runoff, isn't it?
Well, it is as how people have moved into that area, but you're right. So you have rainfall that is as runoff coming off of the developed area, and then what we're saying is tidal is just the water that's already in the system that is moving up and down. So the runoff is not tidal. You are correct.
Can I add to this?
Certainly.
So see the light blue, you have the ocean, and then as it goes in, it's a different color. And then it goes in and it's a light blue, right? And that light blue permeates all the way up those rivers. That light blue has salt water in it because it's a salinity of 0 to 10. And the only way it has salt water in it is because the tide influences it. So it may not be tidal as you traditionally think on a beach, but it's influenced by the tide because that's what brings the brackish condition up those rivers. So maybe there's a better name, but it is influenced by tidal conditions. Those big rivers.
Okay. But
that's how the salt gets up there.
But that number, 137 CFS, that's not coming out of the river being tidal.
No.
That's coming off of all the lands surrounding that area.
The lands that discharge to that tidal area. Yeah. Yep.
And it would be interesting to, if there were more money, I guess, or to
So I think.
specifically test it. You
I
know,
think
this is a
that
big
has-
issue,
So
like
I think that has
agriculture
happened.
runoff.
So just because Lawrence doesn't know that it happened doesn't mean it didn't happen,
Oh.
right? So at my time at DEP, as DEP's putting together their restoration plans and their BMAP plans, there were lots of studies on sources, looking at tracers and things in a lot of these areas. So I would bet that information does exist, but I don't know it off the top of my head, but I know when I was at DEP, there was a lot of resources put in to figuring out sources.
Okay, thank you,
Yeah.
I appreciate it. It's just the whole thing that we're doing better at, which is hotspots or whatever. I mean, if we could really, if you could figure out the hotspots, maybe Souls Point's a hotspot, I don't know. If it is, if there's a hotspot on there, like shine the flashlight on it and make them fix it or whatever it is, but it's so hard to tell now because we just have these categories. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. And it's always great to have Drew as a lifeline. Thank you.
So the
we s-
tidal area is real, there's no structures between.
Correct.
Right.
Correct. And as we see the salinity gradient that is set up currently, as Drew is speaking to, you have your mesohaline, which is this 0 to 5, then you have oligohaline, then you have polyhaline. So it's set up currently wonderfully at the US Bridge, right in the middle of where adult oysters prefer salinity. And as we look at oyster recruitment, it has just been fantastic so far this year. And you'll notice that it's a bimodal peak. So you have a peak in the beginning of the season, then kind of a lull, then you have another peak at the end of the season. So our first peak right now has been just fantastic. And we'll probably lull down into August, and we hope to see a similar large peak here at the end. So salinity conditions have been just perfect for adult oysters on the St. Lucie.
Very exciting. And the St. Lucie River looks good, looks very good.
Fantastic. As we go over and we look at the Caloosahatchee, currently we are supplementing lake water for meeting our recommendation of 650 CFS currently. What I'd like to show you is over the dry season, our recommendations coupled with the operations that were put in place by the Army Corps put the St. Lucie within the optimal range of 750 to 2100 CFS for 68% of the time. There was only 4% of the time where we were below that optimal range. And then, for the Caloosahatchee, I'm sorry. And then you look at this 29% that is distressful or damaging, it's from runoff in the basin, whether the C43 basin or the tidal basin. So it's not, these damaging flows have not been releases from the lake. They have been just from the large rain events that happen over the basin itself. And that just, it has set up a wonderful condition and a wonderful salinity gradient across the estuary to right now. You have almost where these lines are drawn, where we say this is the upper estuary, and the upper estuary typically should be a lower salinity range. And then you have the middle estuary going to the mouth of the estuary, it increases. So we have this just really nice gradient currently across the estuary where you have both Cape Coral and Shell Point are in the optimal range for adult oysters. And as we go and we look, and you see this side is a little different from the St. Lucie in that it's a unimodal peak currently. It's not bimodal. So we had a really good kickstart, early start here at the Iona Cove site, which is located here. And we're just starting that peak with a good number here. You have July compared to last July, it's fourfold greater here at Shell Point. So we're hoping that as we continue through the rest of the year, we're going to see that peak continue and then it'll come back down. So great conditions for oysters over in the Caloosahatchee.
That's one of the reasons the EAA reservoir is so important, to store water and be able to release it compatible with the environment.
Certainly. Yes, sir. Looking at this area right here, the upper estuary, this is where the predominant SAV that grows is Vallisneria or tape grass. It's a freshwater grass. Its salinity, which is ideal for maximum growth, is 0 to 5. This color right here, that's what we're seeing right here. The target flows, as I said, were 68% have been in the optimal range. So it's been providing this salinity condition, and actually, because we only had 4% below 750, we have had this salinity range all year long. And there has been a loss, 2007 and 8, there was a tremendous drought, and this area became not hypersaline, but became above the salinity condition that tape grass prefers, and there was a large die-off of tape grass. And as we've gone back and tried to restore that, we grow it in cages, because you have to cage it to protect it from herbivory. And the thing that we're trying to kind of combat is, can we grow enough of it that when we uncage it, it's not completely eaten right after you take the cage off, which is what we've seen in the past. So our staff went out and took these pictures, but I was given some pictures from a great colleague, James Evans, over at SCCF. And he was out with the Angler Action Foundation, which we helped fund them to grow plants in these cages. But while they were out looking at the cage plants, they're finding a lot of free growing vegetation out there. So it's been in the past that as soon as you've removed the cage, the plants are gone. And with the conditions that we've had, we're seeing plants growing outside the cages, and some very, very lush and nice and dense. So the operations that we have had over the past year and actually 2 years, through our recommendations and through the Corps implementing those operations, we have seen just a tremendous rebound of Vallisneria in this upper estuary, and that's a very good news story.
Do you mean it's just growing, floating around?
I mean, it's growing outside of the cage.
Okay.
So it is growing, and that's great that we're getting, hopefully we'll get a large enough biomass that you can take the cages off and they're free for the eating. I'm looking at stormwater treatment areas. As John has said, we haven't had the inflow as we have in the past. We have 415,000 acre feet have gone in to date this water year. 12,000 of that has been from the lake. Currently, we are still doing a lot of work to work on the parts of the STAs that are stressed, or where we have had a lot of construction recently, where we're doing a lot of replanting to get those back up to speed. And most of the treatment cells right now are currently at their depth or maybe just below. We look at the Basin Source Control Program every year, and we look at compliance of the EAA Basin and the C-139 Basin into meeting their BMP levels and what they're doing. And as it was said previously in a public comment, that the reduction required by law is 25% reduction of total phosphorus load out of the EAA. And this year, that load has been tremendous at 66%. So that is a great news story for the Everglades, and phosphorus is coming down. And we look over here at the C-139 Basin, and you see this is the target limit that says, okay, this is what we expect could happen with rainfall. This is what you don't want to exceed, and we're below both of those in the C-139. So we have met compliance, or the growers in each of these basins have met compliance with the Basin Source Control Program and the BMPs.
I have a question, please.
Yes, ma'am.
First of all, I'm really glad you have this chart in here. And this is absolutely something to celebrate and to study and to look at. I think it's a missed opportunity for the public to explain what this is, even though we talk about it all the time. For those of us who are trying to learn, it has to be repeated. So, this is not just a slide that showed up in our slideshow. There's a tremendous amount of history attached to this slide. And so, do you mind just kind of giving, why are we looking at this slide? What is this attached to? And if not, I'll try to do my best.
Sure. So before BMPs were put into place, of course, we have laws that say how much phosphorus we can put into the Everglades, correct? And that's why the stormwater treatment areas were built. And it was kind of a dual purpose of, if we can get agriculture to reduce their phosphorus loading off of their land and have a filtration system, which are the SDAs, to further reduce that load, we can meet the state water quality standards within the Everglades. So this was a two-pronged approach for, first, let's reduce the amount of phosphorus in the water as much as possible coming off of agriculture in the C-139 and the EAA basin. And then as that water that does come off, even though they've reduced their input, it was by 25% and they're doing a lot better, we can then use the STAs to even further reduce that to meet the water quality standards. So you needed those two components in order to achieve what the Q-Bell is in the Everglades. So that's the reason for the source control program, is to ensure what methods can we put in place to help reduce phosphorus loading to the Everglades.
Thank you. And I might add, just because people watch these, and if I'm incorrect, I hope someone will, I'm very interested in this. I mean, this is the story of South Florida, and it's a major success story. And I want more stories like this. I want to learn from all of those who are doing so well in the Everglades agricultural area. So remember that book I brought in, the the prevention of eutrophication. Thank you, of Lake Okeechobee, a historic document that I went all the way up to Tallahassee to get. And so this is just our history, and my grandfather was one of these people, so working for the farmers, so the pollution, the runoff from the EAA used to go into Lake Okeechobee. It did. That's how we did it. Just like Indian River Lagoon, our poop in the sewage treatment plant used to go right into the Indian River. That's how we did. We dumped everything in the waterways. So the EAA would put their pollution back into the lake. And so that was one of the problems with the lake. And so this book talks about how they had to stop doing that. And it took a long time, but they worked hard and they had to stop doing that. So it was very complicated. Now, what are you going to do? So now that pollution started running south, right? And it did for quite a while until there was a lawsuit. The Miccosukee Indians and others, Dexter Linehart, whatever, they said he was the hammer. He said, we can't do this anymore. And so this unbelievable lawsuit that Cheryl she brought it in like early on when we were on the board. And so through simplifying it, the EAA had to meet these standards so the pollution wasn't running into people's lands and into Everglades National Park. And part of that lawsuit was building these stormwater treatment areas. Okay, so the stormwater treatment areas were built to clean up that pollution. Unfortunately, they weren't doing anything for the estuaries. They're just taking care of the Everglades agricultural area, but that was the biggest issue of the day. And so then that wasn't good enough. And so Governor Rick Scott negotiated restoration strategies, and they made the STAs even bigger. And so now it's even being cleaned more. And, and it is a success story for, now look at this, a 66% reduction almost, or is it 66%? I mean, that's off the chart. That's fantastic. They deserve a standing ovation. And IFAS, University of Florida, and the South Florida Water Management District are part of that team. It's a team effort. And so I'm proud of them. I am, and I'm happy for them. And I want us to be able, I know we can't copy this because it's different north of the lake and it's different wherever, but we have got to be able to emulate these successes because this is a success. But it's also been a long-standing journey. Do you know what I'm saying? It didn't happen overnight, and it's happening because of taxpayer dollars going into it, and also the Everglades agricultural, the fund that they have to pay. But I think we walk on eggshells around this because we're like, oh my God, it's too controversial, we can't talk about it. Until we can all talk about this and be proud of this, and let them come up and tell their story themselves maybe next year. We are all in this together, and we can learn from them, and they are not my enemy, okay? We just want clean water in the estuaries, and that's why we're always talking about putting our water from Lake Okeechobee into the stormwater treatment areas. We want clean water too. We want this program for all of us. But I commend them. I commend them. I respect them. And thank you to the Everglades agricultural area for being so successful.
Can I jump in?
Yeah.
It's Jay Steinley. Jackie, thanks for those points. Exactly what I was thinking. And there's tremendous success here, but it always helps me put it in perspective that this is one of the most regulated areas, and that regulation is working, and the farmers and the agriculture folks in that area are following those regulations. They're in compliance, and oftentimes they're achieving more than what's required. One of the things that has always been a question in my mind is that the requirement is a 25% reduction. And clearly there's years where that has been exceeded, most years, in fact. So that's terrific. What I haven't been able to understand in the past is that it's not a scaled improvement requirement. In other words, that 25% does not go up to, does not stage up over the years as additional efficiencies, technologies, et cetera, develop. But what I'm sort of comforted to know around that sort of static improvement, although I recognize again that there's been better results than what's been required. What I'm comfortable with is the fact that the planning process took into account, what these reductions would mean long-term, and didn't, for some reason, require it to be scaled in terms of improving the improvements, I guess you would say. But the other component, I'd refer to, Chauncey's comment, which I didn't know, of the record yield of sugar, US sugar in this case. And I'm assuming, part of that is in the EAA. You can have a great takeaways. You can have massive efficiencies, reduction of fertilizer, spending less money, and achieve, a historic yield in crops. That's a terrific, not surprising, but a terrific, point of fact. My concern, and I think I mentioned this a couple of years ago, my concern is that while this is a really successful regulated area, there are other areas where the same type of agriculture occurs that is not as regulated. And so I do have concern about the migration or expansion of high nutrient, required agriculture to those areas, and specifically north of the lake, where the regulations and requirements around water quality are either not there or not as strict. So just a couple points I wanted to make. Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Stanley. Lawrence, I've got a question for you, following up on what Jay just said a little bit. You said there's a two-pronged approach here, right? So we're cleaning water up with our SDAs. And when we show that, we generally show parts per million.
Parts per billion.
parts per billion. This is showing a 66% reduction off of something. I don't know what the something is. So what would be interesting is to normalize that, is to show, okay, what are our parts per million? Yeah, I think you do show that because you show it coming in to the STAs. So that would be helpful on this. And then I don't understand the two charts here. You've got the one on the left, the one on the right. The one on the left, I get using the metrics you just described. The one on the right, I don't understand what that means, because if I look at year 2006, it's saying I've got a 44% reduction, but when I look at 2006 over here, it's saying I'm not in compliance. So how does that work?
Yeah, what they do is they take a period of record from 1980 to 1988, which is before the BMPs were in place, and they look at what was the load that would be generated there. They apply this year's rainfall to that number, and that generates this limit right here, so you can have an apples to apples comparison. And then we look at what this year's rainfall and the actual concentration coming off of with that rainfall. So you need concentration and your volume of water to get to load. And that load is below what would have been occurring had you had that same rainfall before BMPs were in place. So that's this number right here. So if you're below that number, then you're below the number that would have happened historically before BMPs were there. So we're to get to that, there is also a graph like this for this one as well. But like you said, this one is easier to look at and to digest. But you want your green bar to be below both of these numbers because this is a max that you don't want to exceed. This is what would have occurred had you had the same rainfall back before BMPs were in place.
Thanks for the explanation. That helps.
You're welcome. I'm looking at Biscayne Bay, those rains that John spoke about earlier that were quite large in June, really drove salinity down within the bay, and then you've had that rebound in salinity without the rains. We're still below 30 currently. At this time of year, we would like to see it a little bit lower, but we'll see what happens as we move forward. And looking at the Everglades depth map, so John has showed you what the stages are, and when you look at them within each area, so this is going to be drier, and you're going to get, as you get to blues, it's wetter. So within each area, you typically, because of topography, you get a little drier at the north end and you're wetter in the south end, and that's occurring within all of the current water conservation areas. You're seeing there's great connectivity in Shark River Slough and Taylor Slough over here in Lossman Slough currently. But where we are, especially in water conservation area 3, is northern 3A is drying down. The water that we are putting into the park is great for the park, but there's a balancing act here that's very tough. And until we get all of SERP built out. COP is fantastic at delivering water to the park. Our scientists are a little concerned about what's happening in the north end of 3A. So as we go and we look at where we are currently, we're right here just above 10. And this is at the Alley North, there's a gauge right here near Alley North. And you know, Alley North is the largest colony within the continental United States. What the scientists like to see is to be at about 11.5 feet in October, because they want it to be at 9.5 feet in March. And what they've done is they've looked at what is the nesting effort at different water depths. And when it's 9.5 or below, there's not a lot of nesting. When it's 9.5 or above, there is great nesting success. So this gives you enough water to have that recession down to 9.5. So there's a concern right now with where we are in the water levels that we might have a below average nesting year in the northern end of 3A next year if conditions don't change. Florida Bay salinity.
Can't you move some of that water out of 2 and into that northern area? You're
There's really not a volume great enough to do. There's not a volume great enough to do that, to sustain it over time. So that's something when we come in and we start to build out SERP and we have the EAA reservoir, that would be a very beneficial thing about the EAA reservoir, is to provide that constant flow or the flow when you need it to improve the northern areas. We have a group that goes down, our scientists, they go and they map out what salinity looks like within Florida Bay. And you see that the coastal lakes are great. They're down here in the lower salinity ranges. We're starting to get a little warmer over, actually the Western Bay is over here, but the salinity setup looks really good. It looks better than the last time I came in January, February. In April, this central part of the bay was getting a little more saline. And right now they like the setup that is currently within the bay. And as we look at that across the bay, you see that this is the interquartile ranges. We're looking really good in the eastern and the central. Western is got a little high and is coming back down, but the setup right now is good. It will continue to be good as long as we continue to have rains falling. But what the group wanted me to let you know is the operations that we have done through the year have kept this part of the glades, the Everglades of Taylor Slough inundated, such that when you do get rainfall, if this is dry and we haven't had operations that have kept it wet, first you have to get water in the soil. That has to fill up to get that overland passage to get into the creeks to come down and come into Florida Bay. So we've had wonderful operations in keeping this area hydrated so that when rain does fall, it can very quickly move out into the bay and help those conditions stay in the good salinity range. Now, in Ms. Meads, we were talking about last month I came and talked about the algae bloom that is occurring here and is persisting here. And one of the first questions you asked is this blue-green algae from Lake Okeechobee that has come through the system? And no, it is not. These are marine algae. If you had blue-green algae from freshwater systems come into here, it starts to die at 18 salinity units. So we're at 36 here. So that just right off the bat, no, these are marine. So that it is algae that commonly occurs as we get the first flushings from the rains that happened at the beginning of the season, bringing nutrients into this area. Now, one of the reasons they're saying this might be persisting is when we have persistent rains, it tends to, one, have flow that pushes that up and also physically breaks up the bloom. And we don't have that currently. They're also saying the Saharan dust is providing some nutrient to this and keeping it persistent as we go forward. So where usually these blooms persist only a few months, is persisting a little longer now. And this is another cry for rainfall that would come in and help ameliorate that condition currently in Florida
Is that
Bay.
something more natural?
It is a natural phenomenon. It happens, on a return frequency of every 2 to 3 years.
Sort of like the red tide.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So the people in that area were concerned about where are the nutrients coming from to feed this? Why is it still going on? And it was their concern that we're bringing it to them by bringing water south. And I'm so prideful, I have to tell you, that wasn't my question, it was theirs. Isn't that terrible? But anyway, because I knew we weren't bringing it south. But so it just goes to show that bringing water south is a good thing, not a bad thing. We're not delivering algae blooms to people down south. And I too wondered about nutrients, because what's down there? It's like there's nothing down there. So what keeps this going? I was even asked if it was nutrients coming from the Gulf.
And what I spoke to last month is this is one of the most productive regions in Florida Bay, meaning there's the most birds, there's the most fish that are adding excrement that has nutrient in it. And so it's one of the most highly productive and also an area of less circulation. So we look at the water surface on this map and we think water just easily flows. But there's subbasins, there's mud flats, there's all kinds of hindrances to just open circulation to move water. So this basin as it is kind of like a trap for whatever falls in. So once nutrients are in there, until they are used, they're there and available.
And I'll tell you what's not there in an abundance: seagrass. So those of us who were in that area before the 2015 die-off, I was there myself watching turtles, and I mean, it was the most beautiful thing on earth. And then the die-off happened. And now it's like a mud flat. It is starting to come back. Maybe, I don't know when we last saw photos of what's happening there. I've gone back and tried to look down myself, and it looked like scattered and stubby and not very impressive to me, but what do I know? Maybe if we could get some photos eventually to see what that seagrass or lack of seagrass looks like now and track. I'd be curious to know. We talk about how long does it take for seagrass like that to come back? Isn't it many years?
Yeah, and it depends on what conditions it's being fed annually, but we'll work on that and then see what we can bring back to you. And then your point of the seagrass die-off is another confounding factor. When the seagrass is there, it is using those nutrients. So it's not all just available to what's happening with algae conditions. So there's a big dynamic that's occurring there.
So I don't usually do this. In fact, I usually totally ignore my phone. But I just want to read this because this is from Michael Connor, who used to be our Indian River keeper. And hi, Jackie. Watching the district Zoom right now, are you aware that a major algal bloom has now increased to affect nearly 40% of Florida Bay, all the way from Flamingo to the Keys bridges in place? I'm hoping it is mentioned. So, I mean, he's a major angler person in touch with all of the angler community. I think I don't think it's natural. You know, I'm sorry, I don't. And I think the number one unnatural thing is that we are not able to send more water south, because before we did what we did to the state, the water used to flow south from Lake Okeechobee through the EAA, through everything, over the edge of these lips. And it's so saline now because we can't send enough water down there. You know, we're doing the best that we can, and we're doing a great job in Taylor Slough. But we have to send more water south, clean water. And I hope that you'll talk more about it.
And finally, for people who are so worried and traumatized, FIU is monitoring it, right? The district is monitoring it, working with FIU, and I know Steve Davis from the Everglades Foundation is watching it, so you're not alone. It's not happening in the dark. Everybody knows about it. They're watching it, monitoring it, and reporting on it.
Thank you.
But I think it's really important that the public understands what's a natural phenomena versus a man-made algae bloom. And red tide is natural. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're saying that this algae bloom is natural as well?
It is a natural bloom that occurs. When we talked about it last month, with the things that I was talking about that cause these kind of algal blooms, and why we're seeing them a little more frequent and a little larger lately, is Irma came in and put down a lot of mangroves along the area that has a lot of rack up there, that when we get that first rain, there are still nutrients coming off that are sustained in that dead rack that come into this area. You have that coupled with the seagrass die-off, that now you're not having seagrass that are using those nutrients that are coming in, and you have the opportunity for algae to use all the nutrients that are there, rather than having a kind of a war, between your seagrass that uses some and the algae that uses some. So why algae blooms persist? They can naturally start. They might persist longer because of an anthropogenic or a man-made cause, or they might persist because of climatic conditions or something that's occurring in there. Our scientists believe that the persistence of this isn't a man-made driven thing, but it's more driven by climate, and that typically at this point of time, where we would have a bloom like this, we would also have those large rain events that would help push it out of the system and would help break it up physically. And we're not seeing that. So that's kind of the differentiation between it being a natural and a man-made and what's occurring there.
And then the seagrass die-off is mainly by lack of fresh water
Yes.
or too much quantity, combination of both?
It was lack. So when you get the hypersaline conditions, that's when you have die-off. So if we were to, using John's position analysis going forward, if we didn't get, rainfall, we had a very dry, wet season, going into the dry season and having a prolonged dry season, that's when I get up here and I talk to you about the possibilities of hypersalinity occurring within portions of the bay and that potential impact, which a consequence can be seagrass die-off. So right now, this isn't a hypersaline condition that's occurring. This is just a natural bloom that occurs after first flushing of a rainfall event that usually gets diminished as rains continue. And we just haven't had those rains that have continued.
Lawrence, or the algae down there, are we talking about an algae that produces its own nitrogen, or does it have to have nitrogen to eat on?
That I would have to come back to you. I don't know if it's a nitrogen fixer or not.
Yeah, just try to summarize. So drought is bad for Florida Bay.
Drought in the dry season for a prolonged period of time, which causes hypersalinity, salinity conditions above 45, that can lead to seagrass die-off.
Okay. And that year, that wonderful year when the birds were having all the babies and everything, there was a lot of rain.
Correct.
And it was down, right?
Correct.
And that all ties back to where it rains as well. And when you look at the Central Everglades, your water levels are pretty well for this time of the year.
The Central Everglades
Are pretty close to
it looks good.
normal.
We're just concerned about those northern areas that are drying down a bit just
Right.
because of the topography.
But, well, you have a higher topographical elevation way to the north than you would as you go farther south.
Yes, sir.
So that's a little bit natural. What's the difference in the topographical elevation from the northern part of the Central Everglades to the southern part?
I don't know that figure off the top of my head, but I can bring that back to you.
I thought you knew everything.
If you asked about Kissimmee, I could rattle it off, right?
Are there any more questions for Mr. Clinton?
Yes, sir. Lake Okeechobee, SAV.
Yes, sir.
With where we've been at now, in that 13 range here for over 60 days. Are we taking any samples? Do we know what's happening with SAV in Lake O right now?
That's a great question because our crews are out finishing up our annual quadrat sampling around the lake. I'll be coming back with that information. I don't like to provide a number when we don't have that number generated yet because it's very important and people really, they will hold on to that number. But what they are seeing is, I've spoken to it before, when you get to 13, you're allowing the SAV that's already there to become more robust, more dense in its growth. You really need to go lower than that to initiate new growth. So we might not see a change in the total acreage that was already there from the last year, but they are seeing areas where we already have SAV that are incredible. So when I'll bring that number back, I'll bring some of the photos back that they've been sending me that I didn't want to present now because I didn't want to provide a number when we don't have one.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll bring that information as soon as it's available.
Good deal. And then I appreciate your annual August update on the EAA and C-139 basins. And 66%, whatever percent that is, over 25. That's good. That's good. That's a lot better than 25. And it helps the system, it helps the STAs, and I'm appreciative of what has been done down there. And those BMPs are doing their job.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr. Clinton. All right, we're going to break for lunch and we'll come back around 12:45.
Because he would kind of just, yeah. I just slap a bracket.
Go ahead and call the governing board meeting back to order, and we're going to move to agenda item 17, which is the SEP New Water Seepage Barrier Wall with Ms. Reynolds.
Thank you, Chairman. So I have the unenviable task of trying to keep everybody focused after lunch, but I have the enviable opportunity of bringing another fantastic Everglades restoration project to you today. And so let me explain where and what this project is. So this is a SEP New Water Seepage Barrier Wall project. And we are located with this project in this vicinity here. So this is the 8.5 square mile area that we have talked about multiple times here at the board. And you can see what this project is really all about is how do we continue moving more water south? And I'm going to explain how this project fits in with that here on the south of the Tamiami Trail and on the eastern border of the Everglades National Park. Everglades National Park here, Tamiami Trail here, our water conservation areas, and the Central Everglades here. And this project is part of the Central Everglades Planning Project, SEP, which is part of CERP, the comprehensive program to restore the Everglades. And so how does this fit in with a bunch of other things? Because we've talked about seepage barriers a couple of times. And so let me explain how this project fits in with the existing projects and with the other seepage barriers that we've talked about before. So the current limited curtain wall project is here with this red line. That's the one that we are currently working on, and more about that in just a moment. The project that I'm bringing to you today is an extension of that wall that heads north for an additional 5 miles. And where this fits in with some of the other things, here's the Tamiami Trail. Here is a 5-mile seepage barrier wall or slurry wall that was built by Miami-Dade Limestone Products Association as a mitigation for mining operations. This wall was completed in 2016. Very effective. We have a lot of monitoring and data that supports the effectiveness of this wall. We have the wall here in the dotted line. Here, this is the one that we are constructing right now, the 8.5 square mile area limited curtain wall project. And These features have a lot of other projects associated about them. And so down here, we have the C111 South Dade project, and it combined with the project to raise the Tamiami Trail bridges. When we talk about COP, the operations of stitching these projects together to move water south. SEP is then the project that allows us to bring new water from the central Everglades into the River of Grass. And so that's kind of where we are in the world and how things fit together. But don't worry, you don't have to remember all of that, because what's important is this is the next project that helps us move more water south. And we have the opportunity today to keep moving on that. But before that, I wanted to give you an update on the 8.5 square mile area curtain wall. You might remember in previous meetings, John Mitnick showed you some graphs that talked about stages in the park and in the residential area. This is the park. After a rainfall event, you can see how wet it is on this side. This is the residential area, and you can see that it is dry. The gauge is right here, that if it's wet, the Corps turns off the water headed into the L29 canal and into the park. So that's why this project, so this is where the curtain wall is being built. And in this area, it's already constructed. We've turned the corner and they're working on this portion here. That's why this curtain wall is so important. And he showed you some of those graphs in a previous meeting that demonstrated when it rains and when we're moving water south, it's staying wet in the park and it's staying dry in the residential area. And so the curtain wall is working and it's almost done. We'll be wrapping this up in the next 60 days and we'll be celebrating that. And so we look forward to that upcoming event. We knew that we had a few hurdles to get over with this new seepage barrier wall, because in the original PIR for SEP, the seepage barrier wall that was discussed in the original report was located where the current rock miners wall was already built. But we had an idea when we wrote the PIR that we didn't know how much seepage barrier was going to be needed in order to adequately anticipate and mitigate for flows south so that we can keep them in the park and keep the developed areas east of the L31 North Canal dry. So we knew that there would be a lot of discussions with the Corps, with stakeholders, in order to make sure that we could continue moving forward and put in however many miles of seepage barrier wall were needed. The staff has done all that work, and it's 5 miles, and it's the project that we are presenting to you today. The Corps is on board. They're working with us. Stakeholders are on board. For example, the Florida Keys Aqueduct Authority had concerns about the seepage barrier wall and would this cut off flows to their well fields. We have been in constant contact with them. They have done modeling, and they are happy to report and share with us that not only does a seepage barrier wall not impact their well fields negatively, it actually has a positive impact on their well fields. And so, which is exactly what our modeling showed as well. So we are excited that this is a project that everybody is on board with. It's the right project in the right place for all the right reasons. So this is what it is. It's a 5 mile, actually 4.9 miles of seepage barrier wall, an average of approximately 63 feet deep. The reason that it's not consistent is because we design the depth of the wall based on the formation underground, and so it varies across the 5 miles. and it's approximately 26 inches thick. The project will take about 2 years to complete. And so we are anticipating completion in October of 2024. We received 2 bids. The engineer's estimate was between 40 and 44 million. The bids that we received both came in at 42 million. They were only $300,000 apart. The low bidder ended up being the same contractor who's doing the curtain wall around the 8.5 square mile area for us right now. And so we anticipate that the contractor will be able to seamlessly move from one project right into the next project, as long as you are favorable to awarding this project today. I would be remiss if I didn't mention one thing that gives me a little bit of pause about this project. It's that we don't have all the documents from the Corps yet. So unfortunately, I can't award this contract next week because we need to preserve our cost share credit. But we're in the position of being able to put all the pressure squarely in the Corps' lap to make sure that they deliver these documents to us on time. And so these are the documents that we need. The Corps has already transmitted their validation report and the environmental assessment package to the Atlanta office. The South Atlantic Division office in Atlanta received those packets from the Corps last Friday. And so they are moving through the process. The Corps' current timeline delivers these documents to us not later than October 21st. When we open bids, we ask our contractors to hold their bids for 120 days. That's part of our regular procurement process. That gives us until November 4th to award this contract under the current pricing. And so as long as the Corps delivers the documents to us on or before October 21st, we should be able to meet that schedule. With that, I have a resolution for you to enter into a 790-day contract with Geo Solutions Incorporated, the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, for the SEP New Water Seepage Barrier Wall project in the amount of $42,258,301, for which $100,000 is in dedicated funds and ad valorem are budgeted for this year, and the remaining is subject to governing board approval in future years' budgets.
Thank you very much, Ms. Reynolds. Let's do public comment, and then we'll do board comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're going to start with Caitlin Newcamp, followed by Tom McVicker, and then Bradley Watson.
Good afternoon again, governing board members, and thank you for the opportunity to comment. Caitlin Newcamp, Everglades Policy Associate with Audubon, Florida. Audubon supports the seepage barrier wall project under the Central Everglades Planning Project. This flooded mitigation feature is crucial for keeping water inside Everglades National Park where it is needed most. We commend the district for taking on this complicated issue and developing a strategic solution to keep water in the Everglades. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Newcamp. Tom McVicker, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you. Name is Tom McVicker here on behalf of the Dade County Farm Bureau. This is just too important a project not to have agriculture involved at the christening of it, or whatever you call this, the award of it. The South Dade conveyance system, especially the 331 pump station, has been a thorn in the side of agriculture in South Dade for 35 years. There's a whole history. It predated Mod Waters. It actually was one of the things that caused people to go to the Mod Waters design, but it never got fixed. It's still operating. It's in part of COP. The great opportunity to fix it was with SEP, but SEP South did not fix it. The Mod Waters plan did not fix it. Mod Waters tried to fix the 8.5, wasn't quite working. SEP tried to send more water south. It wasn't working because Mod Waters didn't fix the 8.5. There were 2 federal projects and they didn't mesh. And the district came in and built that first slurry wall and showed it's nothing to be afraid of. This fixes it. Finally, the operation of 331 will no longer be a thorn in the side of agriculture. The flooding in the 8.5 won't be a thorn in the side of the Everglades. It's just too important a milestone not to have someone here from South Dade. I tried really hard to make that someone other than me, but very busy time for growers in South Dade this time of year, and we didn't have a lot of notice, so this is the best we could do. But thank you very much. We're very much in favor of this project. Please vote yes, and please lean on the Corps to get them to come to the table and make this partisan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McVicker. Bradley Watson, you're recognized to speak.
Good afternoon, Chairman Goss and governing board members. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today and make comments in support of this item. As was noted in a thorough presentation, this project is very important to keep water in Everglades National Park and then continue south to Florida Bay. I think we've also seen from similar existing projects, this is a type of investment that yields a very high return of value and relative to cost. And in a very complex system of projects that we're dealing with, this is a type of project that not only helps realize value of existing projects, but also those that are yet to come. So I want to thank the governing board for their leadership and all of the staff at the district for their work on this project and many others that are moving forward with progress. And once again, show our support. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. Moving to the Zoom participation, I have no raised hands, Mr. Chairman.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for your comments. I'll start off. Oh, Mr. Martinez, this is your district, so you'll start off.
Okay. Jennifer, thank you for that presentation. Just a few quick questions. On the project, the present project, now that GeoSolutions is finishing up, what was the original contract amount? Do you have that number around there?
It was just shy of 14 million.
Just shy of 14. And the actual, I know we're 96% done, but it looks like it'll be just shy of 14 million?
Yes.
When we're done? Okay.
And the engineer's estimate was 16.
Okay. And the increase on price per mile between the old project and the new project is about how much?
So the old project was a little over $6 million a mile, and the new project is about $8.4 million a mile. So since that time, we've had a lot of increases in materials. Fuel prices have gone through the roof, as well as the contractor has modified a little bit of their means and methods for the seepage barrier wall. We did have one hiccup in our 8.5 square mile area wall. I'm not sure whether we've talked about it at a board meeting before or not, but during the blasting that was required as part of the barrier, the current project, the contractor fractured part of the federal levee. That sounds really scary. It was something that we had considered as a potential risk. And so there was a discussion between the Corps and the district. Should this happen, do we know what to do? And so the team went into a planning process to figure out how to repair that. The contractor is doing that work now. But that's what delayed the project a little bit, which is why we're not going to be done until next month, as opposed to back in June, when we were anticipating being complete. That also caused the contractor to, in his proposal, propose for the new wall a means and methods that does not include blasting. And so that's something that is also helping us move all of the documents that we need from the Corps along. But all of those things, increased prices, very significant increased prices in cement, as well as fuel, and then some changes in the means and methods increased the price of the wall.
And just like the old contract, this contract has no escalation clause.
That's correct.
Colonel Polk, as you heard, Ms. Reynolds, we are eagerly awaiting the Corps and the documentation. I just want you on record that you're going to be held hostage here in the headquarters until such time as you are able to get us that documentation.
Okay.
I'll put your photo back up here so
Fair
everybody
enough.
can
That's
see
right.
that
You can put me on
you're
that
part of the team.
chainsaw. Yes, sir.
Okay, please. And the other thing, and I know that we went through this on the first go around, but I want to make sure, Colonel Polk, that, and obviously that picture that Jennifer showed us a little while ago, and I just want to know, in the case of a rain event and the 8.5 square mile area happens to become flooded.
Yes, sir.
That now is not going to automatically trigger for you to.
Correct.
Shut
Direct
down.
rainfall is not, yes, sir,
Okay,
it's not triggered.
okay, so.
We look
in
and see
other
how
words,
long it lasts.
Whatever drainage problems they have, we now know it's not being caused by the water coming from the park.
Correct, sir.
So, okay. Thank you. Jennifer, once we're done with this, what's our vision of the next phase on this seepage wall?
So as part of the Southern Everglades study that will kick off in 2020, fiscal year 2023, we will be looking at seepage barrier wall options going south from the 8.5 square mile area. And so off of this map to the south, sort of along where, I have a pointer, I forgot. Along this L31 North, we'll be looking south of here and incorporating that into the Southern Everglades planning study.
Okay, great news. So you see, Mr. McVicker, tell the South Dade farmers they're well taken care of. Anyways, thank you, Jennifer. Thank you for all your hard work. Board members, this is a great project, on schedule, on budget, badly needed, and I hope everybody supports it fully.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Other comments, Mr. Bergeron?
A little bit of history about all of this. First, I want to thank the mining industry and Mr. McVickers for the first 5 miles that was built and prove the technology of us being able to be compatible with the urban areas, keep water in the park. So I really want to thank the mining industry and Mr. McVickers for their expertise and vision that we actually are using now. And also the 8.5 square mile area that required mitigation, not flood protection. Direct rainfall, they still could have problems, but at least we can continue to operate the 333s. And under the leadership of this board and our staff, we built the 333 North, which was scheduled for 2026, and it's there in operation today. But without this seepage wall, we can't move water. So this is really so important to the moving water south and less to the St. Lucie and the Caloosahatchee. I think that this is one of the most important projects that I've seen to continue with modified water delivery with no interruption. With the road being raised, then we're going to be able to increase the flow even that much more in the next 2 or 3 years going south. So this is one of the greatest projects that I've ever seen, and I want to compliment our staff and the leadership of our board members to understand that moving water south, less water east and west, and great project. I'm very, very excited. And thank you.
Anyone else? One quick comment. I remember when I first got nominated to come on the governing board, someone came and explained the whole 8.5 square mile and said, this is just intractable. It's going to be a nightmare. You're going to hate it. It's going to be with you forever. And our staff just got way ahead of this and said, we're going to fix it, and you have. And so thank you, because you've done an just incredible job on that. And this is just in addition to that, and I would encourage, I'm glad to hear Colonel Polk say what you did. I'd encourage our friends in Atlanta and our friends in DC to pay attention. This is the first time I've ever seen an issue before this board where no one has had any problem with it and everyone said, hey, let's do it. So when you've got unanimity, let's do it. You've got a willing partner here. We're going to help pay. We're going to match and everything. This is as good as it gets. So there's really no excuse. If there's no more discussion from the board, I'd love it.
I was just going to make a quick comment.
I'm sorry, Mr. Steinle.
It's Steinle. No, I was just going to reiterate that, Chauncey. I mean, when do we not have a somewhat controversial project in front of us? And it's such a great circumstance when something like this, where everyone supports it, moves forward. So the other thing that is terrific is that this is the project that I think of all that we've looked at has moved the quickest from idea to vote to implementation and completion as we get towards it. So I just think it's and the cost benefit seems to be very clear with almost immediate benefits to the wider system. So this is a terrific project. And Charlie, one of the things I did ask is, given the fact that we're going about twice as many miles, but the bid is more than 2 times, based on the material costs, based on the fact that this segment has more bends, I think, and I think there's probably going to have to be a little bit more work to avoid blasting. In addition to the fact that it was tight to our sort of independent estimate. That was something we talked about, I was comfortable with, but fully support it. Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Steinle. Ms. Martinez?
Make a motion to approve, Mr. Chair.
I have a motion.
I'll second it.
I have a motion and a second. We'll take that vote. Mr. Butler?
Yes.
Ms. Meads?
Yes.
Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
I'll vote yes. Ms. Orlipich?
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Mr. Steinle?
Yes.
Colonel Roman?
Yes.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would be remiss if I didn't give a shout out to the PM who's in the audience, Vijay Mishra, and also to Armando Villaboy from Sean's team that really helps keep the stakeholders engaged.
Thank you all.
Also, the leadership of our governor and legislation for us to have be able to continue forward with a budget that allows us to do these kind of things. Extremely important.
Absolutely. We'll move now to the BMAPs. Got Deputy Secretary Blaylock, came all the way down. Thanks very much, Al.
It's good to be here. Appreciate the opportunity to come and present and provide a little bit of a overview and update of our Northern Everglades BMAPs. I'm going to provide just a kind of general overview of the 3 BMAPs, and then I have Kevin Coyne. He's our program administrator that oversees all of our BMAP program to get a little bit more of a deeper dive into all the issues and how those BMAPs are adopted and implemented. And then also after him, David Frady, he's a program administrator as well, and he oversees our BMP enrollment efforts that are currently going on in the Northern Everglades BMAPs, and also works closely with FDAC staff to implement the BMP portion of the NEAT program. So with that, all right. So just to start off, the Northern Everglades Estuary Protection Program, it's established in statute in 373-4595, and as it pertains to the 3 BMAP areas, it identifies and specifies that the Lake Okeechobee, St. Lucie, and Caloosahatchee BMAPs are the water quality component of the Northern Everglades Protection Program. As you can see, those are the boundaries of the Lake Okeechobee BMAP area. I think You know, a lot of people may not realize just the expansiveness of that watershed and just the amount of acreage that is all connected into flowing into Lake Okeechobee. And then on the right is the St. Lucie BMAP area, and the left, the Caloosahatchee BMAP area. So the Lake Okeechobee BMAP, it was first adopted in December of 2014 to implement the total phosphorus TMDL. And Executive Order 1912, it required that each of these three BMAPs be updated by January 2020. And all of those were updated in 2020, and they will be subsequently updated in a staggered period over the next couple of years. I think the Caloosahatchee will be the first one to be updated, and that's scheduled to be updated December of 2022. So we're in the process of doing that now. And so we'll be having public workshops and then everything else and stakeholder engagement to update that one. You know, the updated Okeechobee BMAP, it replaced the original one and included the statutorily required 5-year update. And it includes management strategies, projects to be implemented by the responsible stakeholders, and aims to reduce the elevated levels of phosphorus in the lake. So through December 31 of 2021, 197 projects have been completed, 75 activities are listed as ongoing, and 53 projects are in the planning and design phase. These projects are estimated to achieve total reductions of over 240,000 pounds of phosphorus per year, and the next 5-year update will take place in 2024. For the Caloosahatchee Estuary BMAP, it was first adopted in 2012 and initially adopted to implement the nitrogen TMDL in the watershed. It was updated in 2020 and also included both nitrogen and phosphorus criteria for tributaries flowing into the Caloosahatchee, and established the implementation for meeting the TMDL in the Caloosahatchee watershed. And through December of 2021, 126 projects have been completed, with 39 activities ongoing and 73 projects in the planning or design phase. And these projects, the ones that have been completed, have achieved total reductions of over 720,000 pounds per year of nitrogen, and currently in the process of doing the next 5-year review, which I said will be completed December of 2022. And finally, the St. Lucie River and Estuary BMAP, it was first adopted in 2013 to implement the total nitrogen and total phosphorus TMDLs established in that watershed. 215 projects have been completed, 40 listed as ongoing, and 46 in the planning and design phase. And for those projects completed through 2021, the estimated total reductions of over 840,000 pounds per year of total nitrogen and nearly 204,000 pounds per year of total phosphorus. And the next 5-year review for that BMAP will take place in 2023. And so that just kind of gives a general overview of what the 3 BMAPs are, kind of the updates that are ongoing, what they're addressing, kind of the projects that have currently been adopted. And now Kevin will go into more detail on how those TMDLs are established, how they're incorporated into the BMAPs, and then how those BMAPs get implemented and to meet the TMDL, which is the target reduction that these BMAPs are developed to achieve. So thank you very much. And if it's okay, Chair, we could do the presentations and then take any questions.
Yeah, I think that would be best.
All right, sounds good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, everyone can hear me correctly, hopefully, everyone online. Chair and board members, thank you for having me. It's been a while since I've been here. Drew used to send me down here all the time, so now Adam's doing it, but it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much. Drew, thank you for, good to see you again. It's been a while. I also was a model before this. Drew has pictures. I was a before picture for most hair growth products for men, so I'm glad those weren't posted.
Yeah, you need to comb your hair.
Yeah, don't I though?
Yeah.
So I try and always start off with a little humor. I think it helps anything that's a technical, difficult discussion. So thank you for laughing and not awkwardly looking at me.
So I am going to thank you again for having us. It's a pleasure to come down here. Adam and I are apparently on a Thursday South Florida review because we were just here last Thursday at the Blue Green Algae Task Force meeting. But again, glad to be here and talk a little bit more focused on these BMAPs in this area. We're going to build off of our last discussion. Adam and Chris Pettit talked back in October of 2021 to y'all on one side of this effort. And I say effort in the largest extent possible. You all know this. This is a huge effort that we're talking about. We're going to talk a little bit about the 5-year reviews. I want to clarify something when it comes to the BMAPs down here. We do 2 processes. First, we do a 5-year review to look at the BMAP and say, what's going on? What do we need to do? And then we adopt the new BMAP. We go through that process. We're currently working on these 5-year reviews right now. It gets a little complicated. I realize that. You all know complicated here. I'm talking to a bunch of folks who really, really know complicated projects and more reports than anybody ever needs to see. This is something that's a requirement that we have to do. We're doing this in most of our BMAPs now. We're going to go through something called the Clean Waterways Act. That is really another side, talking with staff, that I don't know if you all really hear a lot about. It's really on wastewater. I'm going to focus a lot more on the wastewater side. When you talk about sources, I want you all to know a little bit more about that. I think that's very important. We all know that there's a lot of sources, right? That's a proven true statement. You hear a lot about one side. I want to talk about the other side that we're doing with these BMAPs. So we're going to go there. Talk about our reporting. David Frady will get into that, and the ag producer enforcement. So a quick review of BMAPs. As much as you all have heard this before, I want to do just a quick overview of what they are. BMAPs are essentially restoration plans. They are adopted throughout the state. We have over 30 of them right now. They go all the way out to Pensacola, come through the Springs areas. They come through the Central Florida lakes, and of course, they're down here too. They include projects, management strategies, research. This is something I talked about last week. There's a list of projects that we review on an annual basis. I'm going to get into a little bit more of that later. But every BMAP, Adam brought up the number of projects per BMAP there. We review those every year. And this list keeps growing as more things happen, as this district does more. We work with the district a lot. I'll say this now, none of this would be able to get done without the help of the district. And I will also say without the help of our friends at DAX. This is that you all have talked about that triangle of us working together, right? This is the ultimate part of that. The things we'll get into later, none of that would be getting done without all 3 of us working together. None of these projects would be getting done without all 3 of us working together. Yes, we sometimes battle back and forth. That happens. We're humans. But none of this would happen without that cooperation. It has taken us years to get there, but I feel like we sometimes go up and down, but we're there. We're working together. There's a lot of work to be done beyond just what you see every day here when you're talking. There's a lot of folks out there from all 3 agencies working on this. And I'll get in a little bit more of that on the next slide too. But we do keep a list of projects, and that, as you all do more, we add to those project lists. As we come up with research, as we do things like wastewater upgrades, that all gets added onto that list. I think we talked about the IRL and all those discharges there. We're working on upgrading all those, and as new laws come in, sometimes that changes our list, but we do a lot of that, and I'm being very non-technical, but I'm saying that's what we track. That is really one of our biggest jobs right now. BMAPs are reviewed annually. These lists are put into our STAR, our statewide annual report, and that is something that we report on July 1 of every year. That goes to the legislature and governor. That is a requirement from some previous laws. That's something we've been doing now for 5 years. It replaced our original, every BMAP had its own annual report. So if you had 30 BMAPs, we were coming up with 30 annual reports. This is before that time. But back in the day, it was about 22, 23. So it's now aggregated into one report. We have moved it onto an online process. So it's not this one massive PDF. It's something you can go into and click to. I have a link in this presentation for that. And it does provide what I'll call a good bit of information. We have to actually, due to technology, relook at how we present that. We've had some changes in how we are doing things. But again, it's an online format that anyone can go onto. You can download every project we have. It's about 6,000 some odd projects listed in there. They list a lot of different things. I'll get into that later. But we talked about this 5 years. We do look at BMAPs annually, but we do a more formal update right around every 5 years. And I say that with a right around because sometimes we have to do it sooner. When we get a requirement from either the governor or legislature, sometimes we have to do that quicker. It happens, that's life. It's just part of the process. And as I said, there's about 30, there's actually 33 to be exact. We do BMAPs for nutrients and bacteria. What they target are the TMDLs, the total maximum daily loads. That is, I don't want to get into the Clean Water Act dynamics, but of course, Drew knows water quality standards. Fun fact, I am in Florida because I met Drew 9 years ago. I ran a water quality standards program. It was January of 2014, I think. I was in my basement blow drying my pipes because it was -4 degrees. And I said to myself, I got to get out of here. There was a lot of extra words to that. And I said, I need to call that guy in Florida. And here I am today, almost 8 years now. So yeah, I got to know Drew through that. And that's why I'm here. It's been a pleasure doing all this. But again, it takes a lot of work. You know, you all have seen it firsthand. It takes a big effort. I've been down here before and talked about this. Our BMAP program has grown over the years. The TMDLs have been developed. We're trying to implement those TMDLs, but these BMAPs have been in place for a while, as Adam went through the history of those. We've grown, though, in what we're doing through those BMAPs. What started out as I don't want to call it basic restoration plan, but they were more of a plan that tracked projects. We have now moved into, and I think I heard this before, how do we prioritize, right? We need to talk about how do we prioritize where we go, what are we doing? I have this slide up here called the targeted restoration areas. This is our priority setting. I don't know all the terms on this slide. I apologize for that, but it is detailed in each BMAP. I've heard folks talk about, well, we don't have a way to focus areas. Well, we actually do in every BMAP. In all 3 of these BMAPs, there is a section that goes through this process. It varies to some degree by each BMAP, but overall, this is looking at monitored data in sub-basins or sub-watersheds and trying to focus. I've heard hotspots, I've heard things like priority areas. That is what this is doing. This is developing a map that I will jump to here that helps us prioritize where do we need to take our efforts, where do we need to put resources. It matches up with what a lot of other folks have done, but we're currently looking at data real time, and I say we, that is with all of us. We do this as a group, and we actually present this at all of our annual meetings. We just did all 3 of our BMAP annual meetings this year. Again, we dove into more details here, but this information is shared with everyone to help us focus our efforts. That's our biggest thing. You all have heard this before. How do we focus our efforts? We have this for all 3 BMAPs. The color coding is a little different because actually the last one I did was not very colorblind friendly. So I wanted to point that out in case anyone who was there Thursday, I apologize for that. But so if there's, why did you change the color? That's why. We need to do a little bit better job. That used to be pretty good at that, but I got to get back to that. There are different colors on here that has priorities. Some of these will say gray. There was a question from staff that I do want to clarify. Something says there's insufficient data. What does that mean? Well, it doesn't mean that there's not data there. We have a process, again, outlined in the BMAP that says over 5 years, we're going to look at the data. At the time, maybe there's not enough data points from year to year to do that. Maybe there's 3 years, but not 5 years. So it's not a lack of data. The data doesn't quite fit our context for this analysis right now. What we're seeing right now in the Caloosahatchee is we had, sorry, let me go through here. That one's not showing up. Oh, there it is. That's the St. Lucie. This is the Caloosahatchee. We have added to this BMAP. This BMAP originally was just in the estuary. It's now come all the way out to the lake, so it's expanded. So you see a lot of gray there. Like, oh, that's not good. Well, it's not that bad either. What we're finding is that we've worked with a lot of the district staff, and thank you very much again for looking at the data or the monitoring that's going on there. How can we refocus that efforts? How can we get more data there? This gray will be turning into colored maps, or we'll have color to it sooner than later. And probably the next 5 years, you'll see a lot more additional prioritization here. Right now, it looks a little empty, but that's why I just want to make sure folks are like, well, why is that not happening? It's because it's not fitting into our context of the criteria. It will be there. We're already finding in the estuary side, when we didn't have enough data before, we do now. So we're going to put that in our 5-year review to say, hey, again, through the help of the district, we have a lot more data that's going on now. It's going to help us prioritize in the future. I realize this is a starting point too. This wasn't in the original BMAPs. This is something newer. This started in our 2020 BMAP. So we're really only 2+ years into this. So we're building on that, and it's going to be very helpful. Maybe not right now. It's helping us now. I think down the future, it's going to be very helpful. We're expanding this to all BMAPs essentially. So from a general standpoint, because I have to talk about the whole program, we're doing this. Next will be most likely in the IRL. We talked about the IRL earlier. We're going to move into our springs areas and do something very similar. It helps us understand a lot more in terms of where we need monitoring, where we need to help us look at sources, right? I mean, sources are a big deal here. We know that as we dive into this as a group, we work as a team, we do look at these now and say, what do we see here? What's the sources? One side of that we've heard a lot about is the non-point source side, but there's also other sources that we have to deal with, and that is the wastewater side. That is a huge part of what we are doing over the next few years for the BMAP program. That is what we are essentially, the Clean Waterways Act has dictated that for us. What is the Clean Waterways Act? Well, it really has two components, and I'm going to generalize it. There's a lot more to my general statement, but it deals with wastewater treatment plants and OSTDS, and we're just going to go right to septic systems because that's easier for me to say. Pretty much every stakeholder in our nutrient BMAPs, and when I say stakeholder, any utility, any county, any city, will have to do planning on all of their facilities. We'll have to look at their septic systems, where they are, and how are they going to address those septic systems? Are they going to sewer them? Are they going to put them into nutrient-enhanced systems? That's something that's a very big topic in our Springs area, but that is expanding to all of our BMAPs right now. And that is something we are working on with a few of different entities right now who are really getting beyond where I think they had to be, and I really give them a lot of credit. Lee County is one of those right now who's done a ton of work on this, and I give them really, they're getting out in front of this quickly. They've done probably more than I ever thought they would long before this hit. They saw this coming. We've seen a lot of folks who have seen this coming. They're doing a lot of work on this. We really do appreciate it. It's a big effort for all of these folks to do this. This isn't something that it's just, oh, we're going to do this. It's going to take a lot of effort to look at capacity of wastewater treatment plants. Do they have the ability to address new sources? Do they have the treatment levels to meet the BMAP or TMDL? It's just going to be a lot of work, and that's the easiest way I can put it. And it's not just counties, it's little cities. This falls to everybody. I will say that it's not only this, there's a few other requirements that local governments are doing right now in terms of needs assessments. We're working with that effort to try and match and try not to duplicate. That's the biggest thing I don't want to do is say, oh, you need to do this. And they say, well, we just did this for this needs assessment thing. Because everyone has to develop projects off of this. That's the key here. We talk about what do we do in the future. Everyone doing this work is then going to have to give us projects. How are you going to meet the BMAP in terms of the goals for the wastewater side? Is it you're going to do some level of addressing septic to sewer? That's not the only way to do that, but that's one way. And also, how are you going to address things like the effluent limits? Every BMAP has effluent limits. That's on the screen right now. This addresses if you fall within our boundary of the BMAP, depending on how you discharge, where you discharge, you will have, and the level of effluent that you have, this impacts you. This impacts where you have to be, and this is something that we expect to be happening as soon as possible when a permit comes up. So that's when people say, when is this happening? It's in the BMAP now. Most wastewater plants have either a 5 or 10 year cycle. We're trying to push everyone to 5 years. So when that permit comes up, you need to either be meeting this or be working towards that. There's more details to that, but this impacts, we were looking at the numbers, somewhere around 150, 160 facilities just within these 3 BMAPs right now. Again, there's even more regulations from reuse that are going on. So there is a lot going on when we talk about the wastewater side. So when you think about that source, right, we always talk about sources, that source is being covered through here. And I don't feel like that's been talked about a lot from our side. So I wanted to bring that up today. So that is going on. I said about our STAR report, it says available online. I always like to put a little picture of it here in case you're wondering, how do I get there? It runs you through all the BMAPs. You can click on whatever BMAP you want. It's something that we do outreach to all stakeholders. It's about 400, I think we have now, maybe even more. It's a big effort that takes originally a lot of moving of spreadsheets, and that's just not the best way to do it. So we have tried to move into a more, what I would say, digital phase, and I'm not a very digital person, but we're trying to make that electronic. We have moved into a portal system. But we also have, to get more information per BMAP, we have an individual story map that anyone here can go on and click on the BMAP and learn about the projects. If you want to click on one of these dots, you can figure out what that project is, figure out more information, and even get reports on it. So that is available. I think it's a great resource. It's something that we have, again, this program has expanded over the years. This isn't something we had available 5 years ago. We just started the story maps 5-6 years ago as we were really updating our Springs areas. So this is, again, more information you can see as we implement projects. This is where you can find it. And again, we have a portal now that we're working on. This is, I'm just kind of get to toot my own horn, something that I worked on a lot to get this done. It's a big effort that we can now have folks who have projects. They can get this information to us electronically. It's a great, for us, it'll make our time a little bit more efficient, so we can get out there and work with folks and get projects done. Because really, when you think about the BMAPs, that's our biggest goal, is to try and get projects done. I mean, everything needs to be worked on. Every side, every part of the puzzle has to be working. We talk about it being a puzzle. We got to work on every piece. That's just the truth. And our outreach is 99% of that is trying to get the folks, as they give us projects, make sure they give us the right information. How can we work with them to make a project better? You know, we do a lot of that too. So that's our big part. I am going to pass the discussion to David Frady if he is on. David, are you on?
I am here.
All right. David's going to talk about the next side of this. Oh, we got to, hold on, David. We have a question.
I'm sorry, it's such a quick question. So the total nitrogen or the total phosphorus, whether it was a priority 1, 2, 3, how did you apply what decision making? Is it based on what's going on that land, if it's ranching or just?
We look at data, so we don't look so much at maybe land use. We look at what is the data for that point, and is it a higher or low to say a benchmark or some water quality standard, or an NNC criteria.
And where did the data come from? Did you do the testing, or was the testing done by the?
I would say it's a group of us. A lot of the water quality monitoring is done by the district. We rely heavily on that. We do some of it, DEP does. Others do some of it too. It can fall into our, sometimes it falls into our large wind database. I'm not going to go there, but sometimes it can just be data that's collected from y'all. I'm saying y'all, it's the district. It's a big, this wouldn't be available if it wasn't for all the data that's done by the district.
Got it.
It's just that simple. Yeah.
Thank you.
So we do that process on our own, but we spend a lot of time calling down here to folks on meetings, on Teams meetings, on one-on-ones, like, you know, how can we do this? How can we do this better? It's not just something we do in a box. It's something that we present the details on a lot more at our annual meetings. We still hold our annual meetings, and that way we dive into the details more. I'm not the technical guy anymore. I left that a long time ago. But it's there, and you know, if anyone wants to maybe talk more about that, we could probably provide some information or send someone down. If there's no further questions, shall I pass it off to Mr. Frady? I'll let the chair.
Yeah, look, we're going to hold questions till the end, just to
Okay. Yes, sir.
keep things moving.
Oops.
All right. Good afternoon, and first and foremost, my name is David Frady, Program Administrator in the Division of Environmental Assessment and Restoration. I work closely with Kevin. I want to first please accept my apologies for not being there in person. My wife and I have 2 young children in school, and she's traveling this week, so I just was not able to attend in person. So please accept my apologies on that. I would love to be there. So I'm going to talk to you about the other end of this, which is really getting agricultural producers into compliance with Florida law as it relates to enrolling in either the Best Management Practices Program or water quality monitoring. And so I'm going to talk to you about some broad general requirements under the Clean Waterways Act for agricultural producers, the Florida Department of Agriculture and DEP. I'll talk a little bit about our process for identifying and singling out those parcels that are out of compliance, how DEP and DACs work together to get those folks into compliance, and then I'll talk a little bit about how we're doing with some results. So before I get too much farther, I do want to talk briefly about water quality monitoring. The overwhelming majority of this presentation will be related to the BMP program, but for agricultural producers, they do have an option to do water quality monitoring. They would have to hire a consultant to develop a monitoring, it's a sampling and monitoring plan, pay someone to drill a monitoring well, pay someone to take the samples, pay a lab to analyze those samples, and then send the results to us. For the bulk of the people we're going to be talking about are very small hobbyists, amateur agricultural producers. It's just simply not feasible for the bulk of the people we're talking about today. So that's going to be that's really not relevant to the bulk of the conversation we're having here, but I didn't want to skip over that with at least mentioning that that is an option, but the bulk of our discussion will be around the BMP program. And so the Clean Waterways requires producers to enroll in one of the two programs I just described. And if we could go to the next slide, please. And so it requires them to enroll in the, for our purposes, we're going to say the BMP program, because it's going to be the most practical for the overwhelming majority of these folks. And then it requires the Department of Agriculture to do every other year on-site implementation verification site visits. So this is where they come onto the property, they have a conversation with the producer, they discuss the manual for whatever commodity it is. If they're raising cattle, it's a cow-calf manual. If it's oranges, it's a citrus manual, right? And that it also requires these producers to collect data as it relates to their nutrient application and irrigation. I'm at a very high level. There's more to it, but at a very high level for our discussion, that's really important because it's vital for us to have that data. And most importantly for this presentation, it requires them, it requires the Department of Agriculture to identify non-compliant parcels within any BMAP and then refer them to us for enforcement. So to be clear, the Department of Agriculture is responsible for building the best management practices manuals, recruiting producers into the program, implementing the program, doing on-site implementation verification visits every other year, and then collecting the NARF data, right? We, DEP, are responsible for implementing any water quality monitoring and sampling plans that a producer may choose to produce, and taking enforcement action against any non-compliant producers. Okay, next slide, please. So at a high level, the process is the Department of Agriculture uses the Department of Revenue land use codes, and they also use property appraiser data to identify parcels that are in an agricultural land use code and also receiving a agricultural tax status with a local property appraiser. There is a significant financial benefit to having your property enrolled in this. Most people know it as the Greenbelt program, but to have your property classified as an agricultural producer, a bona fide ag producer, it's significant financial benefit for them. And so DAX does this mainly because it's a very difficult task for them to identify all these parcels. There are many, many thousands of parcels within BMAPs, and it's difficult to know from aerials or from other methods of collection what parcels are actually ag. This is a really easy way, given the financial benefit for a producer to be enrolled, as well as the availability of the revenue codes, the Department of Revenue codes. So what they do is they take those two and develop a list of parcels. And then there's significant QA that has to happen. Once that happens, they're going to have to go through and identify parcels that we call unenrollable. So these might be government use parcels. They might be a church parking lot. It might be any number of parcels that, while they meet those first two criteria, they may not actually be agriculture. So they have to go through and parse that out. And then they come up with a list of parcels for which they confirm are agriculture and are not enrolled in the BMP program. And they refer them to us for enforcement. And so that's where I come in. So they come to me, and my first job is to conduct some quality assurance on the data. And that's not to knock the Department of Agriculture at all. It's a monumental task that they're being asked to do, to collect all these parcels, but they're also using other people's data. So oftentimes revenue codes change, and in the time it takes them to collect the data and get it over to me, we're seeing parcels being sold at a very high rate across the state. And so oftentimes in the few months it takes to get to me, or sometimes even longer, the parcel's been sold, right? Or the person stops producing. So what I have to do is go through and confirm that the owner still owns it, that the parcel numbers are still there. I'll take a look and verify that they still are receiving an agricultural tax status. A lot of times people, we have folks that are just having a few cows while they're waiting on construction. We're produce taxes, things like that. So I'll go through and verify that they're actually still receiving that. And then our method is really an outreach and education first and enforcement second approach. And the reason for this is it's much better for the environment if we get producers enrolled quickly than if we drag it out. And the best way to get them enrolled quickly is to educate them about the program and understanding how not only is it going to help the environment, but it's going to help their agricultural operation in many cases. The overwhelming majority of the folks we're going to be talking about today do not think of themselves as a commercial agricultural producer. They don't think of themselves that way. The overwhelming majority of the folks we're talking about today, their primary motivation for conducting agriculture is to receive a agricultural tax status. They receive about a 90% discount on their taxes, their property taxes, for every acre that's considered ag. So there's a significant financial incentive for them to become an agricultural producer, at least in the eyes of a property appraiser. And so the overwhelming majority of people that I'm dealing with, they may have gotten a letter or a postcard from the Department of Ag, but they saw it and said, "Oh, I'm not a farmer, right? I'm not an agricultural producer. This doesn't apply to me." Right. And so my job is to reach out to them and find a way to reach them to let them know that yes, this does apply to you. You know, you are an agricultural producer and you need to do this. And here's why, not only, it's coming in compliance with Florida law, but here's how it could benefit your operation. Here's how it could save you money. You may be wasting money on fertilizer or doing certain things in a way that will cost you more money, but it's also going to help your environment. And this is important to me. I'm from Okeechobee. I grew up in Okeechobee. I'm a very small scale agricultural producer myself. I raise sheep and goats and chickens. And I'm an angler and an outdoorsman. So I care very much for the environment as well. And so I'm able to use my background in those to have conversations with folks to help them understand how this, a lot of the folks we're dealing with care very much about the environment around them, the water they drink, the water that they fish in, right? It's not that they're just being belligerent and they just don't want to do this, right? I would say in thousands of phone calls, I can count on two hands how many people were just belligerent and just said, no, I'm not going to do this, right? Overwhelming majority of people, when I have these conversations with them, I put it in the context of, we're protecting the water that we fish in, we're protecting the land that our children are going to farm on in the future. We're helping you produce food for your family and for others in a way that's going to save you money and be better for our environment. When I frame the conversation like that, if I can just get them on the phone, if I can get them in a letter, overwhelmingly, they understand the benefits of this. And the reason this is important is it's not just the government coming with a big stick saying, you better do this, right? It's helping them understand the benefits to their own operation, the benefits to the environment. And then instead of a person who just begrudgingly does something because they have to, you get someone who willingly and oftentimes enthusiastically wants to learn more about these. And they take a look at these BMP manuals and they learn stuff, right? They may have just been going down the Lowe's and buying a big bag of 10, 10, 10 and throwing it down. And they didn't realize that, they're wasting their own money. And there's ways that they can use this to improve their operations, right? So this is really important, the outreach and education aspect of it, because we have thousands of people, again, who just didn't think of themselves as producers. Once I can get them on the phone, once we can get them on an email, it's a really easy process of getting them to contact the Department of Ag and get themselves in the process to get enrolled. Now, in those cases where they're just not going to do it, right? Which again is exceedingly rare, right? And they're just not going to do it. Then we do initiate civil action to compel them to come into compliance. And this is where we do, bring the big stick and we can impose civil penalties. We are focusing our actions on those parcels that are largest, right? There are a lot of different ways that you could prioritize how you go about doing this. And, we looked at a number of ways and there are more perhaps elegant or, precise ways to choose parcels that you focus on, but we landed on just the easiest way to do this is by parcel size. So we focused on larger parcels first as a way to try to identify, how do we get the most benefit the quickest, right? If we go to the next slide. And so in that vein, by focusing on those larger parcels, and I'll tell you this slide is I made this slide last week and it's already out of date. But we've got more than 84% of those producers who were unenrolled and referred to DEP in St. Lucie, Okeechobee, and Caloosahatchee. More than 85% or 84% of the parcels are enrolled. It says 85% here. Actually, I ran the numbers this morning. It's more than 89%. The total acres that have been referred to DEP for enforcement have been brought into compliance or no longer need enforcement. And so we're now focusing on the overwhelmingly small parcels, right? We have no parcels greater than 100 acres. For reference, we're at, I think, 16 parcels greater than 50 acres. More than 60% are less than 10 acres, right? The overwhelming majority of the few hundred we're dealing with at this point are smaller than 10 acres. These are homes, right? These are people's homes where they've got, a cow in the backyard, a couple, goats or some chickens, and they're selling the eggs on the road, something like that. A few horses, right? If you think of a lot of folks who are able to, raise horses and then get their property appraiser ag tax status that way. And so this is where we're working, right? We're focusing all of our efforts on getting these very small scale producers. And honestly, these are the most difficult, right? Because again, most of these folks are just homeowners. They don't think of themselves as a commercial agriculture producer. And a lot of times it's thrown away. We're also finding that, we're using the property appraiser address. Oftentimes we're just not getting the letter to them, right? They're just simply not receiving our communications. So at this point, we have brought on some staffing contractors to help us kind of bootstrap this. And we've identified alternative mailing addresses, which is proving to be very fruitful. A lot of times people just had an incorrect address, or it was maybe their grandfather who technically owns the property, but doesn't actually, do the agricultural work, right? I've got folks, one of my favorite stories, I talked to a guy, he literally just put a gate in his fence and his neighbor's cows come and mow the grass every other week. So he was getting our letters and he's thrown away because he just didn't think of himself as an agricultural producer, right? And so we're focusing on that. We are actually starting to drive out to the houses, right? So we've done the letters, we're doing the calls, now we're going to knock on doors. And we've got a firm that's helping us with that, literally knocking on doors saying, hey, we've really been trying to reach you. Here's some literature on this. It's really important that you take action, right? And again, if we can do it this way, we get them to not only comply, but comply in a way that's enthusiastic and compliant in a way that makes them a meaningful partner, right? It makes them want to, at a minimum, be okay with it, perhaps be enthusiastic about it. I'm not going to sit here telling everyone just loves it, right? At the end of the day, we're the government telling them they have to do something, right? But once we can have those conversations, we can get them into compliance really quickly. Like I said, we're down to the last few hundred now in these 3 BMAPs, and we're really focused on getting all of those folks into compliance so that we can, we can move on to other activities. All right, and that's the end of my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
I've got one just as you're wrapping up there. So you said you're at 89% now of property covered, I think.
89% of the acres.
No, acreage. So in that 11%, I mean, how much does that 11% contribute? In other words, you're spending a lot of time going after this, by your own admission, fairly small people who just don't think of themselves as farmers. Is that a lot of the problem, or do you know?
So it's a difficult question to answer because there's such a wide range of what type of activities could happen on a small scale farming. You can do a lot of damage on 10 acres if you've got 12 horses on it, right? If you've got a couple of goats mowing the grass, it's probably not. And so while a single farm on a 10-acre plot may not necessarily move the needle a lot, thousands of them, 10, 20,000 of these could potentially have a major impact. And there's the possibility that on a per acre basis, one of the important things that, so if you'll bear with me a moment, one of the things I have these conversations with these very small farmers on is they're not counting costs like a proper professional agriculture producer. If you go talk to a citrus farmer, if you go talk to a cattle rancher, they're measuring out their fertilizer, if they're using it at all, by the ounce because it's expensive, it costs them a lot of money. Whereas a guy just, or gal growing, some orange trees in their backyard or a few goats, they'll get onto Lowe's and buy, 20, 30, 40 pounds of 10, 10, 10 and just throw it, right? And they may think that they're going to throw right before. I've talked to a lot of people who tell me they throw right before a rainstorm, right? And they just don't understand. And how many people I talk to that say, well, I'm not near any water bodies. Why does this apply to me, right? They just don't have the same level of understanding as your person who does this for a living, who has the education, who has the experience of doing this for a living. And so it's a wide range of, they may be doing very little, or because of they just don't know the right ways to do it, they could be doing a lot of harm too on a per acre, basis.
Thank you. That was a great answer. And I do like the fact that you're focusing on partnerships. And I also have a feeling that the more people you talk to, the more people they're going to talk to. And it's going to get around that, hey, we need to do this, or, as you just said, I don't live near a water body. And by you explaining that, someone's going to explain it to their neighbor and say, well, it still doesn't matter. It's important. So I really appreciate your efforts. There are more questions by the board? Mr. Eldridge.
Thank you very much. I think I'd like to ask questions to both Kevin and David, and thank you very much for all of the presentations. But could we please go back to Kevin's slides, the one that showed Martin County, showed the BMAP
St. Lucie.
in the St. Lucie?
Do you want, I can do that, I think. Oh, I don't want to touch it. Did I mess it up? That's when I just cancel the whole presentation and we're done. The 200-foot python takes it all out, right?
Okay, well, it's nice to see you again.
Yes.
I saw Kevin at the Blue Algae Task Force, and what I told our chair today, I said, oh, he's here, he's really funny. And you have been funny, and you're very informative too, so that's very helpful. Rather than the broad overlay that sometimes just gets kind of broad, I was hoping we could just kind of look at something more specific for me to try to understand how these things work, and for the public to have a better idea of how things work. So, so just looking at this map, this is the St. Lucie BMAP. And so we have C44 around the C44 canal, right? C23 around the C23 canal, C24 around the C24 canal, the 10-Mile Creek, which is the upper reaches of the St. Lucie River, and a very old agricultural area from like White City and all of that. The North Fork, which I think is Port St. Lucie mostly. Basin 4-5, I'm not sure what that is, if you could tell me. And obviously the South Fork is the South Fork. And so just to superimpose like the tidal basin that we were talking about, you may have not heard us earlier today, but.
I was listening.
Okay, thank you.
I listened all the time.
So where, does the tidal basin kind of overlay specifically on part of this map, or does it blend in with a few different places, or you don't know?
I would say this shows you the inputs to the tidal basin. How does that sound? We're looking at monitoring stations that are showing what's coming into all these. I mean, I call them sub-basins, we can call them, I don't know exactly all the names, 4, 5. I apologize if I can't give you that answer right now.
Okay,
But this
so-
is looking at all the inputs to the estuary. This is helping us on what I'll call the inputs, the land side of where should we go with resources. That's more the way I would put it. I think the tidal basin, the way the BMAP is also written, the TMDL, it was more for the freshwater upstream side than it is the tidal side.
Okay.
I mean, I just want to go, I don't want to dive too deep, but it's much more looking at what's coming into
Okay,
the system
so-
versus the tidal side.
Sorry to interrupt
I
you.
think Mr. Mitnick might have
Yeah,
a.
if I can, let me try to translate, because that's what we do at the Water Management District, translate DEP.
Don't make me put your pictures up.
To go from Lawrence's presentation to this presentation, when Lawrence talks about tidal basins on his presentations, on this map, it would be South Fork, Basin 6, Basin 4, 5, and the North Fork.
Thank you very much. All the way up to the North Fork? Okay, great.
There, that's why.
Thank you.
Answered?
Thank you. And so in reference to what you were saying, I think, you were saying that these colors are kind of like where there's a measurement, where monitoring is happening. Is that correct?
Well, it's goes over a process where there's data being collected, so water quality data, and also to some degree flow if it's available. And we take that data, the water quality measurements, and measure it against a benchmark, something to say, where are we? If you think about it, this is another way to not only look at progress potentially in the future. We hope that maybe these colors change to less priority and maybe are doing better in, say, an analysis, but also where do we need to go? We know that as much as we have seen a lot more money coming into the availability for projects, it still helps us prioritize where should we, when Adam or the Secretary's office asks us, where should we be going with funds if we have dollars? We can't just say, the St. Lucie BMAP. Well, we're within the St. Lucie BMAP. This is trying to help us get to that area. Also working with when district has
Right,
staff. So
okay.
that's the
But no-
process. yeah.
Nonetheless.
Nonetheless, yes.
Nonetheless, these colors represent areas being monitored.
Yes, yeah.
Okay,
Represented by monitoring. How's that sound? They're considered outfalls of a sub-basin, if that makes sense.
Okay.
They may have to translate that too, but we try and measure at points that are an outfall distinct to that sub-basin. And that
Okay.
helps us
and
compare and
these
contrast.
quote-unquote sub-basins have been, or whatever they are, sub-basins, they've been divided up. And that's why they have these different color codes.
Yes,
Okay?
and
And so let's just take, for instance, the C44 with the stripes.
yes,
Okay, so that is primarily, not primarily, but I mean, that's a different type of area than, for instance, where I live, close to the coast. There's, first of all, you have the canal there, there's agriculture there in some capacity closer to the lake. And then there's quite a few, homes, ranches along the canal.
Yes.
And otherwise you have Indian Town, it's different. So, then you have, okay, so you're judging different types of places. So you're judging I'm saying judging, whatever. In government, we don't like words like that because we don't judge anybody, and we don't judge our kids in school anymore either. I'm a former teacher.
how about we're consistently
No,
on
let's
a
just say the
comparing,
truth. We're
yeah.
trying to figure out what's going on in these areas. We're judging, we're reading, we're learning. We've got a problem. We're trying to figure it out. So we're figuring out what's happening in C44. We're figuring out what's happening, for instance, in the South Fork, where I live, close to that basin or sub-basin. And so then you're looking at all of this information, this data together, and you're determining, I don't see any hotspots on these maps. Are there any hotspots, or does everybody just blend together with how much comes out of each color-coded area?
I think the color coding is a way for us to look at what you call hotspots, a priority area. That's why it's a TN or TP priority. Is it a high level compared to the benchmark? That's what's helping us to say we need to go here. If you go back to like the Lake Okeechobee one, where it's that yellow, that really, I think, shows that these are the areas that we need to work in a lot more. This is a little bit newer here, so it's not the best analysis, but do you mind if I go backwards to
Sure.
the Lake O?
The yellow and purple one.
Oh my, where'd it go? Oh, should I not touch this? Lake Okeechobee one. That one. Right now, because of the data we have and the comparisons, we are seeing that these are that yellow area, those are the areas that we really need to work in. That's not a big surprise, I think, to folks. But again, I think everyone asks us to look at data before we make decisions. I think that's key. We shouldn't just be subjectively coming up with that. We've looked at the water quality monitoring going on there to say these are the areas we need to go to.
Okay.
That's our priority. So while you're saying judging, I'm going to call it a priority. How's that sound?
And that's a better word.
That's where
I didn't mean to
when we
use
get
that word.
and I'm going to generalize this, when we get a pot of money and they say, where should we go? We want to prioritize that. That's the way I think we are looking at it now. Historically, we didn't look that way. And I will be fair that I think we just looked for projects. Now, again, I think we're lucky. We have a lot more money than when I started.
Right.
There's a lot more dollars. I think we should be efficient in where we put those dollars. What's the priority or what needs help? Now, every place really needs something.
Okay. So basically, now we're looking at a different map. And this is the same map that at the Blue-Green Algae Task Force was all red.
Yes.
And these are easier colors. We wouldn't want to upset the students, So now we have yellow and purple. And, but really this could all be red or dark red, meaning that all of these areas are kind of hotspots. This whole area is a hotspot that it's hot. It's okay. It's the truth. It doesn't matter. We don't need to take it personally. It's hot. So now let's say, I guess East Lake Okeechobee is the one closest to where I live. So how do you find a hot spot within a hot spot?
That's the fun part. That's something we work as a team together. And I say we, as in the district and actually DAX, we meet almost on a very regular basis to dive even further into this. There's a whole nother level that we get into to dive in more, to look at, hey, at this area, what do we see from like the land use perspective? What's happening there? Is it all agriculture? Is it all septic systems? We dive into that to try and get a better handle of what we can do there to assess what the restoration process will be. And it's not, I think, it's what I said last time, as you dive in further, the questions just get more and more. We as an agency are looking at talking to our permitting staff, because you may go into an area that is what's happening there and maybe a permitted facility. We have increased inspections in places.
So like people who were permitted, for instance, in that East Lake Okeechobee area, that's a very old agricultural area. People who were permitted in the 1930s, are they functioning under the same permits that they did in the 1930s? Or do they have to meet the same standards that someone who gets a permit in 2020?
I would hope that they're not under their 1930s permit when it comes to a permitted facility for, say, wastewater. That should be much further along. Well, we didn't have permits back in 1930.
But what about agriculture?
I don't know that much about the agriculture in all these BMAPs has to be, as David pointed out. The requirement is they all have to either be enrolled or do that monitoring, as we've talked about.
So like when I'm looking at East Lake Okeechobee, is that 100% enrollment in there?
I don't know at this point. I would have to refer to David, and he would probably have to get with our friends from the Department of Ag to look at that.
It says like 89%, but it might not be 89% for each specific area.
It could be 100, honestly. There could be parts that are. I mean, that's part of our process, working in a team to say, hey, I'm going to, again, in this basin, what is the enrollment level? And we work with our Department of Ag folks to say, oh, are we there yet or not? And maybe we need to increase our effort there. But on the other hand, it may be fully enrolled, but maybe there's a facility, and we've seen this, maybe there's some old septic systems there.
Sure.
I mean, and that can be just as much part of the cost. And that's the thing I think we're looking at now, is how can we address that side? That's why I'm so, I think, bringing this wastewater topic here, because it's what we're also looking at. We have to look at everything. The concept of pointing this and that, we have to address everything when it comes to restoration. That's my 2 cents. And that is part of the process. That's part of what we have to do. And we see, we all need to do more. We are working, as David pointed out, we've gotten a lot further along in the last few years than I'm really happy with that. It was said here about 5 years ago that we need to get everyone enrolled and see how that works out.
Right, and
that's key.
I am sorry if I'm asking quick questions or whatever.
Go ahead, it's okay.
I do appreciate what you're doing, and I recognize how difficult all of this is. I'm very much a believer in the triangle. I brought my little triangle today because I've been talking about that for years. I think what it comes down to is it's helpful to really have a process that's easily understood by the public. And I consider myself part of the public. And sometimes the BMAP process it's hard to understand how you're really pinning it down. But I guess because we don't like to regulate so much, that comes from the legislature. They have to put the laws out to regulate. It's tough. But why I'm so passionate about this is if we don't fix this problem, we're dead in the water, no pun intended, and I think that, and I've had a lot of criticism of my own community, and I buy it, I eat it, I mean, we were the first community to have a strong fertilizer ordinance in 2010, but then we were one of the first communities to rebel against going from septic to sewer, and it was very embarrassing, but even rich people don't like to give up their money. It's human nature. But believe me, I am all in, and I think with the extra monitoring the district's doing now, That's the main thing to help, is just having that monitoring, then knowing the hot spots, and then us putting more money towards the projects when we know they're hot spots, not places where people are being lazy and not trying, whether that's Souls Point or somewhere along Lake Okeechobee. You know, the public has to try if they're going to be rewarded with multi-million-dollar projects to help clean the water, not just because they want them. And so thank you so much for what you're doing, and thank you for being here today. And I liked that better when it was read.
Could you go to the Caloosahatchee one?
I can, I understand. I will let our communications folks know that. We are, but again, as you said, and also the other point is, this is a little bit new for the BMAPs too. This is part of what we heard and that we have to prioritize. So this is our process that we've developed. It is, and when I say it's new, it's when I say it's only 2 or 3 years, but you have to remember if you're looking at a 5-year cycle of data, hence why we see grays here, that's why this is showing that, because we aren't quite there yet. We have a standard set, and I apologize, I think you were going to ask a question about Caloosahatchee, but Chair, please go ahead. Yes, sir.
How do you set the boundaries for the BMAPs?
How do we set the boundaries for the BMAPs?
I'm not leading the witness here. I'm curious because I look and I see that Sanibel, my hometown, is not included. Mm-hmm. And I saw in the St. Lucie, none of the barrier islands are included, but we certainly contribute. So are we in a BMAP? Are the barrier
You're
islands?
not. These BMAPs are mainly focused on the inputs to the systems.
Okay. Well, you don't
from
have
the
Pine
land,
Island is another.
Yeah.
That
is, it's also based on the TMDL and how they list the sources to it. It starts, this process starts with standards, not meeting standards, impairments, and then we go through and develop potentially a TMDL. The TMDL lists, hey, here's the goal we need to get to, and essentially kind of where it's coming from. So we are bound to some degree by that. A BMAP basin is essentially a watershed.
Okay.
It's very difficult to draw a watershed in a highly channelized system. How's that sound? And it is really looking at the output of the Caloosahatchee. So we're really targeting on restoring the Caloosahatchee River and part of the estuary, but the river's I think it's fair to say that's the biggest focus and impact to that estuary.
Kevin, can I answer this?
Go for it.
So fortunately, I was running the division when we set the TMDL for this, and it's based on the ability to protect seagrass in the estuary part at a specific point where we measured it. And when you did the modeling to look at keeping the water the right, the nutrients out to keep it the right clarity for the seagrass, the influence was from upstream. It really wasn't from Sanibel. So that's how, and that was based on a modeling that captured the watershed, the local watershed downstream of S79 at the beginning, but the update then took the watershed between S79 all the way to the lake.
Okay, that helps. I guess the reason I'm asking this is because I'm looking at maybe land use more than you are in some ways, and particularly on the coastal areas, because I figure everything's going to be developed. So we'd have to look for what you're looking at, which is you're looking at whether you got sewer or septic. We're not really looking at ag, but then I start looking at natural systems and things like mangroves. So mangroves, I hope DEP would agree that mangroves are actually pretty good at helping to clean water and be part of the system or something we want. And then you start to look at saying, okay, well, what are we doing? Is there something in the BMAP that looks at mangrove forests and their contribution, or to other natural systems and their contributions? And that's what I'm trying to sort of wrap my head around. I know this is a much bigger thing and you're looking at the whole state, but since I'm a coastal guy, I'm just trying to figure that out.
I think I might answer that as we understand the importance of natural systems and either protecting, it gets much more into, you can get into resiliency, the importance of having, they provide a ecological benefit and a water quality benefit. We know it's seagrasses, right? We've talked about seagrasses before. They can be an indicator. I think that's the other way to look at that. They're an indicator of how things are going or not. Like as Drew mentioned, the original process looked at the Caloosahatchee really coming in, but we continue to look at this. We continue to review these BMAPs over and over every 5 years. So as things change, we do potentially, this has been expanded from the original BMAP was only, as Drew mentioned, was really just coastal. This expanded all the way. It overlaps now with the Lake Okeechobee BMAP. So you have it brought all the way out. So we continue to look at this, and land use is a part of it, but when you talk about a boundary for a watershed, it's much more of where the drainage is really our most important. And that's even, you talk about this, try doing this for a spring. That's a real peach. I'm not a geologist, and trying to do groundwater spring sheds was very interesting for me to learn.
I imagine. So this is definitely I guess you would say a work in progress, where it's incremental. You're looking at every 5 years, so you're constantly updating it.
Oh, it's the iterative adaptive management approach. Do I get
Yes.
some sort of
So I
badge
can-
for that? Yeah.
I think that is a great question, Chauncey, and I'm going to sort of do a little history thing and sort of figure out the roots of where this came from. And it really stemmed out of the Clean Water Act, the EPA Clean Water Act, and which is a pollution control act, right? It is about pollution entering water bodies and controlling that. And there was a litigation against EPA for failure to adopt total maximum daily loads, which is basically setting the pollution limit for a receiving water body. So that litigation spawned the whole TMDL program for the state of Florida, right? I mean, we had one, but it wasn't really energized. Now it was very energized. And then everybody noticed that the TMDL actually doesn't restore the water body, it just sets the number. And so people said, well, we got to do something to actually reduce the pollution, with all these very myriad sources, how do we sort that out? And that spawned the BMAP program. So at its root, the BMAP program is a pollution reduction program. There is a role to factor in ecosystems around that and how that folds into exacerbating pollution, right? But I don't know, Adam, if we've evolved to get that part into the BMAP or not, or whether it's really largely the huge elephant of pollution reduction that we're still trying to focus on. So that's kind of it just stemmed out of the pollution reduction, but clearly there's a link to ecosystems, right?
Yeah, and a lot of our projects, particularly like in Springs, the water management districts or, the department will identify a, environmental restoration project that isn't tied to a specific polluter or reducing some pollution source, but we know, hey, if we are able to, purchase this piece of property and restore, if there is a, spring run or something else, that we could say, if we could just purchase this property and do some environmental restoration and ecosystem restoration, we would see some real improvement in flow or water quality. And so those type of projects will usually, or the districts, will fund because they do play a big role. But to Drew and Kevin, the BMAP it's the plan for meeting the total maximum daily load and is very pollutant driven. It's what are the amount of nutrient loading that each individual stakeholder or source of nutrient discharging in that watershed needs to reduce by in order to meet the TMDL. So, you set the TMDL and it says this water body can handle this much nutrient inputs. And then you look at all the different sources of nutrients and you'll see, all right, in order to meet that TMDL, this wastewater treatment facility needs to reduce by X amount. This city needs to remove X number of septic tanks. Agriculture as a category needs to reduce by this much. And then we look to put in projects for each of those sources, particularly like a wastewater or a city that has a wastewater treatment facility. We'll say, you need to, or they're going to suggest doing a project to do advanced waste treatment, and that's going to let them meet their load reduction. And so we do that project. It's the responsibility of the stakeholders to do it, but we also have our various grant programs where we assist and provide support to entities to meet their project needs. But in the end, the BMAP has the projects and the load reductions that each of those stakeholders has to meet, and they're responsible for it. We do, assist as we can. There's cost share requirements for our wastewater grant program, and it allows for, us, or not us, but the state to be able to, assist in meeting those target reductions. But at the end of the day, it is the responsibility of whether it's a utility or a county or a city or, any other category of sources, stormwater. And so really the BMAP, it is just identifying this is the plan that's in place to achieve the TMDL, but in that same aspect, we will a lot of times identify other non-pollution reducing projects that are more on the environmental restoration side, because we recognize that they also improve water quality and can help in the restoration project process.
Yeah, and to that, we are, in some of our BMAPs now, we're working with our stakeholders to do like living shorelines. We've
Yeah.
gotten enough work to get folks.
That's sort of what I was wondering. If
Yeah, I thought
you
so,
have
yeah.
to look at this thing as there's so many exogenous variables, and it's just impossible for you to figure out what they all are. But if you're not working hand in glove with, the permitting folks over here, then, you could have a hotspot that you're exacerbating by writing a permit without ever realizing that you're, exacerbating the hotspot.
We were pretty lucky to have one of our stakeholders take on the effort to look at, as Adam and Drew kind of both pointed out, a project has to have some sort of reduction to it. That's the goal. But they can have multiple benefits, and we've had a few stakeholders that have really tried to jump into looking at things like living shorelines, which don't really, on small scale, have this grand pollution reduction, but on large scale, could have that, and to get reductions on it. And they're doing some monitoring for that right now. So it's nice to see that. That's new. That's something that takes a lot of effort to do that. There's other areas of the country that have looked into that, and they have some protocols, and we've worked on that too. So to your point, I think that was more one of maybe what you wanted to hear, something like that. So,
I think that's probably where I was going.
Yeah.
Jen, did you have something you wanted to say?
I just wanted to add that, because as I'm listening to the conversation, I'm kind of sensing frustration, like when we're talking 5-year timelines, and this is really complicated, and these things have to work together with groups that don't really always work that well together. And, and so it's like you can feel the frustration building. And I just wanted to provide a little bit of light to the conversation, because part of why we fought so hard together to get that agreement written, and most importantly, have the discussions about our agreement, was to facilitate some of these really hard conversations where we could identify what are things that you're really doing at the staff level, what are staff people in the field really doing, and how do we maximize the impact of the things that they can do on the ground in real time. And so we really are looking at things like when there are large permits coming up, we're having a conversation across our 3 agencies and making sure that we're taking into consideration things that we might not have taken into consideration 20 years ago. We are also looking at monitoring results, and when we get hot numbers, the hot spot within the hot spot, we're making phone calls in real time and saying, hey, this data hasn't been QC'd yet, but look at these numbers. This is crazy. What's going on here? Who has a permit in this area? And when was the last time you inspected them? Can you go out and make a site visit? And we are. And sometimes we're finding things, a lot of times we're not. And then we're still left holding, where did these numbers come from? And we still don't know. But sometimes we are finding things. And sometimes, it's things like a broken sewage pipe, or sometimes it's a new activity that gives us some concerns because we see evidence of it. But then a couple months later, we're not seeing those numbers anymore, right? So somebody maybe was doing something. We looked, they stopped doing it, even though we don't know what they were doing, but the numbers are better. Right? And so, but that's what we do as government agencies, is we take a look when we see something, we start asking questions, and sometimes that modifies behavior in and of itself. And so we are doing those things, but you're not going to see each of those individual items in any report. But those are the types of things that we are doing in real time that we think is going to make a difference, especially over time as we do more of it.
Thanks. Mr. Bergeron?
I'm going to ask some questions so I learn more about this, and it'd be important that the public understands that as well. But yeah, you know, the journey of water is the life of Florida, from sawgrass to seagrass. And we're in a partnership. The quantity of water as we move this water, compatible with the environment and water resource and flood protection, is under our jurisdiction. And it's important that we work closely with the DEP, because the quality of water is part of that overall, to have clean water, which is so important to all of our stakeholders and people that live here. The better stewards we are as we continue to go forward on what we're putting into our state waters, we will have a better chance of quality of water into the future. I do know in the industrial and commercial and residential that there's been a lot of changes over decades in regards to pre-treating water before it enters into our waters. And I think the DEP has done quite a significant regulation in the urban areas of how we develop and we protect our waters. I've always understood at the BMAP, if you're in a BMAP area, that's kind of an area that you've identified as being a hotspot. Am I correct on that?
I think you can say that. I mean, it's an area of impairment. It's an area that we need restoration. And if you want to call it a hotspot, I think that's.
Yeah.
Sure.
And I know as we continue to go forward, our problems deal with septic tanks and outfalls into the Atlantic and the Gulf, as we require the cities, counties to improve that condition in the urban areas. In the agricultural area, you have the BMPs. Now, are they mandatory for all agriculture to register, or only if you're in a BMAP area?
Only in the BMAP area is it a requirement to do one of, as David pointed out, and we've talked before, either do that BMP enrollment or you monitor to show that you're meeting water quality standards. That's only in a BMAP area right now.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So, what do you require for discharges into our state waters if you're in a BMAP area? Is there any regulation on quality of water?
Yeah, and I can take that if you want. I mean, if you're a point source like a wastewater treatment facility and you're located in a BMAP, we know what the water quality criteria is for that surface water. So if you're discharging into, a stream and the water quality criteria is X parts per billion of nitrogen, they'll set a water quality based effluent limitation, which is basically just saying this is how much you need to discharge to make sure that you are meeting that water quality criteria. And the permit writes in there that you have to meet this water quality standard in the point of discharge into that water body. So BMAPs, where the primary sources of, say, nutrients or any other pollutant, when it's a point source, it's very easy to achieve because one, a wastewater treatment facility, if that's like this, that's the main source of nutrients in a certain BMAP area or surface water, all they go to AWT, they have a permit that says you have to do whatever it takes to meet this discharge limit. And it's very simple, straightforward. If you're in a BMAP area where the primary source, if it's urban and it's stormwater runoff or septic tanks, or if you're in a rural area and it's, agriculture where there's not a specific permit or really in a there's no, you can remove all the septic tanks if you're in an area where septic tanks is the primary source of the nutrients. But it's not like with wastewater treatment facility or somewhere you can, put in additional technologies to remove the nutrients and then straight discharge. And it's individual homeowners when you're talking about septic tanks as well. So that's where a lot of the state assistance and a lot of our grant programs, particularly the focus that we did on the Indian River Lagoon, because we know, septic tanks is a big source of nutrients in that area. And it's something that is going to take some, state assistance to offset and remove some of those septic tanks compared to, like I said, an old wastewater treatment facility that can put in and upgrade to AWT and then have their permit be the regulatory driver to make sure that they're meeting their water quality criteria.
Okay, so if the wastewater treatment has a certain regulation before they can discharge into state waters?
Yep, they
Okay.
have a,
But what you're saying is the septic tanks is a different issue.
yeah, there's not a specific
Right.
discharge permit for septic tanks.
Okay,
Or
and in
like
the
stormwater.
agricultural area, you're required to best management practices if you're in a BMAP area.
Correct.
But there is no quality of water that's required.
There's no, an individual agricultural operation doesn't have a discharge permit like a point source. They're a non-point source category.
So there is no quality of water requirement.
There's their BMP requirement to make sure that they're adopting, but yeah, there's not like a water quality criteria at the end of a property boundary that says you have to have this level of water quality before leaving your property.
Well, the most important thing as we continue to go forward, the better stewards we are on land, and how we minimize the amount of nutrients that go into our system, obviously is a tremendous benefit for us to achieve quality of water for 9-10 million people that live here. And that ties right into our responsibility where we build these pretreatment areas and to achieve that quality of water. But as we continue to go forward with this partnership, the better we can minimize what's coming into the system, the less pretreatment areas we have to build is pretty important as far as the economics of polluting and then cleaning the pollution up rather than putting less pollution into our system.
Yeah, one of the things that Senate Bill 712 also included, besides the wastewater and septic tank remediation plan requirements, is that BMAPs, when their next review period, is that they also include a regional agricultural water quality element. And what that statute basically says is that DEP, DACs, and the districts will work with private landowners and identify and develop kind of regional projects to kind of provide further water quality treatment in those areas where, it's in more rural areas, that's primarily agriculture, where we need, some additional treatment or projects to get the reductions that we need above and beyond the reductions that we get from BMP implementation. And so that's something that we'll be, looking at. And I think some of those regional projects is, what's going to be necessary to achieve the TMDL, particularly in areas where non-point sources are the primary source, whether that's stormwater, septic tanks, agriculture.
Well, we look forward to working with the DEP very closely to make sure we achieve the quantity, the quality, and proper distribution of clean water for South Florida.
Yeah, and I mean, fortunately, with all the financial investment that we've been able to get, it's, the incentive is there for stakeholders to identify, develop, and submit projects that the state and the districts can look to be able to get moving and in order to get the necessary reductions that we need, so.
Yeah,
Mr. Chair.
I'm a true believer that incentives to property owners to meet a certain quality is very economical too, going into the future. So we look forward to working with you very closely to make sure we achieve that.
Mr. Chair, this is Charlotte.
Yeah, Colonel Roman, hang on just one second. I think Mr. Quinn, you had
Mr. Bergeron, I wanted to point out something. Adam did a great job of being more technical, and that is awesome to see that he went there. Good for you. I just wanted to point out in our BMAPs, we do have a basic table that shows you the effluent limits for just about anybody. So it's across the board. It's that is there. That's something we started actually doing in the Springs BMAPs, and we've implemented now through all of them. These are discharge limits for all effluent in the BMAP. It doesn't just go here and there, depending on what level you are and where. So that is there. That's something it's considered a more standardized approach. At a minimum, you have to meet this. Sometimes it'll be more strict, but I just want to let you know that's there and something that's in place that we have put there to really, it helps our permitting folks to know exactly what the bare minimum is. But it also shows folks for the future, if you're going to come in and try and do something, this is what you're going to have to meet too. There's two parts to that. I think as you're talking about, we need to be good stewards. Well, this is a way to show if you can even start to discharge, you're going to have to meet these limits. That's at a minimum. So I just wanted to point that out. It's part of the process that we've put in place.
So you're saying in a BMAP area, there is a certain minimum requirement to discharge?
These tables are in all three of our BMAPs, the ones right here. That's the bare minimum. There's more work that gets involved for a discharge. It could be even more strict, but this is at a minimum. You have to meet these advanced wastewater treatment standards. You hear that AWT sometimes. That's what this is. It's a requirement of the BMAP.
Thanks. Colonel Roman?
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you everyone for the excellent presentation here on the BMAPs. I have a question regarding the one slide you showed of the state map. I noticed that when you showed the areas that BMAPs covered in the state, that there was none that were reflected in South Florida. Is that correct? Is that accurate?
We could go to that map where I can tell you that. So this is just showing BMAPs. So yes, there's no BMAPs. Well, I call this South Florida, but that's just me because I'm up in Tallahassee, right? We're talking more in the Miami area. And I'm just going to focus on the Miami area. There's not a BMAP down there. There is another plan, reasonable, they're called RAPs. They're an alternative restoration plan. The Florida Keys has one. Tampa Bay actually has one that's very successful. And there's currently one being worked on for Biscayne Bay. I think folks maybe have seen the Biscayne Bay Commission. I think Adam could, if we need to speak more on that, he could talk about that. So I don't want to get too into the details of a RAP, but it's essentially taking the TMDL and the BMAP and kind of throwing it all into one effort. We consider that a quicker way to get there. It's something we're working on throughout the state, actually. Folks are getting more onto that to say, hey, we've got a problem. How can we get to this quicker? The TMDL BMAP process can take years, and those years could be double-digit years, but the RAP is typically done in a quicker process. So there are alternative restoration plans in South Florida. I just want to point that out. And also in Tampa Bay, which is a place that's been working since the 80s on restoration. So we're focusing on BMAPs today, but there are other restoration plans going on. I hope
what can you highlight that's going on over in Southwest Florida, south of the Caloosahatchee? I know that the waters are impaired. Are there one of these shorter range approaches being planned for this area?
I do not think at this time. I have not talked to anyone. I am not that involved with the alternative restoration program, but I do not know about that side. We do, I will say personally, I've worked with some of the stakeholders down there working on projects or other activities for restoration. I mean, my world seems to be sometimes focused into these green areas, but I do stuff statewide. I do a lot of work trying to help folks who are outside of BMAPs to do projects. We get folks outside of BMAPs all the time who want to do restoration or water quality projects. And some of that's been funded. I don't know exactly right now where that is, but they are asking us for help to do things. So that's just something I wanted to bring up from that side, but we do not have a formal plan in place there.
Yes,
I don't
and
know if
that's,
you want to speak to that.
yeah, I can't see anybody. I'm on the slide, so I can't see if somebody else is speaking. Or
Yeah,
if Adam's going to make any comments.
It's Roman, sorry. Yeah, right now we're actually doing a lot of monitoring in like the Charlotte Harbor area. We've done several contracts over the last year to mostly to get the water quality data and monitoring necessary to identify, what are the sources of nutrients primarily in, that area, and start kind of collecting the data. And in some water bodies, they may be deemed impaired, but they haven't had a TMDL established yet, which you have to have before doing the BMAP. And a lot of that is, once you get a water body that's verified impaired, then there is a lot of data necessary in order to be able to do the modeling to show what are the sources of, if it's nutrients or, bacteria or anything else. And then also what is the amount of loading that can be attributed to a water body and still meet the water quality criteria. So some areas, they may not be impaired, or they may be areas that we know are impaired, but just haven't been able to establish the TMDL yet. And so there's not a BMAP. So there could be various reasons, but we are doing a lot of projects in the Southwest Florida, Charlotte Harbor area. We've done some funding, particularly in that area, with collecting the data in order to be able to have the science necessary to develop any future restoration plans, and also just funding nutrient reducing projects in that area.
Any for Rickery Bay, Adam?
I'd have to look. I know there's been ones in that area, but I don't want to say yes or no without knowing specifically, but.
Okay, I have another question. In looking at how you're going to approach this particular effort here with the Clean Waterways Act, you mentioned that you're going to go over the current status for each of the wastewater treatment facilities, and you're going to look at what their permitted nutrient limits are. And this sort of follows up on some of the questions that some of the board members brought up before. My question is, as you review these facilities in accordance with your requirements under the Clean Waterways Act, if you find that they have an old permit that, is maybe from the 70s or the 80s, that is a lower threshold for nutrients that are allowed to be discharged, does this review give you the opportunity to update the permit to 2022 standards?
So if you're have National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit, like a wastewater utility would, those permits get updated, I believe, every 5 years. And so you're not going to have a discharging facility that's going to have a permit that's that old. I think where that sometimes comes more into play is like a stormwater permit, where a neighborhood had a stormwater permit that was established when the neighborhood was developed, and you sometimes get some older permits that get grandfathered in under the statute. But for discharge permits, you're generally not going to have ones that are that old. They'll be more current, and as they get updated, they have to meet the current regulatory requirements.
And I could probably follow up. this process happened in our spring maps originally. So what we saw was, as Adam said, they go through typically a cycle. When that next cycle update comes into play, that's when this criteria hits. We work with that facility depending on their size of how are they going to achieve these standards. Some of these, what we've seen in the past is it took a lot longer than what we thought. Technology has improved drastically. We're seeing a lot of smaller systems are now able to get up to some of these standards a lot quicker, which is great. That's awesome. We work with them through the process to make sure they're getting there. There's different permitting ways you can do that. I'm not going to get into that details, but we do work with our permitting staff a lot, especially with all these BMAPs when they cycle through and say, okay, this table's in all of our BMAPs. This is something that's been in there for a few years. Hey, everybody, we need to implement this basin-wide. So we get to the drawing watershed boundaries. This is implemented the whole basin, not just part. It's implemented everywhere. We need to, as an agency, we need to go through and figure out where all those facilities are, what their permit limits are. Are they older? You know, there's nothing from the 70s. I don't think so. But that's a process we work internally more than anything else. Hopefully that helped a little bit more.
Yeah, this is some very good information today. Also, and one last question. I remember that when this board was seated, we had some workshops, and there was a workshop that I still remember to this day, and Tom Frick was one of the presenters. And he was talking about wastewater treatment plants, and he talked about some of the wastewater treatment plants that are currently or were then permitted to discharge directly into water bodies. And I believe the number was somewhere around 27, but I can't remember it exactly. Have we reduced that number in the 4 years?
First off, you said Tom Frick. That just blew my mind. So I've completely lost my train of thought here.
If I could have you back
I'm going
on
to
the
text him,
screen.
of course, the minute I leave the stand and say your name was brought up. Please head south. Could you ask that question again? I apologize.
It was the number of discharges into, he was giving us a workshop.
Okay.
He was a part of a workshop, right? And he was presenting, and he made the comment when he was talking about wastewater treatment plants, those that were allowed in the state to discharge directly into water bodies. And I believe the number was maybe 27. Maybe one of my fellow board members remembers this. And I was in shock because I couldn't believe there was one that was allowed to discharge directly. My question is, has that number been reduced?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know right offhand, but we can definitely get that information for you. I know we've currently been looking at some projects to remove some direct discharges to the Peace River into like a treatment wetland. So that is something that, as we're looking at projects, if they're particularly not upgraded to AWT where a lot of the nutrients are being reduced, one way of achieving that is by increasing the level of treatment at the facility, but also using like treatment wetlands and other natural, not natural, but kind of man-made wetlands to get further reductions. And so we'll do a project or assist with a project that will take that facility from directly discharging to surface water and have it go through like a treatment wetland or something to get that additional treatment before eventually going into a surface water. I mean, all point sources that need a permit discharge to a surface water, that's why they need a permit. So I would need to understand the context of Tom's statement, because it may be don't discharge like to estuaries, because I know there's been a big push to eliminate like ocean outfalls and some of the discharges into Tampa Bay and some of those areas. But that's why I was a little bit confused. I'd need to kind of understand the question a little bit more, because there's lots of facilities that discharge to surface waters. That's, like I said, that's why they need an MPDS permit. So I just need to get a little bit more information. I'll maybe talk to Tom and find out what he was saying.
Well, I might have that old briefing, Adam. I always have the favorite topics of yours. I'm sorry I'm not there to be with you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Meads?
So RAP, is that what you said instead of B maps, RAP? So not in the Keys, I guess you mean Homestead and the Redlands because Biscayne, oh, okay.
Mhm.
What about the Homestead and the Redlands?
I do not think they're currently part of the Keys wrap right
I don't know
now.
what, the only thing we grow in the Keys is tourists. We have,
Well,
we have bees, we don't have horses. We don't do pineapples anymore, we grow tourists. So I don't know what RAP is all about.
well,
But, and I don't want to waste anybody's time with
No, I
it.
can-
I'll find out later.
I can
It's
answer
okay.
that question very quickly.
Okay.
It's wastewater.
Yes.
Oh, our plant's fabulous.
There's not just wastewater, it's septic systems. So some of the original, I would say, most advanced approach to addressing OSTDS comes from the Keys, where that's where a lot of these pushes for you have to put in an updated system. That's why that's in place there. No, you don't grow a lot of things. You do grow a lot of tourists but there's a lot of folks there, and we all are part of that problem. So that's what that's really addressing.
Yeah,
To help with that, hopefully that's quickly to answer that. That's what that's, Drew has more history than I would, but that's really what it was for, right?
Makes sense. Is there any other questions? Mr. Lipich?
I just want to say, Adam, Kevin, and David, thank you very much for being here. I personally think that this relationship of the triangle or the triad, whatever we want to call it, is the key to solving Florida's issues. I really do. The Department of Environmental Protection at the top of the triangle, FDACS at one corner, and the South Florida Water Management District at another. I mean, I know I'm sorry if I projected any anger from 15 years of gnawing on this. I didn't. I am so happy that you're here. We have begged Jennifer Reynolds to get you here. This is going back, like Colonel Roman said, to a workshop that we had very early on, and we've come a long way from there. But I am just so grateful that you're here, and I think you're as important. I've said it before, and I believe it. The triangle is as important as SERP. The triangle is as important as SERP. If we're not communicating and working together, we're failing. And I just thank you very, very much for being here today. I honor you, and thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Lipich. Rosie, are there any public comments on item 22?
There are, Mr. Chairman. We're going to start with Mark Perry, followed by Caitlin Newcamp, and then Nyla Pipes.
Hey, good afternoon, Governing Board. Thank you for this presentation. Just to kind of set it in context and make sure we clarify, it was back in the legislature expanded the Lake Okeechobee Protection Act, which was year 2000 when they established that, to establish the Northern Everglades and Estuaries Protection Plan program, which is NEEP in 2007, and then it was updated in 2016. As described in your agenda item for this, NEEP is basically here the objectives are to protect and restore the surface waters and achieve and maintain compliance with water quality standards in the Northern Everglades. And that includes Lake Okeechobee watershed, the St. Lucie River watershed, and Caloosahatchee River watershed. And the Basin Management Action Plans are a part of that implementation of trying to achieve those efforts. I do want to refer you back, and I'd encourage you to look back at a presentation earlier this year by Jennifer Reynolds on NEEP. It was in May 12th at your governing board meeting here. And she aptly describes, as you call out, Ms. Lipich, the triad, okay, the three groups. That is FDACS, FDEP, and the district. FDEP has the responsibility of Basin Management Action Plans and best management practices enforcement. And then FDACS is BMP enrollment and verification and updates. And the district is in charge of watershed protection plans and projects and research and water quality monitoring. So in the presentation she gave, excellent kind of data that comes right out of the district for water quality monitoring, showing the 5-year averages for the watersheds within the Kissimmee Basin, the Okeechobee watershed, St. Lucie, and Caloosahatchee. And basically, we demonstrate here, she shows here the monitoring data in 5-year averages of the total loads in metric tons of phosphorus, nitrogen, and also the concentrations. And we're not meeting the TMDLs in the Lake Okeechobee watershed, St. Lucie watershed. In fact, they're about 5 times in the Lake Okeechobee watershed, 5 times more at 529 metric tons a year, when we're supposed to be at 105 metric tons a year, 40 parts per billion, and we're now at 214 parts per billion. And I could say like same thing for the St. Lucie at 4 times those parameters for both phosphorus and nitrogen, and 2 times in the other basins. So I'm really kind of concerned. I want you to really go back and look at this. The point I want to make is the data is here, and the district is in charge of the data, and they have great data about what we're doing. When we model the situation and talk about modeling, like in the tidal basin, all of that is modeling. There are basically runoff modeling figures that DEP uses, calculates how those reductions are going to be made, and that's what you're getting presented with a lot of times during these BMAP updates. The BMAP updates are a long-term process. 2013 for St. Lucie, it's a 15-year update, plan to get there to the TMDL. But I want to tell you, we need to coordinate
Mr. Perry, if
with
you
you
could wrap
and
up your comments.
with you and the other agencies, particularly the district and DEP, to get together and use the data that you all have and produce and monitor to qualify these BMAPs and get in charge of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Caitlin Newcamp, you recognized to speak, followed by Nyla Pipes and then Jake Foytik.
Good afternoon again, governing board members, and thank you again for the opportunity to comment. Caitlin Newcamp with Audubon, Florida. We're also grateful for DEP for coming here for their helpful update today on the Basin Management Action Plans and the Northern Everglades and Estuaries Protection Program, or NEEP. As you know, BMAPs are important frameworks used to reduce pollutants and meet water quality standards such as total maximum daily loads. We have shared our concerns previously with DEP that the current Lake O BMAP, while well-intentioned, still lacks a viable pathway to meet the phosphorus TMDL for Lake O. If we are to succeed in meeting the phosphorus TMDL target for the lake, we must increase the region's water storage and treatment capacity. In fact, we need at least an additional 600,000 acre-feet of water storage beyond our present projects, just to meet the Lake O phosphorus TMDL. In order for lake and estuary restoration efforts to succeed, these Northern Everglades storage goals must be met, and the district has an important role to play in helping getting us there. Thank you all for your involvement in the BMAP process and your attention to nutrient reduction goals throughout the greater Everglades ecosystem in partnership with DEP and DAX. We encourage you all to continue to press the issue of north of the lake storage and to develop a plan to get us there. Such a storage and treatment strategy is within the district's purview and should be a priority for this board. Audubon is available as a resource, and we will continue to work with staff on this. Thank you for your leadership in improving BMAP effectiveness for the benefit of Everglades restoration moving forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Newcamp. Nyla Pipes is our next public commenter, followed by Jake Foytik.
Nyla Pipes, One Florida Foundation. I'm going to go ahead and echo the previous comments that we need to focus north of the lake, because anytime north of the lake is brought up, I also have to jump on that. If we don't stop what's coming into the lake, we don't have any real hope of solving the problems downstream. Now, my most favorite topic, septic to sewer and sewage issues throughout the state of Florida. I am absolutely convinced that this is one of our biggest problems. And I've been convinced of that since I started in this whole conversation many years ago. And Jackie is laughing because I too carry some, weight from my community, not necessarily liking the way that I talk about things. In fact, they've dubbed me Old Septic Pipes. So, on that note, I think that we're missing part of the conversation. I'm really glad, first of all, that the BMAPs are really focusing, that DEP is really focusing on septic to sewer, on wastewater issues throughout the state. I think it's imperative that we do that. But I think we're missing part of this. And Jackie, I'm going to take your triangle and I'm going to turn it into a square. The public do not understand what happens to their waste. They don't know what a septic tank is. They don't understand when a septic tank is problematic. They don't get how a drain field functions or doesn't in a tidal zone. There's just so much about this that they don't understand. So I think if all of us are going to be highly successful, which I know we are, we're going to have to continue to educate on that part of it as well. So I know that that's not necessarily in any of your purviews per se, but I think that it is a really important point that I really wanted to bring to the table today. Ms. Jackie, one of the reasons it's challenging to sort out the difference between our local watershed problems and our Lake O issues is that the problems in the dry season aren't so bad. So septic tanks don't function very well when it's really wet. So it's hard to even identify some of that in our own backyard, for example. And that's just because of how the septic tank sits above your groundwater, right? So the groundwater and the surface water in the wet season all kind of mix together and flush that to our local water bodies. And that's just one example of the things that people don't understand. They also don't understand that septic tanks do not remove nutrients. So I think we've got a lot of work to do, and I'm going to continue to kind of be that fourth side of the square I'm making out of your triangle. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Pipes.
Thanks, Nyla.
Jake Wojtek?
Good afternoon. Jake Wojtek with the Florida Farm Bureau Federation. I don't have a super cool nickname like old septic pipes back there, but I'm here anyways, trying my best. Just some brief comments regarding the BMAP process in agriculture. I've said it before, but farmers and ranchers want to do the right thing. They depend on the environment for their livelihoods. It's in their tradition, and it's in their business's best interest to take care of it. Farmers have been and continue to implement best management practices statewide. Farm Bureau supports scientific, economically feasible, and technology-based BMPs for all commodities with manuals adopted by FDACS. We appreciate FDACS's representation throughout the BMAP process and expect our growers and ranchers to adhere to their manuals. With regard to Greenbelt, we support the law's strict application of bona fide good faith commercial agriculture. Bona fide agricultural property that has a land use designation of agriculture does not burden local government services to the same extent as urban and suburban lands do, and therefore shouldn't be taxed or assessed at the same level. We as agriculture look forward to continue implementing BMPs as one stakeholder and one tool in the toolbox to meet TMDLs with inside BMAPs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wojtek. Moving to the virtual participants, Mr. Chairman, I have no raised hands.
Thanks, Rosie. Thank you all very much for your comments. Is there any other board comment on this? I'd like to thank DEP very much. Whoop, I'm sorry, Mr. Butler. You've been so quiet.
I've been so quiet. I've been over here just taking it all in. I think that there's had a good discussion there. But just talking to my board here, I can tell you there's a lot of stuff that our staff does, identifying those hot spots, working behind the scenes in real time to get corrective action, get these things under control. And there's a lot that even I don't know about that they do working to help reduce the nutrients in the system. And I've been able to see some of it as they've gone. And I can tell you that they've done a good job. And the unfortunate part with this nutrient discussion is it takes time. And no one wants to hear that. I know it. No one wants to hear that. Ms. Reynolds and I always kind of go back and forth on a legacy discussion. And it's not her favorite term, I know. But there is a difference between practices that are happening on private lands today versus practices that were happening on private lands yesterday. And, we are dealing with some nutrient-rich soils in the basin. And unfortunately, it just takes time. It takes time, but it also takes projects. And either projects on that individual parcel or projects on a regional basis. And of course, our big limiting factor there, time and resources. And I would say another limiting factor is technology. When we start talking waste systems, municipal waste systems, municipal sewage systems, everybody has a nutrient removal technology out there. And of course, everybody has a silver bullet nutrient removal technology out there. They are a dime a dozen. And of course, I mean, but there's always new technologies coming around. I mean, it is, I think the future is not here yet, unfortunately. I wish it was. There are still so much different things that, that we'll be doing 10 or 15 years from now that help to control nutrients that haven't been developed yet. But just from my experiences, I appreciate DEP give us a kind of a lowdown on the BMAP process and where we're at today. But I do want to throw my support, and my thanks to our district staff for the job they do in analyzing the data and working to make the system better off.
I have a small question real quick.
Sure.
I think we need to continue our relationship to achieve quality of water. And apparently, I was listening to Mark Perry about some of the statistics and some of our data. So we do have problems. How do we resolve them? And if there's a way that we can work with all of our stakeholders in agriculture, cities, counties, sewer plants, water plants, septic tanks, we got a lot on our plate. And I've always thought that in the agricultural area, if there's some way that we have a program to subsidize where there's not an economical impact, it may become cheaper to work with agriculture in the aspect of helping them from an economical position to lower their nutrients. A lot cheaper than continuing to build all these STAs and things of that nature. So it's just something to think about. So we're all in this together, whether it's urban areas, rural areas, agricultural areas, that we look at that possibility. And where it's not an economical benefit or economical impact, but it's much cheaper than building a lot of these projects. We're all in this together. And something for all of us to think about, the DEP and South Florida Water Management, to achieve our goals of clean water. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Bergeron. Gentlemen, thank you very, very much for this. It was I learned a lot. I think we all did, and I think that the more discussion we have, the better. And by the way, Rosie, that picture you just took away was really good. So Lawrence, you need to take note of. DEP's pushing our picture game here. All right. We're going to move on now to staff reports. Now, Ms. Heater. You're not Ms. Heater, and I stole your glasses.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Governing Board members. I'm going to be doing the financial report this month. And so the financial statement that you have in your packets and is posted to the website is through the month of June 2022. Just some highlights on the revenue side. We've collected $31 million during the month of June. Of that $31 million, $22 million is from state appropriated funds for Everglades restoration as reimbursements from DEP, and $2.9 million from ad valorem. We collected an additional 2.9 in ad valorem taxes, which is a collection rate of 98%, slightly below the 5-year ad valorem collection trend at this time in the fiscal year. We've collected $296 million of the $302 million budgeted, with $5.9 million left to collect. Our investment earnings are doing much better this year in comparison to last year. We've made $3.78 million of the $3.8 million, with $41,000 remaining to meet the budgeted amount. And an additional $507,000 was made from the prior month. So we are on track with our revenue collections at this point. On the expenditure side, we've expended $83 million in the month of June, which is the same amount as the month of May, highlighting $51 million restoration and $22 million in O&M. And to date, we have expended $655 million and obligated with an encumbrance of funds in the amount of $562 million, for a total obligation of funds in the amount of $1.2 billion. We've expended and obligated 65% of our budget. That's all I have for you. Any questions?
Thanks. Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Ms. Lamonaco.
No news is always good news, right, Mr. Chair?
No news is always good news. Speaking of which, we'll go to board comment. Mr. Butler?
All right, how are we coming? Oh, Lord, we're early. We got plenty of time. We hadn't hit 4 o'clock yet, Sean.
You know what? I forgot public comment.
Yeah,
All
let's
right.
do public.
Rosie, why'd you let me get away with that? All right. Then you'll reconsider.
Newton Cook.
Oh, yeah, the forgotten man. That's right, Johnny. I'd rarely stay this late. You guys are champions of that, but we just had such good things to talk about today. I want this BMP thing is incredible. It is the answer to our problem, although at this time it's primitive, and quite frankly, it's not working yet because it has no teeth. And we put 500 tons of pure phosphorus in the lake every year. That's pure phosphorus, not fertilizer, phosphorus. 50 years. In fact, during the year of Irma, we put over 1,000 pounds in. That's our biggest problem we have today in this whole district, Lake Okeechobee. I keep talking about the lake, but that's where we're putting all the poison. And when it goes in the lake, guess where it ends up? East, west, south. So today was an important day. I don't think we got very much beyond half-colored maps. They all got to be colored before it works, and then somebody's got to put some teeth in it. The other thing was, I sure miss Mike Collins today, because that curtain wall, do you realize 20 years ago we were talking about that friggin' curtain wall? And Mike, somewhere up there, I hope, saying, yes! And that's important. Kissimmee. On the report on the ecological conditions of the Kissimmee, we're growing willows up there now, buckbrush, and what should be marsh, because it's dry. And we're not burning it. We have an opportunity to burn the marsh in the Kissimmee now. And so it will grow marsh plants, not willows. If you drive up 95 and you get up there around Melbourne, look to your left. You want to see a marsh, it's not a marsh anymore. It's just solid willows. It's a desert. It's like solid cattails, maybe worse. So let's burn the Kissimmee Marsh now. And the lake's at 13 feet, and I'm sure there's some spots there that we could do some burning. We can never burn enough in this district from top to bottom. Every 5 years, every acre really should be burned. That's just about what it was back in primitive days. So anyway, great meeting today, guys. Appreciate all. See you next month.
Thank you, Mr. Newton Cook. Mark Perry?
Real quickly, thank you, Mark Perry. You know that I was here at that Tom Frick meeting back in 2019. And you had a lot of good workshops back then. You had one in September, that was in July. In September, you also had good workshops on, and your own staff presented a lot of the data that I just held up to you about what's going on. But also we had Vanessa Bessie here from FDAX, and she talked about BMAPs and BMPs, particularly BMPs, and how even achieving those may only get 25% of what we really need to do, but they're an important part of it, along with BMAPs. I did fail to mention, though, that in that same presentation is also at the end is the Northern Everglades watershed retention and nutrient load reduction projects. And that day, on May 12th, you funded $154 million of 17 projects, which are service provider contracts. These are in all three of those watersheds. You invested $154 million in on-site retention, detention, and holding back water, reducing nutrients on those private lands. So those are part of the watershed protection plans that the district does, along with the research and monitoring efforts as a part of that triad. You know, the district has those responsibilities too. So you guys are implementing it as a part of this whole trying to nutrient reduction in our watershed. And I'll just read something from the environmental resource permitting on your website that indicates that environmental resource permits are required for development of construction activities to prevent flooding, protect water quality in Florida's lakes, streams from stormwater pollution, and protect wetlands and other surface waters. The Water Management, South Florida Water Management District regulates residential, commercial developments, roadway construction, and agriculture, while the Florida Department of Environmental Protection oversees power plants, ports, wastewater treatment plants, and single-family home projects. So there is a little bit of division about permitting these structures and permitting stormwater structures, as opposed to permitting water plants and wastewater treatment plants. So that's DEP's responsibility. So, but we can all be about, you know, there's a lot of culverts and structures that are permitted to, you know, discharge stormwater, and that's what you all are monitoring. And we need to kind of regulate those permits and make sure they're meeting those water quality standards to meet our TMDL, and not just rely on these long-term BMAP processes, which are, you know, encouraging people. But thank you for the watershed protection plan projects. I think they're going to do a long way to good for that. So thanks for back in May for endorsing that.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Moving to our virtual participants, we have Mike Elfenbein.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
We hear you, Mr. Elfenbein.
Thank you very much. Happy Friday Eve, everyone. Great meeting. I missed some of it, unfortunately, but some really great material. I wanted to, I don't know if I missed it or not, but I just wanted to reemphasize there was a meeting last night in Immokalee, a water management district and Army Corps meeting to discuss work with the landowners that are in the footprint of a proposed STA. I know your staff was there, and I'm sure they relayed to you the concerns of the general public, but it was unequivocally from everyone in the room. Nobody was interested in the idea, suggestion, or mention of having their land taken from them, either fee simple or through easements for this project. And knowing how long this project's been kicked around and knowing how long I've been engaged in it, it's frustrating to see where we're at, I'm sure, for the district and the Corps also, after 6 years of time, money, and energy, and taxpayer resources. But I'm very concerned that there's not a way to do this project without an STA. And looking at the map and having heard everyone's concerns yesterday, it doesn't sound like there's going to be an option for an STA unless by chance the Seminole tribe offers up their land to do so. My guess is they probably won't, for the same reasons that many of the private landowners aren't interested in giving up their lands either. So I just wanted to make sure the board was aware and heard from a stakeholder about the concerns everyone expressed yesterday. And then since I have a few minutes left, Jackie, you know, you are an amazing lady, and I appreciate the amount of time and energy that you pour into the issues that surround not just your region and the district, but everybody. And I've watched as you've worked over the years and listened to everybody intently. In this meeting and other meetings, you all discuss water quality on a regular basis, day in and day out. And I've listened, last meeting, you focused on someone who hadn't spoken before and mentioned aquatic vegetation removal and harvesting as opposed to chemical herbicide application. And I'd be remiss to remind you that I've been screaming in front of you every month for the last 2.5 years that I had a solution to all of this. And Jackie, I've sent you an email a month along with everybody else in the district about those efforts. And the only response I've gotten from you was one telling me not to send you emails to your private email. So if you don't respond to my public emails and I can't engage with you any other way, this is the only way I'm left to engage with you is publicly. But as I have in the past, I welcome you all to come and see what we're doing and engage in what it is that we're doing to remove nutrients from our water bodies. Thank you for your time. I hope you have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Elfenbein. I have no additional raised hands, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And thank you all for your comments. Now, Mr. Butler, take as much time as you'd like.
All right. Newton, I hear you. I think burning on the Kissimmee, I know I really worked hard with them over this winter. You know, one of the limitations we have with the new restoration is getting new fire breaks in. And the equipment and resources to get it done, but I know the staff is working on it. Hopefully we can get some more burning done when the opportunity presents itself. I don't think any of us expected to be this dry on the marsh at this time of year. And I don't know if there's opportunity to burn now or not, but it's something that I hope staff kind of begins to, or continues to look into. Reminder, we all know it. We got some discussions that are going on with the Corps this week, a couple meetings next week. I'm gonna try to spend some time listening to stakeholders. I've been listening to the first 2 meetings, and I know we've got several more coming up. And then same with WERP. WERP is still moving forward in terms of public engagement meetings, and there's still a lot to get worked out on parts of the system. And just a reminder, it is still going on. But with that, y'all have a good one.
Thanks, Mr. Butler. Ms. Meads?
No, sir, I don't have a thing.
Mr. Lipich?
It's good to see everybody. I think it was a really good meeting. And Mr. Elfenbein, I will come see your project. Thank you.
Mr. Bergeron?
Great meeting. Honored to sit with my fellow board members and our staff. I think we've accomplished a lot today. I would like us to check into the complaints that we're getting, all these chemicals and spraying, Drew, if we can, to see how we can improve whatever we're doing, making sure that we're not hurting our environment. And Lonesome, I think we had a great discussion, extremely important. And I know it's a balance of impacts. It's not the full solution, but I think that we've done a very good job with the Corps to minimize with shared adversity and shared impacts until we have more reservoirs to store water. Want to thank Newton Cook again for his involvement in the public, coming onto public lands, being able to enjoy the 1.5 million acres that we have jurisdiction on. I want to thank our staff and Drew for all of your hard work. You're the best, I can tell you that. Also want to thank the First Lady for joining us in the Python Challenge. Extremely great press conference, and we're going after those pythons and trying to save all of our native wildlife. And moving water south, very exciting how we're finishing the seepage wall, continuing to build more. And I've noticed that we're going to be able to move water south without having to shut the 333s. And I do want us to really seriously think about some of the information that we have supplied in regards to the water quality. Interesting what Mark Perry brought up, working with our DEP partners to try to make sure that we have quality water into the future. And all I can say is it's been a great meeting, and God bless everybody, and the American dream is still alive, and long live the Everglades.
Thanks, Mr. Bergeron. Mr. Steinle.
I'm here, thanks. Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment on some of the public comments, especially from folks who have or do represent vendors to the district. So we are limited, and that is the way it should be, when we're engaged in contractual negotiations or projects with providers. So if we don't respond to you, it's typically for a reason. And if it's unclear to you that we should be responding where we're not, then we should have counsel take a look at it and advise us otherwise. And then I missed just a quick comment on the BMAPs, and I want to thank DEP for that review. Really helpful. And I think, I heard the board is clearly interested, district is clearly interested in continuing all the water quality monitoring investments and expansions we've done since, I think, we started on the board, or at least since 2019, and just continuing to generate a really powerful data set. So I'm hoping we're getting closer to that time, length of time where those data sets can be used with some type of scientific certainty or validity. But definitely want to keep the focus there and continue the commitment. And I think I also want to recognize the comments and what we've talked about in years past is that, we are not meeting the TMDLs. In fact, the trend line seems to be increasing nutrients north of the lake versus decreasing. So what I take that to mean is that, the BMAPs in certain regions, as much as we are doing, as much as we are improving, we still need to do more. So when we talk about, great projects like today with the Curtain Well, we have a terrific project, massive reservoir and components on the St. Lucie. We have a building reservoir on the Caloosahatchee. And then we also obviously have the EAA in process. It just reminds me, and I think everybody, how important it is to focus at the same time north of the lake and really look forward to seeing progress there, so we can put more of a dent in this problem and continue to improve the situation. So thanks for hosting me online here. Appreciate it and look forward to seeing everybody in person next month.
Thanks, Mr. Steinle. Colonel Roman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate everyone's comments today, and especially the public and our presenters. It was really a solid meeting in terms of substance. And one of the highlights for me was the continuation of the barrier wall project that we voted on today. I don't know that I've ever shared this with the board, but a while back during COVID, I was on a panel with Congressman Francis Rooney, and I was put on the spot by the moderator with a question about the 8.5 square mile area and the seepage wall. And I stuck my neck out and I said that this board would get it done. And I'm so proud to be a part of this board that not only approved the 8.5 square mile area effort to get it done so that when we move more water south in Everglades National Park, it's going to stay there and we'll get it all the way down to Florida Bay. So thank you. And that's going to be my highlight for today's meeting. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I want to thank staff very much for another good meeting. Thanks staff very much for all the work you do daily and for paying attention to these meetings, following up on things. Drew, I appreciate what you did last month. You absolutely listened to our stakeholders and you take action, and I appreciate that, as does all the board. And I'd like to thank our partners, Corps. Thank you very much for being here, Colonel and Deputy Secretary Bullock. Thank you for being here, and thank you for the great presentation. I think we're making good progress forward, and I look forward to seeing everyone in September. We're adjourned.